2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shape me, no. get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Looking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper la di da di da da.
Welcome everybody to the road to the Esports World Cup. It's MLP Dota and John X Fire here for the SEA qualifiers for the road to the Esports World Cup. Jonathan, welcome sir. We've got an SEA qualifier on our hands, a very spicy one, if I do say so myself. How the hell are you doing?
Doing great, Mikey. This is going to be an exciting one, mainly because, well, you don't have talent. You don't have that one team that tends to get the qualifier spot. So now you have to just deal with Boom, which is maybe a different story as well.
It's been 10 seconds, John.
That's a story. What do you want me to say? It's like if Shopify didn't have to play North American qualifiers, what will I say? Wow, so exciting. You know, it's like, yeah, of course it's exciting because Shopify's not going to take the slot. Talent's not going to take the slot this time because they're already in. Will Boom take the slot? Who knows? And that's where some of that spice comes in, which is also very spicy, Mike, because our first matchup is going to be pretty exciting. The Kukuis up against Boom. Well, what a way to kick off. I've seen a few people on Facebook make some posts of brackets that they expect to come out. They expect the storyline to go that Boom sweeps it all the way until upper bracket finals, including beating Kukuis here in our first round in the upper bracket, and then losing to Kukuis in the grand final. I've seen some people make that storyline. So that I don't know if that's going to be true. That's a very spicy way of holding it out because, frankly, I'm not sure if Kukuis makes it through the other teams. If they do go into the lower bracket, I'm not sure if they beat Tech Free Gaming, who beat them in the TI Open qualifiers. Right?
Well,
There's a lot of competitive teams here.
Apologies, Jonathan. I realize you're only on one monitor. Could you jump in the broadcast slot before we continue hyping up the brackets, please? Thank you, John.
Yeah, we're all set. We're all good. We're fine.
Elor, he only has one monitor. You know, he can't see what you're typing. Just leave him alone.
I can't afford two. I can't afford a bigger room. My room barely fits one, all right? Take it easy. You know, this is the Esports World Cup. I know I can't afford any of that good fangled stuff as we can afford our match schedules for today. Boom up against Kukuis first, as mentioned. Now up next, we've got Castaway up against Execration, and I do believe we have placeholder icons there, but that should be something like Ivory IAP, I believe. No, it's the lower bracket teams, right? Like, it's going to be the lower bracket there. And, of course, first up, Boom against Kukuis, which is fun. This is maybe something we could classify as a rambulan with three Filipinos on Boom Esports, of course, all of them being members of the Kukui gang, the streamer squad that tends to have fun with content. This is a lot of content that could come out here because we have to talk about this. Right, like this, we've seen Boom a few times. You know, the last change they made was Jabs in, FBZ out. They've been doing all right, maybe not so hot in the LAN, especially the most recent Dream League, where a lot of their hopes were tied in to maybe get qualified in by points. Didn't have that shot. Kukuis, however, in this roster as they've formed today, it's Natsumi, it's Yoe, it's Force, it's Joel, it's Gabby. Force back from EU, Gabby on pause 5. Any other open qualifier run for the road to EWC was fine. The road to the international was not so fine, where they got eliminated in pretty much a grand final in the first one and in the semifinals or quarterfinals in the second open qualifier. So for the Kukuis, it's going to be interesting to see because this is their first big test up against a very established team that has played together for a while. It's their hombre, sure, yeah, it's their friends, it's their gang, it's their amigos and the fellow Kukuis, but they're not going to take it easy. Especially with Gabby on 5. I don't know how that goes here.
There's the thing. Now, for anyone that wasn't fully aware, and I was not fully aware, Jonathan, you only advised me this morning. I wasn't aware Gabby was playing pos 5 for Kukuis. I also wasn't aware that Gabby was talking a bit of smack, Jonathan. For lack of a better word, he was talking some smack to, I believe you said Q in another game. Yeah. So that was very interesting. Support difference, sup difference to be exact, is the quotable here from Gabby. Gabby claiming there was a support difference between himself and Q in a previous series, in a previous tournament / qualifier. However, Jonathan, the true judges of the support diff are here. You and I will decide if there's truly a support diff here between Gabby and anyone else, as we do have Boom Esports up against the Kukuis first. And Gabby knows, Jonathan. Gabby knows I've got a vendetta. Because till this day, he's never said hi to me. Not once. I saw him looking at me. I saw him giving the corner. The corner of his eyes were peeking at me, Jonathan. I saw it. He didn't say hello. I was in his home country, John. I was there in the Philippines. He dared not welcome me, the guy that basically made his career, Jonathan, in Dota 2. Can you believe that? Can you believe he didn't address me? And now, here I am once again, John X Fire, to determine if Gabby truly has a big support diff between himself and Boom Esports.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I mean, The one with Q, you know, I don't think it was exactly friendly banter, considering that I know how Q can be in pubs as well. The guy can type a lot apparently, but in this one, if we do see subdiffs, it's likely a little bit more in jest to an extent.
No.
You know, John Uel. I mean, to an extent. You know, I'm pretty sure they'll be harping on about that whenever they jump onto their streams again and start doing whatever the hell they do on streams now. I'm not sure what they do. Certainly, maybe not as much Dota as you'd expect. We'll see, as they will have to play Dota here at the very least. No GTA 5 RP or whatever the heck they're up to nowadays. You know, no shenanigans.
Nice of these players to give up their busy schedule in GTA 5 to play some Dota 2 for once. It's very, very nice.
Yeah, maybe they're saving themselves for 6 next year, you know. Saving
Next
themselves
year?
from getting too burnt out. Yeah.
That's very funny, John. Come on now. Hell would freeze
We'll
over
see.
before GTA 6 comes out, John. Come on now.
We'll see. We do get the bans. TA Shadow Shaman, not too surprising from Boom, as those have been highly prolific heroes even in Dream League. 26 very recently. Kukuis as well, banning out the Tiny along with the Kunkka and the Doom. So most of the top picks are gone. Maybe something like Brewmaster can slide through, which very niche pick, but has been...
It's a nice...
Yeah.
Sorry, I know you're trying to be professional, but I do like their logo, John. Kukuis, you
It
know,
is nice. They've had it for a while. It's nice.
I can't not like that logo. Like, that's a nice flag. And it's, you know, it's got the master on there, John. Do you even think Cuckoo's watching? Is he watching,
Probably.
John?
Yeah, you know what? He's probably on his streaming. He's going to be trash talking both sides, talking about why they're so bad. You know, something like that. No, that's not how Cuckoo rolls. But, you know, he's gonna be bantering by himself for a bit, I'm sure. Maybe on a guest stream somewhere as well. So I'm sure he is live. I'm sure he's... I don't know if he's awake, actually. Now that you mentioned it, 12 o'clock, not too sure.
Genuinely, we should have called him to cast with us. He probably wouldn't have wanted any money anyway. We could have done it for free. I don't know why we didn't do it. We got to call the master on sometime.
The issue is the master will say no because he'll say he's shy and he doesn't want to speak English.
Ah, get out of here.
He'll say
Get
that,
out
he'll
of
say
here.
that.
He speaks perfect English. He speaks... I've spoken to him He's a great guy. He speaks perfect English.
He really is. That, and you know, he'd want to be live on his own stream, Michael Phoenix. There's some opportunities there for content.
Selfish.
You know?
Selfish.
Yes, of course.
Unbelievable.
He's a businessman. He's a businessman, good old Master Cuckoo. So he's definitely thinking about the biz, as they do bring out the bristleback on Boom. So left in the pool, taken straight away. Cuckoos did ban out the Death Prophet instead, with Boom banning out the Undying to close out. And Cuckoos do get to pick the Terrorblade. So you've got this high armor hero. It can kind of be shifted onto offlane still. Does tend to be in pause 1, so this could be a very early Natsumi hero on hand, which does somewhat fit his playstyle. I think Natsumi has shown that his best heroes tend to be illusion heroes. I think when Naga Core was in the meta, that's something Natsumi used to shine on. Hard farming carries like, say, Dedusa were up there as well. Terrorblade can kind of do that. Based on what I've seen from some of the open qualifier games, Natsumi has been playing a little bit more active on TB. You know, he say hits Dragonlance, he joins his team for a siege on mid, or just joins these early team fights through the gate usage. It can look quite good, especially when you have an offlane player like Nico Force that tends to be active relatively early of his lane as well. So you have that launching point set here for Cuckoos. For Boom, there's that flex here for Jabs and for Jackie to kind of decide on where this bristleback goes. Maybe into Terrorblade, it doesn't feel as good. You know, it's not here that you can insta-gib with your quills. Snot Rocket can still be high value in terms of softening up the Terrorblade overall. There's a couple of options and supports that can kind of simplify the Terrorblade matchup as well, like Elder Titan still in the pool, not banned out by either side. Cuckoos do pick up the Shadow Demon for a little bit of save and stacking. So I want to see how well they maximize that on Cuckoos. This should pretty much be a Gabby hero, unless Joel decides to take it on 4, as the Dire side triangle is very fun to stack with a Shadow Demon. So that leaves some good options open here for Cuckoos. But yeah, I think for Boom, I mean, Elder Titan might not be the most popular support in terms of contention. It has felt really good in matchups like the Elder Titan and very specifically Medusa. But it is one way of kind of softening up targets, really maximizing the value of Bristle, because base armor is gone. All of the goo that comes out, especially if you're in Snot Rocket, can just rip a Terrorblade apart, who doesn't get that much HP anyhow. So I wouldn't mind that for Boom Esports if they wanted to lean that way. But let's see. Brewmaster is the one they'll pick up instead. Something we've seen Jabs play quite a fair bit at this point. Again, not the most popular, but when you're dealing with Terrorblade, you don't necessarily worry about your Brewlings disappearing, right? Like, there's no way to AoE clear the rulings, even without your HP talent
10
up, it
seconds
can be really
remaining.
disruptive in lane. That does shift the Bristleback onto a pause 1 now, more than likely
5
for
seconds
Jackie.
remaining.
And this is very early committal
Dire
on
team
2
pick.
cores, so that does leave a lot of room to try to counteract it on Kukuis. Again, you can shift Terrorblade onto off. You can maybe pick something into the Brewmaster lane that feels a little bit better if you so wish. There are a few options here.
There certainly are. I mean, I did like the Older Titan option you brought up
10
against the
seconds
TB, but
remaining.
for now they'll go for the Muerta pickup, which makes enough sense with the Brewmaster
5
combo in the
seconds
off lane,
remaining.
if that's where you're going to run it, which probably is for Jabs. I do like Brewmaster Muerta against Terrorblade Pos 1 as well, if they are going to run the TB Pos 1. We don't know yet, Jonathan. Obviously, we shall see what Kukuis want to do with their draft, as they do have their third pick to make. They'll have a think about it. This is one of those games, Jonathan. I woke up, in a normal mood today. I tune into the rehearsal, and you tell me Boom Esports and Kukuis are going up first against each other, and did my mood elevate, John? I went from like a 2 to 10 instantly. I got so excited.
Yeah, it should be a fun one. I every time I was casting those open qualifiers, I was curious as to see how Gabby would play. He looked pretty fine, to be fair. And then the all chat came in, and then they lost the grand finals in OQ1, and then they lost OQ2. So, it's a matter of the good old measure your words, copy pasta that the Zoomers aren't familiar with anymore. So you do get the storm early here for Yoa out of the way.
Okay.
Strong here already. You don't have hard hold coming out from Boom. Muerta Silence might be your best bet, but not a very steady shot against the Storm Spirit. So it's going to be a relatively free
10
game for
seconds
Yoa.
remaining.
There's a couple of options that can still hold the Storm down, perhaps in the mid lane, or at
5
least on the
seconds
support.
remaining.
Shaman stands out, maybe even a Bane, if you want to lean in that direction for Boom Esports. Could be one way, just anything that can pin the Storm Spirit down, but you already have some save from the Shadow Demon anyhow.
Radiant
So you're going to be in
team
trouble in trying to shut down Yoa. Tying it even nicer here for some team fight on Kukuis with the Disruptor now. Kinetic Fence has been quite a fair bit more popular across the board, so I wouldn't expect anything less here from Gabby on this hero at this point. And it's looking very well stitched together. You have a really good defensive support in the Shadow Demon. You have good team fight from the Disruptor. You're looking for maybe team fight in the off lane for Nico. Tidehunter's in the pool. Mars is in the pool if you want something like that. Even the Centaur is still there as well to get some re-engage, disengage going for you. We'll see what Boom will want to ban out. They picked the Ember Spirit for the mid matchup against Storm, which
10
does work out
seconds
fine.
remaining.
We've been seeing a lot more of that chain gang coming out. It wasn't just a one-off in
5 seconds
Dream League
remaining.
26. A little bit more of that chain gang has been
Dire team
appearing.
ban.
So I'm curious to see if that's the way that Armel will want to play, as it has felt pretty good. Like the fact that you can farm across the map really efficiently. You can make a non-committal setup for your team with just a remnant forward into the chains can be quite nice. It could help you in trying to pin down the Storm Spirit.
It certainly could. I did like that Disruptor pickup from Kukuis quite a bit as well, I might add, John. It's very nice against Brewmaster. Even the fences against a hero like Bristleback is just so annoying. Because it's so much more spammable. There's just so many more ways to kite out
10
this
seconds
Bristleback in the middle of a fight. If your Disruptor can remain alive, that is.
Radiant team
So the Armel will be trying to ensure that doesn't happen, as we do see the Drow ban now from Kukuis. Fair enough. Boom Esports. I mean, I wasn't
They're
anticipating a Drow to come out, though I do know Jackie does enjoy the hero.
They're expecting a Bristleback support or a Brewmaster support in that case, right? Like
10
they're expecting one of
seconds
these things to be
remaining.
flexed.
Well, you
Maybe
like
the
Snot Rocket.
Bristleback.
You
Yeah,
love
I do
Snot
like
Rocket.
Snot.
Seconds remaining.
I just it really has to have a good lane. They've banned out
Radiant
both like the
team
great
pick.
laning partners
Dire
to
team
make
pick.
Oh, Medusa?
the Bristleback support work. All right, yeah, they ban out the AM. They picked the Dusa out.
Okay.
So, is this like a Jackie Dusa? I mean, the Bristleback support doesn't sound great with Dusa. You running
Yeah.
Dusa support?
Who's cooking? Is this Mushi? Did Mushi cook
It
this?
should be.
Remaining.
I mean,
I
he's right there.
I could have sworn I heard
5
Nate saying
seconds
something.
remaining.
Anyway,
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah.
Who, is it
It's
Mushi?
Coach Mushi. Yeah, it should be Mushi. I mean, they're all in the
Okay.
team house right now. I saw the
Okay.
pictures. They flew out. to the
I'm,
Boom
I'm,
Esports
I'm
team
not
house.
talking. I'm not talking bad about any Mushi drafts, John. Here we go. Gyrocopter pickup for Cuckoos. I know better than that, John. He's a tall man, that Mushi. Scary, very intimidating.
That he can be.
He took me
So,
out to dinner once,
Cuckoo's-
John. I was very afraid to
Yeah.
eat. Let me tell you. He was giving me a look, and I was like, I don't know. I don't know.
Okay. I don't know about this. Like, you go for the Dusa carry, you shift Bristleback into likely to support. Yeah, Bristleback support here for Zhao. Dusa Bristleback lane. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. You've got the off-lane Terrorblade you're playing up against, so it shouldn't be that much of a threat for Jackie, to be fair. But this isn't one of those Bristleback supports where, you know, it feels great. I think the best lane for Bristleback support is really SF with the minus armor facet when he gets a kill. So without that, you're not really playing with a minus armor strat here. For Zhao, the slow is nice, I guess, but applying more Snot Rocket, Goose Slow can be nice. You have Venomous Volley on Jackie as well, so even more slows to be applied, but I'm not sure if I'm fully sold on Boom. Their team fight is lacking. Again, they're going to have to play pick-off. Their pick-off control is pretty much lacking as well. You've got the Calling and Chains through your most stable stuns, maybe a Gorgon's Grasp if you actually get an early rotation out from Jackie. Fukui's Draft just looks easier to play. And you've got the Terrorblade off lane that can build aura for you. Your teamfight controls, not amazing either, but you do have a Disruptor on hand with Static Storm. That's already a big nuisance. You've got a Gyrocopter who could build Diffusal Disperser anyhow to deal with the Dusa. So you have answers here from the side of Fukui's. For Boom Esports, they cooked pretty hard in this draft, Mike. We have to see if Mushi's draft will work out. As you said, Mushi knows what he's doing. At least, you know, if something's wrong with the draft.
I know. Here he is.
Look.
There you go, Nico.
Yeah.
In case you're wondering, ladies and gentlemen, the voice lines are not available. Stop messaging me, asking me if I can send you voice lines. I can't. You should have bought it when you had the chance. I'm sorry. Demand and supply. What's Gabby saying? He's tipping Zhao, John. He's put the ha down. Here we go. I told you. There's no friendliness when it comes to supports. They hate each other.
No. I mean, you know, this is a little bit more.
They hate each other.
They hate each other. They stay in a Discord call all day. I don't know if you can hate someone like that. If you are, then you truly have some psychotic.
What are my names? Oh, hold on a minute. First Blood. I don't have any names over the heroes, which is going to be pretty interesting here, John. As Tim's is being chased down, apparently. Well, what's this? Where's the setting, John? What have they done to me? What has Valve done this time?
I don't know. It works fine for me. Try to reconnect. You know? Do you try restarting your PC, Michael Phoenix?
No.
A little bit of an issue there. Just in and out, maybe. Maybe it loads in. If not, well, you're gonna have fun.
Oh,
you know,
good.
you've got some fun pub names there. I'm pretty sure. I forget what they are, but you've got some fun pub names. Guillaume.
Guillaume.
Nico's just Nico. Muichiro. Okay, that's not stream safe, Joel.
Hold on a minute.
And Natsumi's just a bunch of characters. Fair enough.
They might be looking to draw First Blood here. JWL just casually waiting, but it's just going to be a quick bounty run. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's Jewel, right, John? That's what you're trying to tell me?
Jewel.
All right. All right. Could you imagine, John? I'm trying to turn on Dota. I'm trying to look at the PGM. You're talking absolute rubbish as always. Like, what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? It feels like I'm talking to my wife sometimes when I'm talking to you, John. She just expects the impossible from me at all times.
Yeah, well, you know, I am your second wife. You know, we've established this over the course of
You might be the
5 years,
first.
Michael Phoenix.
You might be the first if she keeps up what she's been doing,
look,
John. I'll tell you what.
I love the kids. I love the kids. I don't think I'm ready for 2 kids as my responsibility, Mikey. You know, not my job, not my jam. I'm happy as an uncle. That's a little bit too much for me. Taking a look at bot, not too much going on just yet. Zhao is having a good time poking. Does go for the level 1 Nagu, which I do enjoy seeing when you are running that support bristle. There's really nothing else you can do. Just Goo, try to right-click, chase down. The Medusa illusions are going to get extra value here for Joel, even laning phase, of course, as they are very hard to poke out. You don't have any way of just killing them fast enough. And Nico should have himself a good time. Right? The illusion spam down line is going to be pretty menacing. You've got the reflection, which can be annoying, not the most annoying thing in the world, considering that the damage isn't too high for this team in terms of right-click. There we go, the double spam from Nico. God bless this man.
Nico, we appreciate it, sir, but they can't buy it anymore. You've got to stop. You've got to stop, Nico. It's become a problem, sir. They're messaging me.
They're never going to stop, Mikey. He's never going to stop. But, you know, if he does make it to the Esports World Cup, it's going to continue there. Maybe that's where we should be hedging our bets.
On the bright side, the crowd will enjoy it, John. I can tell you that. You know, my people enjoy it. There you go.
Oh yeah. Yeah, well, if they make it through for Poopies, of course. Taking a gander at that mid-classic Spirit Brother matchup. You've got Yoe on the Storm up against Armel on the Chain Gang. Ember, as we were mentioning, being the more popular facet nowadays. Do like seeing this. Just the chains having so much presence is going to be quite annoying. The extra reach for the chains as well with the additional targets does make it easier to play for some lockdown opportunities. It is still a better lane for Storm overall, as you are playing from range. You've got the static slide going on. You can just poke away at Armel, especially if he doesn't get the timing for slight right, but even just controlling creep wave is a lot easier here for Yoe. So you should be able to run away with mid. Rune control, 4-minute walk rune could play a part. You don't really have the best support rotations that can come out here for either side. Chances are you end up with a 1-for-1. Let's see, as taking a look at the top lane again, has been going pretty well for Natsumi. They are finding solid enough farm. Jabs can't really stop that. Jabs having a little bit of a rougher time, at least slowing Natsumi down where he's slightly behind the Dusa, but not by much. In fact, pulling ahead now with this creep wave coming in.
Yeah. Gonna go down straight off the bat as we do see a kill here for Jewel, and of course we hear my beautiful voice as it happens. John, who needs play-by-play?
No, Nico should just do it himself. You know, we should remove the voice line cooldown in a pro match and just have the voice line spam away. Who needs us? Gabby?
See you soon, OG. Gabby could be in the spot of danger. Gabby, he's actually going to make it. Tim's the one down in danger, and Tim's will go down as Gabby's still running. The chase continues. In fact, they can't keep up. They can't keep up. The blood grenade will land, but the chase will not continue. Seems like Natsumi more than happy as Gabby about to die to the pool, but it will be okay. Gabby learning the hard way that support's, you know, not that simple. But you're doing good, Gabby. I've got no criticism yet.
Not yet. Does a great job of punishing out Tim, stepping a little bit too far. Does go for a pretty standard Thunderstrike and Glimpse. Again, he didn't go Kinetic Fence. He wants to try to hold him in to the Kinetic Field instead, due to the lack of AoE control. Does feel necessary here. They do manage to actually get that rotation out on Boom to deny the Water Rune from Yoe. So no top up for him. Gonna be feeling good for Armel to try to catch up on the mid lane, and Force is just having a good time. You know, when he's spamming the voice lines, he's feeling good, as he's very efficient with it. So he has, you know, that's how you can tell the lane's going fine for Force, because he's always spamming voice line. He has enough space that he doesn't need to worry too much about his position, where he just spams that voice line button every single second until it's off cooldown. And that's all he does.
He certainly does. That's all he does. Highest APM in the game. That's for sure. Things going pretty well so far for Kukuis. I mean, 2 kills ahead. No real threat here in the farm game. And quite frankly, John, I didn't really say this during the draft, but if you have a better laning stage, I certainly feel like I have more confidence with the draft of what Kukuis has. As we go again, top lane, Tim's in danger. Tim's will be saved for now, but not for long, as he does go down to Gabby another time. Now Jab's going to go for a run, but they've got even more help incoming. And Jabs is probably not making it out. So he will go for a run. They'll banish him up with the disruption, and they will hand another kill to Natsumi. This is getting somewhat problematic if you're Boom Esports.
It's more than somewhat problematic. It's very ugly for Boom, right? Like, you were talking about that tempo winning out laning phase there, Mike. You've got a Dusa that's going to be sitting back and farming. You've got a Brewmaster who won't have Aura or Radiance up at the time where your Ember Spirit's ready to connect. You've got a Bristleback and a Muerta support duo that needs to tie in with an Ember. You don't have hard control to try to, say, pin down something like a Storm. Maybe you could try to bully out Force, who isn't quite rushing the Guardian, pipe just yet, so you don't have to worry about the magic reduction. You can just try to burst him down, especially the chains here. But you're not finding it much. A little bit of miscomm with Joel and Yoe.
That's unfortunate. That was a very nice route as well here for the Storm, but Yoe's going to have to try and find a way to help Jewel out, or maybe just let him die. Because he took your rune anyway. Let him die. He's going to learn the hard way, Yoe. These damn supports, they've got to talk a bit more. Look at that T1 tower shot. We're 6.5 minutes in. What's going on?
They're shoving in. They sense that weak point without no rune control for Yoe. It's a little bit harder to play. You don't have the hardest lockdown, but there's nothing to back up Yoe either. So they'll just play poke and prod. Bot lane is being shoved in by Nico as well. With Jackie left alone, there's a lot of room for him to play.
I mean, this is very nice. Like, the fact that they're still keeping the siege creep alive now will finally go down, but the T1 tower is basically gone anyway. It's very, very nice play here from Boom Esports, and I think this is what you needed to do with the bad starters. Now they're jumping in top lane. A bit of a steal attempt for this Wisdom Shrine. The Shrine of Wisdom, rather, and they do get it here for Natsumi.
They got both?
It's quite... They did get both, and it's quite hard, because if you're this Brewmaster Muerta, like, you've already had a really poor start. Now Natsumi's level 6. Gabby's almost level 5. Like, you're not having a good laning stage any longer as this Brewmaster or Muerta.
You certainly aren't. And losing the 2 Shrines of Wisdom, especially for the supports you have here on Boom, is devastating. You've got Bristleback and Muerta both really need EXP to have some impact. Zhao now?
Yeah, Zhao getting glimpsed back here by Gabby. Be a nice kill for Nico, and yeah, I mean, it's a very interesting game thus far, because kill-wise, Kukuis are all over it, but objective-wise, you've lost your mid-tier 1 tower as Kukuis. So who the hell's winning?
I'd say you're still in a pretty good point here for the Kukuis. Like, you're still mitigating this laning phase. The one big thing that Kukuis needs to do is prevent, say, big stack buildups. They do have an early sentry blocking off the large camp and triangle on the Radiant side, so at the very least that buildup's not quite there. Ancients weren't fully stacked up either here from Boom, so the recovery farm's cut off. If they find a spot tier 1, I think you've done a great job already, although... Armel.
Well, they're looking here for Gabby. Disruption's going to come out from Jewel. And Armel not going to be able to really stick around too much longer. Though he does have a shield room bottled, so he could think about it, but does decide he doesn't really see an opening. And Kukuis with their support duo just doing a very good job of just keeping everyone protected here in these small engagements that we have been seeing. Very hard to actually expect to kill anyone when you've got someone like Jewel and Gabby just still sitting there waiting to just push you away every time, and they certainly just keep Nico safe. Nico has no threat in the world here as the TB. Second in net worth, in fact now top of net worth on this Terrorblade. You know, the second right now is Natsumi on the Gyrocopter, so again, Kukui's off to probably the best start you could have asked for. Maybe the mid lane could have gone a little bit better, but apart from that, things are going very smoothly so far for the Dire. We'll see what Boom do about it though, because again, they did open up the map with that mid-tier 1 tower going down, and it seems like Armel's had a very good time against Yoair. But it does feel like Armel's going to have to do some pretty heavy lifting this early game.
And the issue is, how do you connect with these 2 supports? How do you connect with the Bristleback? How do you connect with the Muerta? A little bit more straightforward with Tim's. You know, chains into the calling. Could be some good sort of control for some pickoffs here if you want to kind of work it that way. Still not very simple for Boom to execute on that tempo that you get from mid. They're trying to line up for top, look for a siege, try to shut down some of that farm space Natsumi has. But he is already managing to get that build up in the forward top jungle anyhow. So they're going to be fine with just trading tier 1 for tier 1. Top set to fall, bot could be shoved in by Nico, as he does have Metamorphosis ready. Not even committing that just yet. And for the side of Boom, there's just no launching for it. Zhao now, again.
Yeah, on the run, Zhao not looking as tanky as he would like at the moment. Jackie's sticking around to try and help him out, but he might need to look to retreat. In fact, they're moving in with TPs now. Maybe Nico's the one that's gone too far. He was not expecting the rotations out from Jabs. So he'll miss out on Zhao, and he'll lose his own life in the process. Not a happy time for poor old Nico. And John, he was top of the net worth pool. That's kind of the worst part, is that was an error you didn't really need to force in the first place.
Yeah, it's a little bit strange. Maybe he didn't expect Zhao to have level 3 Goo as a support. Maybe opt instead expecting Bristleback to be maxed out first with value points and Goo and Quills. But with level 3 Goo up, like 6 stacks of Goo, you're at minus 20 armor. Like, this Terrorblade has no durability at all. He is going back for the pipes now, but your issue is HP. It's not going to be magic damage whatsoever for the most part. Like, if this Bristle is allowed to just stack the Goo up, play with a Snot Rocket, you do die as the Terrorblade. You don't quite burst down that Bristle fast enough. See the side of Kukuis though, go out for a smoke. Armel is pretty far forward if you can chain stun him.
Gonna try. Armel, Static Storm's gonna lock him down, and well, sadly for Armel, not only does he die, but he has to hear my voice in the process, so not a happy day for Armel. Very nice kill here for Yoair. And this, I really feel like this is what Kukuis need to do. Like, just shut down Armel. Because he's the guy that's going to carry you through the early to mid game as for Boom Esports. So just shut that man down as much as possible.
Yeah, just make it hard for that launching point. Again, you only hear that can really play early on. is that Ember. Jabs is going to have to sit back and farm. He is going back for the Radiance. It's going to take time. They're still setting their eyes down bot here on Kukui's, eating some jungle space away from Jackie. With Natsumi snagging some away. Tier 1 still holding. Same thing goes up top. They haven't... Neither side has fully committed to the side lane Tier 1s yet. But should be opportunities and slow poke from Nico. I mean, he's not overextending anymore. He's showing a lot of respect and restraint for the minus armor strats that Boom are pulling out. Eventually, the number commitment will be there. They've got room in the triangle as well to just help Yoe recover after that rough start. Now pulling ahead of Armel with kills he's found. And the Kai timing shouldn't be too far off. That's when the Storm starts to feel a lot better, of course, with how much damage he's dealing with. A little bit of extra mana he gets out. And should start to be able to play. You get the gate movement up top here from the side of Boom, bringing Jackie and Zhao along. Natsumi would be a juicy prize, but again, the lack of hard lockdown here for Boom does make it difficult to see these kills coming on unless Armel lands a chain.
Oh, they found Natsumi, I think. He's underneath the ward right now.
Middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
But they're going to leave him alone.
Just another bounty.
Just keep tabs on what the Gyrocopter's up to.
Radiant's
Jackie
bottom
knows
tower
he's
is
out
under attack.
farming the Gyro at the moment, so Jackie probably making the call to just chill out for a little bit.
Radiant's bottom tower
Here comes some
has fallen.
rotations. Big smoke up from the eastern side. They'll move up to the top lane here, and Kukui is going to try to move right onto Tim's, but he does get the Pierce the Veil, and now the Static Storm being dropped right onto Jab's head. Jab's looking for the Primal Split, cannot get it off. Static Storm just lasting too long. Tim's is gone a boot. Natsumi on a double. And this is not what Boom wanted to see, as now the chase continues for Jackie. And they found it. Jackie being left alone. Zhao going to try and help from the low ground. There's your Stone Gaze being popped, and Jackie's now going to go for a man fight, but he can't really do it on his own. Armel's going to try to move in, but he's left the building as well. It's Jackie just trapped in the bridge. He's just trapped. Oh no, and Zhao's been caught as well. Zhao's surely dead, and there you go. He's gone.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's just really poor timing for Boom. They were the ones initially smoking. We saw the late smoke out from Kukui's. Armel decided to TP away. And if it was only Tim's dying there, if it was Tim's caught out first in that smoke, you would have been much better off on the side of Boom. But they all get collapsed on. Really good movement out from the side of Kukui's, widening that lead now to 3k. And for Boom Esports, they're missing the mark. Like Armel calling to go on to mid to just farm, camp the next rune instead. Cost them massively. You have no progression yet on Jabs. Jackie is still getting the farm he'd want. At the very least, that's one silver lining coming out here, but the course that you can actually bank on earlier on in the game
Dire's top tower is
aren't
under
really set up
attack.
for it. On the side of Kukui's, again, they're getting all of these successful rotations out. Every single kill, it's leading to more galvanized out for Yoe. Has 6 up at the moment. Has the amp damage rune bottled up as well. And he's going to be a menace, because your control
Dire's
right now
top
on Boom
tower
is
under attack.
it is lacking. Again, you have to kind of play with like Chain's calling combination, which is it just pales in comparison to just having static from Gabby on Kukui's. Like, it's much more consistent, it's much more reliable for Kukui's to get these fights off every single time. You're going to need BKBs on Boom, and you're a long way of thinking about some of those BKBs to come out here, as again, you need a Radiance up on Jabs first. You don't even have the Mage Slayer fully done. It is finished up on Armel at the very least, but going for the SNY. And will definitely need the BKB just to be able to stand and try to find that backline here. Which is a big window for Kukui's to keep playing. Right, your scaling is going well. The pipe for Nico is going to be flying out with Fury Respawn. They're very active with all of these smokes coming out on Kukui's. They are working the map quite nicely. Do at least have wards to watch the gate smoke usage here from the side of Boom. So they shouldn't be caught unaware. But the map space is shrinking fast, and that pressure from Kukui's, it's just not stopping.
And why would it? You know, there's no need to stop. You've got a disruptor that can always glimpse somebody back and just bring them right back to your team. In fact, are they going to run into Jackie? They will not. They will run into Zhao. There is a ward there for the Radiant side, but Zhao's dropping pretty damn quick here and might just end up going down. Still, the Static Storm is gone now, so they're going to go for the fight. Yoa has been caught. Disruption will buy him time, but is it enough? It looks like it just might be, as he does zip away. He's alright. They'll catch Jewel instead. Not the greatest of trades as you could have gotten the Storm, but Jewel once again just saving the day barely. And I suppose for Boom, at least they still get the better end of that trade in terms of gold.
That they do, but it's that lack of control again kicking in. You need to be able to connect as best as you can. You don't have all of the tools available yet. Ideally, I think an Atos for Tims is kind of necessary. If not, just trying to find Joel first, if at all possible, to try to simplify these fights for you. Still, it's a little bit of a compensation coming out for Boom. Network lead hasn't really grown. That 3k, 2k dropping down to 2k now for Kukuis. But again, they still have all of the safe farm coming out for Natsumi in his own jungle. The smoke attempts haven't been panning out. He's got the Axe. He's rushing BKB on Natsumi. So he's going to be able to be very active early on. He's not going to care about any of the damage output from Boom. Like, the right click isn't ready fully on Jackie, at least not until the butterfly is
Oh,
up.
they've had a big one. They found a big one, though.
Oh.
It's that ward paying off, Jonathan. They placed that ward about, 2-3 minutes ago, and it does finally end up paying off as Natsumi does get caught in that exact same position. And it seems like Boom, they want to try and move into the mid lane where they are currently going after Jackie, but Jackie's a bit too tanky to deal with. He's bought some time for Boom to try and close the gap. Kukuis, though, sensing something is wrong, will look to retreat, and so no fight will break out. It's just going to be a nice little invis rune for Armel. I don't know if Kukuis really should be looking to slow down, but I suppose with the death on Natsumi, they can't really hope to do much.
No, I agree with you. I think they should keep things up tempo. Maybe wait out for BKB on Natsumi before committing all in. But you at least have the pipe already up on Nico. He's ready to provide some ore for the team. The issue is you're playing into this power spike now from Jabs. With Radiance up, the Brewmaster has a lot more presence. The output of your right-click cores, even the Storm Spirit, can kind of get mitigated by this mischance. So you have a lot of leeway now to kind of try to engage on the side of Boom. We'll go for a little bit of a siege on mid with a Metamorphosis commitment out from Nico. And at the least, the full team fight commitment from Boom can still be a little bit rough, as again, you only have the Radiance up on Jabs. You still need a little bit more to be ready. So the siege
You've
can
got to
go
be
on.
You've got to be careful, though. Like, trying to push into this Bristleback support now with the hairball up is very scary. And here comes Armel. He's found Gabby already, but he can't quite finish the job off. Instead, they'll turn on to Nico. Nico, silent, stop looking in trouble, does go down. No Sunder from Nico. And now they're on a Natsumi. They want the big one. Jabs has got it completely controlled up. And he's gone as Yowie. He's going to try and jump in and at least take Tims' life. But what does it matter? You've lost 3 for 1. Jackie on a double, and I'll tell you, you've got to be so careful against that hairball. Like, you can't underestimate how much it builds up, how much the slow affects you, and I really appreciate Armel just running up the river from the eastern side of the map, Jonathan. They just weren't anticipating the rotation.
No, I mean, they had so much time on that mid-tier 1. They felt safe. They were starting to commit. And Boom just only get the numbers in. It's really the fact that, again, they're forcing this issue without the BKB on Natsumi. They're not able to find the backline themselves. Yoa's coming in later to these fights. And it just makes it maybe a little bit tougher to look for, say, the Muerta. Like, if Tims dies faster, you might be more comfy. Or if you pin down Jabs, prevent that primal split while you're looking for the pickoff, things can become easier. But they are playing it nicely here on Boom. And we were talking about the draft being harder to execute from Boom. They certainly are making this draft somehow work. Managed to get the Tormentor along with a full Atos up for Tim. So he's got the shard up. A little bit more damage can come out, but he's not really focused on trying to get kills with Pierce the Veil. Anyhow, the Atos is the much bigger timing. Just having that additional hold to try to pin down Yoa, to try to catch one of these supports, it does make it so much easier to start to play that game now. Because all of a sudden, Boom have a 4K lead in their hands. It's like, it comes rather tough for the side of Kukuis. We have to see them try to play again where they're strong. Catch out big heroes in the Static Storm. Even just one, like even just Armel or Jabs being caught in Static Storm could win you the follow-up fight. But you have to get that good usage out here from Gabby.
You do. That's the key to the fights, I think, for Boom Esports. Like, if they can catch Jewel or Gabby first, in particular Gabby with that Static Storm, it becomes an impossible fight because Jabs can just freely primal split every time, and then you're in real big trouble. Speaking of Jabs, he's not exactly going for a BKB either here, Johnny. He looks quite confident. He's going for that Pipe of Insight instead, which is fair enough. Could just give him the barrier to allow him to survive through the Static Storm anyway. But it seems like they're confident in being able to deal with Gabby throughout these fights anyway. So no BKB for Jabs. There is going to be a smoke on smoke, but it is Kukuis who are smoked much more. And Zhao's ready to break the smoke. This could be a very awkward fight. Kukuis, I think, should probably back off here, John. It could be a very awkward fight for them moving uphill, and here we go. Here we go. They'll lose Jewel already. Nico in trouble. Nico going to run right back into the loving arms of Jackie. It's another fight, John, in the same position. I don't know why they try it. I don't know why they try it.
John Yuel reads him like a book. Again, that's one thing we were mentioning, but it's also a factor in terms of how these teams play against each other. They're both very familiar with how each other's play. And John Yuel gets a good read. You know, it's all right. They're going to be smoking up. They're missing on the map. Breaks smoke.
Zip in. Yoe. He's trying to be cheeky. He's got enough mana for one more attempt with the BKB, John. Can he time it? No, he cannot. Looks like he's going to be just fine to zip away, but Aegis now up on Jackie, and that 4k net worth advantage looking like 6k now.
And this is scary timings now. Full butterfly up for Jackie. No MKB in sight yet for Natsumi, of course, as he just finished up his BKB. So the durability of this Dusa now is just massive. Of course, that can work against you. The reflection can be quite annoying. The Shadow Demon illusions can be annoying, but the issue is Joel has to use that disruption to save now, because they can't be offensive with it. So you're not able to really try to get that value and turning that Dusa against yourself, as you have to try to bail out one of these heroes when they are caught out. And for the side of Kukuis, like these rough fights are starting to work against them. Again, they're not able to initiate in the way they want. The Static Storm was decent, but the key thing in how Boom's playing now is they're actually just willing to throw Armel forward because he has the BKB. So the Ember can run forward first. If Jabs does get caught, as long as he's not caught in the kinetic field as well, he's still going to be able to get that Primal Split off. And you just don't have damage yet, and Natsumi to try to kill off the split. Right? The Brewlings are just a little bit too tanky at the moment. Maybe could be simplified with Chrysalis being up on Natsumi, but not quite yet. The Daedalus is when it starts to simplify even more. But that timing's starting to look like it lines up with the level 20 spike you'd expect me from Jabs with ruling HP. So whether or not it's going to be enough, I mean, there's still going to be a window for Jabs to play his game. 9 to 12, 8k lead for Boom. On the side of Kukuis, there's no quick item that fixes this. The Ags for Gabby could be nice. You know, at least preventing, say, Armel's BKB from coming on. Preventing a late pipe to come in from Jabs could also be quite good, but whether or not it's enough, your follow-through has to be clean. Yoa has to take more risks with his fresh BKB of his own. Like at 9 seconds, there's no debuff immunity piercing spells here on Boom. So you should be able to get an angle in, look for that backline. Maybe, again, just take care of Tim's.
Patience. They're going to miss out on Nico. See, no Primal Split in time to get the stun.
Yoe.
Meanwhile, mid though, Yoe forced the BKB. Armel's kind of on the chase, but does leave him alone. Plenty of mana here for Yoe to get away, but it does cost him that 9-second charge. And it really well and truly feels like Boom are in complete control of this game now. After those last couple of bad team fights here from Kukuis. Seems like Boom just understanding they control the map at the moment. Here comes Kukuis to try and disagree. I don't know if it's going to be a good idea though. They'll jump in with the Static Storm again onto Jabs, but he's just so tanky this time around. Can you kill him in time? Jabs, he will go. They have got him. That's the important target to take down first. Is there going to be anyone else left behind? Boom, they'll hold the high ground, and Kukuis, they're not going to run that way. So they'll take what they get.
It's a smart read from Kukuis. They had to throw everything out there. But that was the Demonic Purge, that was the Static Storm, all pieces of control, the damage, current support's gone. So just take it easy, go back to farming. Found out one big tool. Issue is, the respawns aren't too long here. 20 seconds until Jabs is back up. He still has the split. There's a window where that Static Storm isn't up, where that full Demonic Purge isn't ready as well. Like, you could look to play here on Boom. And again, you have this strong front line in Jackie with that full Butterfly up. Not too far off from this full Scotty either. So much HP, so much mana to play with, so much EHP you have to dig through here on Kukuis if you have to face this Dusa head on. Not really a time that you want here. They're lining up maybe for moving on Armel.
They're going to try. Armel's still fine. In fact, it was Yoa that was taking a bit of damage. Meanwhile, Jackie just casually took the mid-tier 2 towers. They're looking bottom lane. Nico being caught now with a Rod of Atos out, and he is just dead. It's looking desperate now from Kukuis, Jonathan. Because they just casually lost the mid-tier 2 tower, and now they're losing Nico.
Yeah. I mean, he's trying
In
to
fact-
find farm elsewhere.
Well, I thought Natsumi might get touched here by Armel, but Armel decides to just leave him alone.
Yeah, not fully committing. His Daedalus is flying out, and Natsumi is going back for the defusal, so not opting for like an MKB, which I get the defusal. You're up against a Dusa, you're up against a Bristleback support, the goose spam can be annoying. You need something to rip through the EHP of Jackie, but I don't know if you're going to be able to hit in. Gabby's telling Armel, don't be scared. Wag ka kabahan, don't be nervous, don't be scared. Fair enough.
I appreciate that. Moral support from Gabby, even though he's not on the same team. I appreciate it.
Good old Chief. Also, shout out to Chief Armel. He did treat the boys to a meal, I believe, going out of Dream League 26. Finally
Mariano?
treating the Tocino brothers. Yes, he treated the Tocino brothers to a meal, which is something that he's been calling for a while. Zip.
Oh, Yoe, I'm not sure about this. They're going to try for Jackie, but Jackie, he's losing some mana. Can they get through all of it? Jackie finally going down, surely. He's going to try and fight through this one, but he's got no chance. They've got him. Jackie down. They've also lost Tims, as Boom now need to look to retreat. And it really, really feels like the key to all this is that static storm. Like, if Gabby's alive, you've got to find a way to kill it. Because that static storm, it is ruining Jackie and Jabs.
And it is. The big issue for the side of Boom is that they didn't throw the numbers out front, right? Like, it's only Jackie and Static Storm. So Jabs wasn't around the area to try to split. You're pretty far from the TP point, pretty far forward in that top lane. And just committing out with Armel also isn't quite enough. Like, you need that disruptiveness of the Brewmaster here. And they find a big one to equalize the game. Kukuis again dragging that lead down to just 2k here for Boom. They'll find the mid-tier one as well. They get that defusal timing out from Natsumi. So he's going to be able to rip through Jackie even faster now. But that was them ripping through just the Butterfly without the Radiance on top. With that double extra protection of the Radiance Burn as well with Mischance, and that can be a difference maker. Again, Jabs wasn't quite close enough to utilize that, which is really key. Like, all of these parts have to work together from Boom. You separate them apart, and if Boom doesn't manage to respond, Fukui's does have some openings. Even Nico going for his own Diffusal Disperser build up here. So all in on trying to get some slow control and just more damage onto Jackie to get that Dusa kill faster.
Well, they're channeling going down towards that bottom lane through the Twin Gate. They know that Jules and Yoe were around there somewhere clearing out the creep waves, and they're guessing they're still farming the southern part of the map. In fact, now they will show under vision. This could be very scary for Yoe, but he does still have a BKB ready. He should be okay. Jewel, I can't say the same for him, nor can I say the same for Nico. Here we go. Jewel's going to get left behind. Yoe is actually going to jump in and try to help out, but is forced to BKB and try to fight back. He'll go after Tims. They'll take down the Muerta. It's a 1-for-1 of the supports. Do they want to keep going? Armel says yes, he does. Chains are out. He's caught Natsumi, but there's your Static Storm catching really nothing. Nothing caught in that Static Storm. They'll go after Gabby first. They'll wait for Natsumi till later on. There's Natsumi now being jumped, but he gets his BKB off and makes a walk away. They'll move on to Nico instead. Nico trying to sunder. He can't get it. Now they're back on a Yoe. Yoe is still trying to fight Jackie, but they can't do it.
Oh!
What are you doing? Get the hell out of there.
Oh! Well, Jackie managed to get something off with some vision, but I get the turnaround. I get why they try. An amp damage was found by Natsumi right before that turn back in. It's just not enough damage. This time around, this is the big difference maker. Jabs is in the middle. Jabs has the Radiance Burn going on. And that Mischance really eats into that effective damage you have here from Natsumi. You just don't have the MKB. You don't have a way of piercing through evasion consistently. With Butterfly and Radiance up, it's a lot of EHP on Jackie. Right? It's in fact so much EHP that Jackie had to pop his Stone Gaze earlier just to kill his own illusions off. Right? That could be one way you kind of go about it. Maybe just trying to get Joel to go for the offensive disruptions. Try to tie that in with, say, the Static Storm on top. That could complicate things when you have to play against the Medusa illusions yourself here on Boom. But it was very staggered this time from Fukuis. They didn't put their full numbers up. Boom was ready. And now they'll find another Tormentor for their cause. A freebie coming out for Jackie, of all people. Has the Cold-Blooded. A little bit more coming out with the Mystic Snake. So increasing his EHP in the middle of these team fights quite nicely here. And the 4K lead does come back up for the side of Boom. Full Ags being up for Joel is nice. Double Demonic Purge can do some work. They haven't had Tormentor access, so the Shard isn't there yet for Joel, which is maybe the more unfortunate part. The Demonic Cleanse can suddenly really help clean things up here, especially for Natsumi and Nico up front, and even Yoe. We'll have to wait a little bit longer for that. Boom, for their parts, they're in a good spot. I think the next big step for them is just secure next Roshan, as they have before. And dealing with 2 lives on this Dusa as she is just a nightmare right now for Kukuis.
Now going back to Jewel, I mean, I do certainly agree. Like, it feels like that cleanse is going to be so important here for the Shadow Demon, and I almost just think he should just go buy the shards at this point. Just so important to keep Natsumi alive here, especially up against this Nasal Goo that's making his life very hard throughout these team fights. The thing is, like, you ignore Zhao and you realize you can't move after like 10 seconds. So those slows are just too much with the Nasal Goo and the hairballs being thrown out. So they are going for Roshan again here, Jonathan. It just feels like Boom are getting away with literally everything. There's your Roar coming out now from Roshan, so Kukuis definitely know what's happening. Problem is, there's a ward right in their triangle, so it'd be pretty hard to even get within range of a Roshan pin. But they're not trying anyway. Roshan once again to Boom Esports.
Secondary life on Jackie once again. Again, the last time they dealt with Aegis quite nicely, they let it expire. Jackie's playing forward without the rest of his team. Doubt that same mistake will be made by Boom again, as there's very few objectives to have to play for.
Ooh.
Big spike for Gabby though. Full Ags up. So BKB won't save you any longer from Armel. That's going to be the key thing here. At the very least, a late BKB usage won't save you. An early BKB usage can still help out.
BKB forced here from Armel. Yoe making him quickly get the hell out of there with the BKB TP. I do really like that Ags now on Gabby though. I mean, it's just such a big difference maker if you can land a nice static storm. We saw how impactful it was earlier on without the BKBs, and like I said, if you can just get Jabs or Jackie in that static storm, things can be ultra difficult for Boom Esports to try and deal with in these fights. They've smoked up, they're moving through the mid lane. Nobody hanging around that area, so they're going to head west. Looking to get into that dire jungle. They will get there. Boom is currently hanging around on the western side of the dire jungle. Jackie right below them just farming the triangle, and it doesn't really seem like this smoke's going to amount to anything. In fact, all it does is give time for Jackie to have his own BKB now.
It's going to be a little bit scary once you do have some debuff immunity running again, just to pile on. And for the side of Boom, they have so much time. They have so much leeway here. Maybe you could think about the tier 2 top first. You should know Boom's trying to even out that area, shoving it out with Nico, having more heroes behind him in that forward jungle. Will want to clear out all the tier 2s to get that clean high ground opportunity here for the side of Boom. But again, you've got the... Oh.
Well, he was being hunted. Armel and Tim's going to leave him alone. Instead, they're heading up top lane. They did see Nico on the TB, but he's going to TP out immediately, so no chance of hell of him getting caught out. So it looks like they are just going to aim for that tier 2 top tower. So the last outer tower standing here for Jackie and the boys, and Jackie still has that Aegis up here, John. So you might even consider going high ground on him.
No reason to be scared. You should have a Roche banner as well hanging around in someone's backpack. It's on Jabs. So the siege isn't too hard to get off. At very least a little bit of time on sieging. They have double siege creep on hand as well to play with a banner up top. That should be the angle they're looking for, and it looks like they are going to gun for it. How do you deal with the 2 life? It has to be off the back of a really good static storm. Like, Gabby has to be on point here with that usage. They need to be able to find a way to control one of these big team fight setters, either Armel or Jab somehow.
I'll jump in. Jackie going to get dragged back here by Yoe. Already a lot of mana being lost here for Jackie, but don't forget, he's got 2 lives available. He'll take his time with this one. Plenty of time on the Aegis to try and abuse here. It doesn't seem like they're feeling like sticking around, as Yoe's going to zip right in, gets right back out. Boom Esports, it seems like they'll come back another day.
They did manage to clear out the Roche banner here from Kukui, so no security on the high ground, at least no way of keeping those creeps alive for the full siege, and that could cause the game to stall out just a little bit more. Daedalus fully up now for Jackie. More damage output from him, but it also means his own illusions and reflection can hurt if you're not careful about your usage here. You will have to, again, think twice about that, especially into the Shadow Demon. These illusions alone can cause some issues, as you're seeing here. Just clearing out the creep waves quick.
Natsumi, be careful, sir. Jackie's going to cut him off. Natsumi, can he get away? That Skadi slow is very painful for him. He'll still run. He's going to be okay. The Disperser will save, has now moved back in from Yoe. He has found Tim's trying to burst him down before he has to leave. He'll pop his BKB for this, and he does get away with it. Yoe will get tipped, but here comes Armel. No chains to land them. They want the fight now. Armel's going to get zipped back. BKB available, but he's been muted. He's been muted. I don't think they'd seen the Ags yet on Gabby, so they had no idea what was coming. That'll be another great kill for Kukuis.
Get some punishment. Boom just looking to poke a little bit too hard. Does get split apart and punished quite nicely. Network lead has disappeared. Game evens out once more. Tempo is still on Boom's end, but they don't have that Aegis any longer. It does expire at this moment now from Jackie. He does still have room to get the Ags up. That split shot getting the modifiers. The exit target's really nice, especially against illusion heroes. That can help to, again, try to simplify some of these fights, but there is a fight back now from Kukuis with that Ags. Knowing the Ags is up, you shouldn't get glimpsed back any longer with BKB just on standby. You should just instantly BKB when the glimpse does come in. So you shouldn't be caught out, at the very least here on Boom.
Timmy just picked up a butterfly. Be a bit awkward here for Boom. They will see it. The Disperser makes life a little bit challenging in terms of trying to delete this gyrocopter. So he just has that crazy movement speed to get away every time he does activate. Now with that, no fight to break out once again. Now both sides playing the avoid game, and I'll tell you what, John, when you saw the drafts, you kind of anticipated it was probably going to be a long game. You know, you can kind of see that coming from a mile away. Even with the big start that Kukui's had, they just... If you couldn't keep that tempo going throughout the mid, chances are it was going to be a pretty long game between these two.
And it is. It's shaping up to be one as we approach the 40-minute mark. I don't know if we were going to get a 1R game, to be fair. It does feel like you can kind of see it falling apart after like a bad team fight from either side. The high ground can kind of commence. Maybe a little bit easier for Boom to kind of look for that transition for sure. But with only one tier 2 taken away here, Natsumi's just going to look for a response, just poking onto the high ground with the rest of his team behind him. Their positioning is clean from Kukuis. But they're keeping the supports very well hidden away.
The big difference as well is, like, Natsumi, he takes objectives way faster than, say, Jackie can on the Medusa at the moment. It's kind of the one thing, like, if you give an opening to Kukuis, chances are they're going to get through a Rax or two. We've got to be quite cautious about that as Boom Esports, is you've always got to be prepped to defend that high ground if the lanes aren't always pushed out, because he pushes quick.
And he does. And now you have the full Ags up for Yoe. So the mini black hole is up, even more control, more ways of trying to drag more heroes in to that static storm. Yeah, the blue hole with a static storm, the blue, I don't know, blue distortion, whatever.
No, there's no
blue
need
field.
There's no need for that, John.
All the blues,
there's no need for
you know?
There's no need for that. It's a blue hole, John.
The blue hole with, yeah, with blues. Blues, Mikey. Smoke! That's not quite blue.
That's all you'll be listening to, John, if you're unemployed, I'll tell you that. Just the blues, sir.
I don't need to be unemployed to listen to the blues, Mikey. It's just in me.
Oh, hold on a minute. Who are they going for? It's like they're just... Nico's illusions. That's pretty much it. They want to try for the top lane again, but this time you're doing it without an Aegis or the banner. So chances are, you are probably stuck waiting for Roshan as Boom Esports. Thing is, this time, Kukui's almost guaranteed will not give away a free Roshan. You can't.
No, they definitely can't, and they do have really good ways of fighting into such a constrained area. And then the blue hole, the static storm being on hand, all the damage from Natsumi and from Force, who's very close to his full Scotty. It's all starting to stack up.
Oh, is it
Tormentor take is quite quick though.
Yo, can you catch somebody, sir? No. No, they're all gone. They are all gone. It really felt like one of those fights where you just zip in with the BKB and hope for a big AoE vortex, but it does not come. And so Kukui's back to the drawing board now. And they've got to be cautious because Roshan's up, John. They can't... They're in the wrong position to try and contest Roshan. They've got to be a little bit careful here. Because with that goo, it's a lot of minus armor for poor old Roshan. He's getting old, John. He can't put up with it too much longer. They're going to go for a shrine take, but who cares about the shrine when Roshan's happening?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, it's Roche would refresh as well. So like double Remnant stacks up for Armel could be big. Double BKB for Jack, it could be nice as well.
They're
And it's just going to go nice and fast.
It's too late. They missed time. I mean, obviously Kukuis were not anticipating an early Roshan spawn, but that's exactly what they got. And Boom Esports, they checked. Kukuis did not.
No. So they do have that leeway now on Boom. They've got the security lined up for themselves here. But Kukuis, I mean, they can manage 2 lives, as we've seen. They can handle the 1 life on Jackie. 2 lives, certainly not out of question as well. Although it depends on how well they stagger their spells. Like if you commit too much, let's say Static Storm plus the Blue Hole in the first life, and the interval on the respawn's quite fast, like you kill him instantly after that. Not having that Blue Hole afterwards could cause some issues there. So they have to be a little bit smart here on the side of Boom, on the side of Kukuis, but Boom, for their part, they have to find a way to break through this puzzle. Again, it comes down to how hard their teamfight control is to execute. You've only got Shames, you've got the Atos from Tim's, and Calling, really. If Jabs can get the split, you've got that utility from the Brewlings for sure, but all of it, again, is very single target focused, in comparison to Kukuis, who can play in constrained areas quite nicely with a Static Storm and that Blue Hole on hand. It's just easier. It's just so much easier for the side of Kukuis to take a full 5v5. Boom has to kind of hope for a pick-off first to simplify everything else, to improve their chances
Radiant's
to
middle tower
kind of
is
go
under
into
attack.
5v4. And that's where things start to get a little bit more manageable for the side of Boom. But we're not seeing Kukuis make those same mistakes earlier. No, the supports are very well hidden at back. They're always holding their spells. They're waiting for the opportunities. They're waiting for Boom to be impatient, which they have shown once in a while here,
Nico?
especially as they try to approach high ground.
Nico? I mean, he's going to be somewhat cautious. There's no wards here to scout him out, but you don't want to lose any bodies right now. Yo it. Oh, yo it. He's going to zip away. That's alright. Nobody caught here from Kukuis. It's scary, Jonathan. Very spooky at the moment. Especially if you drop a body or 2 here as Kukuis without buyback, that could just be game.
Could just end just like that, but I think the big thing is that Boom is also not playing as a unit just yet. They're playing split across the map, so even if you did find that pick-off on Boom, I don't know if you'd be able to capitalize on the numbers advantage instantly. They will make their way across the gate, they'll try to regroup down bot, and now this is the clump up you're looking for, but you're not finding that pick-off opportunity. Natsumi's a little bit far forward, sure, but again, how do you get that control through with BKBs up? You have nothing to pierce that debuff immunity.
Oh, yo it. He's going to zip in onto Tim's, trying to burst down the Muerta straight off the bat. Tim's dropping low, does go down. It's a great start for the dire end of things, as now they can really try to force the fight. They've trapped Jackie in, but they don't seem to really want to try and deal with him yet. They'll just chip away at the mana pool for now, with the reflection as now Yoet going to jump in, gives the vision for the glimpse back. Jackie's got 2 lives here, but they're moving in for the first one. He's still alive though. Mana low, here comes Armel, he'll jump right on the back. He'll make sure they do not have the chance to take down Jackie, who does get handed the cheese now. So Jao will hand over the cheese to Jackie Boy. Meanwhile, Jabs has popped the primal split, trying to move in and do something, but does end up kind of wasting it, as now Jackie pops the cheese, looking to move back in for the fight. Still has his BKB to use. Still has the Aegis, still has the BKB. Nobody's really dying apart from Tim's. And both teams are obviously going to look to retreat here, John, because, well, they can't kill each other.
No. I'd say the side of Kukuis can actually look for more. And no split out from Jabs, Static Storm still ready. You haven't committed much.
Oh, Mel, he's too quick. Did you see that, Jonathan?
Oh yeah.
The slider fist juke. My goodness. Nico's trying to chase him down, but it's all over, mate. Walk back in embarrassment. Armel was too good.
And he was. I do appreciate they were set up right by the Remnant, just no one else to tie in with Nico. Try to get that catch. And that is your opportunity kind of gone. You know, Static Storm on cooldown now. Should align closely to the split from Jabs. Did manage to at least waste cheese, and Aegis is only at 40 seconds left. Not much time for Boom to try to find that opening. So they're stuck at a little bit of a stalemate here on the side of Boom Esports. And for Kukuis, this is exactly what you want. Your late game scaling with an Offlane Terrorblade and the Gyrocopter is just so much cleaner. Both of these heroes scale insanely well into this point of the game. You've got that full Scotty up for Nico. He can go for his own BKB. He can start thinking about more damage if he'd want to as well, to kind of tie it all together. And for the side of Boom, your scaling damage is really only onto Jackie, maybe a little bit onto Armel. But it's a little bit harder to play that Ember game at this point. And Jabs didn't go for like that right-click Brewmaster you tend to see sometimes. He is still full utility. So your presence here isn't amazing. Again, they managed to sit through their Aegis here on Kukuis. Full expiry now for Jackie. So they've got a window to play with. A very clean window on Kukuis where no secondary life on Jackie is a major threat. Like, we're seeing Jackie having to deal with so many things. The reflection, the disruptions from Joel, the Dusa illusions are just doing so much damage back to him. And he only has the Manta. It's so hard to know when to commit the BKB for Jackie just because of all these ways of turning Jackie against himself.
Here we go again. Natsumi looking pretty confident here on the Gyrocopter, and in fairness, he hasn't really been dealt with in quite a while now. It really does go back to that lockdown issue you kind of spoke about here with Boom, where they just don't have any way to lock somebody down long enough. So they've got to try and force something, and it seems like they might even force a defense out from Kukuis very soon. Though Kukui's just casually creep skipping as well, so nothing for them to push with. So Boom instead, they're going to go for a big smoker. Assault Cuirass just picked up by Jabs as well. He'll TP right back towards the tier 3 tower, looking to block them off. Is Boom, who are wrapping out through the back. In through the Radiant Triangle they'll go. The question is, can you lock somebody down long enough? Is the big one here for Boom. They'll wrap around again through the triangle. They're just holding their position. Yoe's going to zip to the secret shop. Zhao's going to see the TB. They're going to try and jump in now into Nico. Nico on the run. Armel's going to lock him down though with a quick refresh. And it seems like Nico should be in pretty big danger as he does go down. And that was the refresher shard popped by Armel just to ensure they found that kill. Mind you, John, there's no buyback on Nico.
A 1,000 gold away.
He's telling him. He's telling him, John.
And that he is. Good move out from the side of Boom. Issue is they have to try to capitalize off it. The creep waves aren't shoved in their favor. Gonna have to course correct fast. That window, it's only a minute. Might not be long enough for them to feel fully comfy. And again, they did have to use a big tool. They, in fact, refreshed. They buy out the refresh on RML, but it is on cooldown. So it doesn't have that secondary one. I didn't know the cooldown would carry you through even if you didn't buy out your refresh yet. Rather interesting.
Certainly does. Unfortunately for Armel. So that might make it so Boom Esports wait. Because again, John, you know, Roshan, you don't have it at the moment.
Yeah.
Refresh Orb on Armel, it's still got another 2 minutes. Like, do you really want to risk it? Probably not. Plus, Jonathan, let's not forget this is game 1 of the qualifiers. Why not go past the hour mark? Why not see those T5 on?
Yeah. You know, those wonderful tier 5s. Do we have anyone on Dormant Curio? I don't think we do.
No,
so
not
sadly enough, no one's playing the long con.
They did. A lot of them did have it. But they didn't have faith in themselves to drag it out this... Or maybe too much faith in themselves to finish off the game, John. Maybe that's what it was.
Yeah, maybe that's what it was. Would have been fun to see them into tier 5s. Then you get the Divine Regalia, then you die. So you really have nothing. That's always the funniest part. When we were casting some of those tail-end Dream League games, you see a few Divine Regalias and they just die with it. It's like, oh, cool. It's gone now. Worthless.
Well, they jumped on. They found Armel. They found Armel. It's a big one. And Armel is down. Luckily, though, Armel, he's a smart man, Jonathan. He saved for buyback goal.
That he did. He's It's an opportunity now for Kukuis as well, and Roshan is up.
Roshan.
No, Armel to be sneaky.
Uh-oh. That's scary, Jonathan. This is the first Roshan of the game that Kukuis has managed to find as well, mind you. And there's no defense to come. They can't do without Armel. It's either buy back or don't. And the answer is don't right now.
Gets scary. Secondary life for Natsumi. Divine Rapier queued up. A refresh shard as well for double BKB. An amp damage
and an
as
amp
well
damage.
for good measure. Right after Roshan, the classic.
The
You
classic
love to say
SCA double
Gaben's
damage.
blessing. Right?
That's Gaben's. I almost forgot what it was called, John. Gaben's blessing.
Yeah. Well,
Thank you,
Gaben's
John.
blessing, the hidden patch. No?
Radiant's middle tower
If you
is
take
under
Roshan at this so-and-so mark, you will get an amp damage room. As it is
Especially if you're the losing team.
especially if you are losing. This is, I think if you are Jackie, you have to stop microing illusions out to the creep wave, because these Dusa illusions, they don't help you. They really don't.
Radiant's middle
No, they
tower
don't.
is under attack.
No, they don't. I wonder how the
Backdoor,
high ground
backdoor.
defense goes here for Boom as well, John. Like, it's much easier to defend high ground against a
backdoor?
Medusa than it is a Gyrocopter
Radiant's
TB.
middle tower has fallen.
What backdoor? No backdoor
No
for
backdoor.
Natsumi.
None.
Doesn't care.
Amp damage is removed now from Natsumi, so he won't have that. Not that it really matters, because he does look to retreat anyway. And yeah, I don't want to jinx it, John, but it's starting to feel like we could have some tier 5 items coming soon.
Yeah, I love it when you say that, Mike. Game's gonna be over soon. Thank you. It's not gonna reach air, as it
No.
tends to do.
It
moment
never
we
does
talk
when I
about
say
it.
that. It literally
Yeah.
never does.
But you know, if you do go into 6 minutes, I want to see Natsumi with Divine Regalia with Divine Rapier on hand. So it's either
Oh,
they
yeah.
win or they just completely lose. Like that. That's the beautiful part.
Well, here we
one
go.
way
He's
to
trying to
about
win
it.
right now, John. Natsumi, no fear in the world with that secondary life. Wants to move in. Yoe going to find Tim's. Does zip in straight away, knowing he can try to burst him down, but gets an Aeon Disc proc for now. Meanwhile, Armel jumping right in the back, trying to find Jewel. In fact, that was Jabs trying to find him. Armel still chasing him around. Still can't quite get the kill as Jewel. Now going to go on to Jackie. Meanwhile, the Static Storm has been dropped. They found Jabs and Jackie in that. But Natsumi, he's the one going down. Can he survive? He can for now. Natsumi's still going, still has that Aegis up, but Jackie will find the first life. Now Disruptor also down. Gabby is gone. Yo is still trying. He's low on mana though. He'll barely get away. Jackie's trying for the man fight. Natsumi, he's
What?
losing the man fight. Oh, Natsumi
God.
lost the man fight. What?
He popped Satanic on his first life.
Oh,
trying to stay
you
alive.
Don't do that. You can't do that. Oh, they found Nico as well.
What the?
What do you mean he popped the Satanic, John?
Yeah, he popped it. I heard it. I saw it. He popped Satanic
Oh.
on first life. He had BKB for the second with no lifesteal. Armel
What's
says
happening here?
that fight was nice. Cuckoo's happy. Or
course
Boss
he is.
Cuckoo is feeling something. I always forget what that means. It's like cheering or in jeopardy. Something like that. Either very happy or very sad with that fight. Watching Cuckoo's. But also cheering for Boom. I don't know if he is. Probably is to
Who
an
knows?
extent. You know?
He doesn't care, John. He's going to EWC. He couldn't give a crap.
Dyer's
Yeah,
middle
he-
tower
Yeah, either way the
Tier three
Cuckoos are
town.
going out, right? Either way.
Are they buying back here, John?
are fortified.
How much do you give up?
I think you can play against one racks. If you see the tier 4 commitment, you definitely buy back.
Dyer's
But they're not.
They're gone. They want
Oh,
the
they
buybacks.
will. They have to.
There's one.
Dyer's middle
Sure, could you get more? I guess it's not worth the risk. It's not worth it. You got one.
Dyer's
It's a
middle
good one.
tower has fallen.
They're still going for a secondary racks. I don't think they have... Well, they have time if they want to stick around and risk it. They'll get a tier 3.
Tower has fallen.
Yoe's up in 10. There's your glyph out. And yeah, they're not going to have enough time for the racks. But you got one racks up. No need to risk your lives. You got a buyback committal for nothing from Nico. And, of course, Jonathan, you could just wait for the next Roshan.
Oh, I thought you were going to say tier 5s. Yeah, that's Roche is nice too.
No, no.
But the tier
I've reached it
5s,
enough.
Mike. Divine Regalias, Mike. If Natsumi gets a Divine Regalia and dies like that again, and if he had a Divine Rapier, you know, that could end the game. Not in a good way for Kukuis. It could end the game either way. For either side, to be fair. Could be the way to go. Let's see. Still a few minutes away from that.
I can't-
Almost around the same time.
Can I just have a sook for a second, John? I can't
Yeah.
believe they made Spider Legs tier 5. That really upset me. That really upset
Pretty
me.
damn strong though.
Radiant's bottom
It was so fun. Here we go. Here's the highlights from the last fight. So it looked messy. I mean, Jewel was trying his best to just survive. Armel committed everything onto him, and Jewel still made it out, just barely to get the purge off. But even the Static Storm is just not doing enough through the BKB of Jackie. Natsumi, here we go. He pops the Satanic, wants to survive the first life. Everyone immediately just runs away and kites him out. And once you knew the Satanic was down, Jackie was like, well, hold on a minute. I can take this fight.
Yeah.
This is my fight.
I mean, I can't believe he popped Satanic and BKB. Like, that's a crazy part. You pop both of those in one Aegis life, expecting to win in a vacuum. It's not smooth going. They get the clean up there with a deep chase from
Radiant
Armel.
are scanning.
And you're seeing some of the weaknesses here on the side of Kukuis. The Cold-Blooded is doing quite a fair bit. And just having that extra snake coming out is doing a ton of work and just sustaining Jackie true when you wouldn't expect it. And again, it's like you have to be so cautious on Natsumi. Maybe it kind of loses his cool a bit, you know, popping all defensive tools. You have to watch out for that. Tormentor again, so much gold from Tormentor now to each teammate on hand. 10k lead coming out from Boom. Kind of ridiculous.
Jackie's literally holding 12k right now, John. He's holding more than the net worth lead in his bank account at the moment. He's going to buy out a Refresh Orb and a Moon Shard. No Divine yet for old Jackie. He might just hope for a nice Regalia for his tier 5 item in 1 minute and 50 seconds. Gaben, please don't ruin it for us. His smoke is going to come out. Kukuis want to put an end to this game, Jonathan. They're hoping the Jinx works out for him. There's a Refresh Orb now on Natsumi. They want to try and make a play with this. He's actually short 250 gold for buyback on that Gyrocopter, but I suppose that should be okay. You'd think. It won't matter anyway, because there's no fight to break up.
Yeah, and again, maybe you chill out to that 60-minute mark. You do have some time here until the next rush as well. It kind of aligns with when tier 5s come in line, but Boom aren't waiting. They've got the room to spread out. They go for the smoke. They've got everything back online. Natsumi's so far forward here by himself.
Natsumi! Sir, this is a Wendy's. Get the hell out of here. Jackie's gonna go fight after Yoe. They're going again. The Satanic's been popped another time. Natsumi, though, he's running out of gas here. He's running out of gas. Run, Natsumi. It's not safe. He'll refresh. He's got him again. Here we go. Armel now being caught. Static Storm going to lock him down, but he's just not dying quick enough. Armel, can he get away? He cannot. They've got Armel. He'll buy back. In they go again. Killing off Gabby this time. Satanic again out from Natsumi. He's just holding the high ground. Jabs will bring him up in the Cyclone. But that should be enough. Buyback's committed. Jabs is still okay. Oh boy. Scary, scary fight, Jonathan. Look at this. Kukui's praying for an early Roshan.
They are. But it's also going to align with tier 5s, and you might have the farm advantage here on Boom if you do start to go into that jungle, but they're forced to stay in their base. Massive commitment out from Kukuis, right? Buyback on 3. Yo and Gabby and Joel haven't come in, only Armel having to expend his. So you've spent a total of 4 buybacks on the side of Kukuis. You've spent a total of 2 on Boom. You're in much better game state right now for Boom Esports. And tier 5s are up. It's a 2.5-minute respawn here for Roche for a little bit of a later one. Does look to be not too long to wait for on the clock. We'll see. But let's see if they get lucky with these tier 5s as well. Right? Are you going to gun for like a Divine Regalia? Are you going to get the Helm of the Undying? Which is ridiculous.
I genuinely think Helm of the Undying for Natsumi is kind of... I reckon it's just so good. Because he can wipe a team with that if he has enough time. Then again, you know, I can't say no to the Spider Legs or the Regalia, John. Or the Book of the Dead, John, even though they keep nerfing it for whatever reason. If Kuku was in this game, he would have chosen Kuku's sitting there right now, being like, if they choose Book of the Dead, that's how you finish the game. There's your Divine Regalia. Congratulations, John. You're welcome.
Did he actually go for it? Who got it?
Who got it? Where is it? He didn't get one. He got the Helm of the Undying.
Nico got it. Nico got the Divine
Nico
Regalia.
got it.
All right.
He did get the helm. He's got the helm on Natsumi. I think that's a good choice. That's a good choice.
That it is. That it is. Very nice so far. Divine Regalia for Nico at this point. I mean, to be fair, it's like, what are you going to do? He's got Titanic up as well, so he's doing a ton of damage without Metamorphosis.
Jackie's
He's
got one too,
everything
John.
you could ask for.
We've got two calls, two carries that aren't. Oh, look at Gabby. Gabby knows, John. Gabby, he's got a call from the boss. Boss crew's giving him a call.
Are scattered.
Book of the Dead has been picked up by Gabby. He's gonna save the game. I can feel it. I came here ready to trash talk Gabby in this series, Jonathan. He's suddenly become my hero. I love you, Gabby.
I wonder if he didn't have a Helm of the Undying. I feel like that always takes priority.
He
even on
wanted the book,
supports.
John.
It's a free Aeon. It's a free Aeon disc. You know, it's so big. Oh, Jackie.
Oh, jump in, Jackie. That could be a bit of an error. He's still gonna survive for now, but the mana pool's gone. Jackie! He's got the helm, but he's locked in. He can't do anything. Jackie's down. Armel's trying. Jackie's gonna buy back, but Armel's looking pretty bad himself now. He's out of mana. He needs to find a way out, but Yo is just gonna lock him down with the Vortex. And Armel's gone. No buyback for Armel. Meanwhile, they're still fighting. Jackie's incoming slowly but surely on the Snake Lady. Jab's trying to hold them back, gets another split off, still trying. Here they go.
Oh, Nico.
Nico's the target. Nico barely going down. They will move on to Yoe now. Yoe forced to zip away, but now Natsumi's been left behind. Can Natsumi do it? He's got nothing to use anymore. Satanic's gone. He's down. Natsumi, you're already dead, so you may as well fight. Where are you running? Why are you running to the fountain, Natsumi? Doesn't work that way.
He tried to fight, he got cold-blooded, unfortunately, so turned to stone for a little bit. Very unfortunate for the side of Kukuis. That's a disgraced regalia now for Nico.
Oh,
So instantly
no.
not having a tier 5 until he refreshes in
Oh, how
7 minutes when
embarrassing.
he farms a new one. And he goes
embarrassing.
all in. He goes all in. It doesn't quite pan out. At least they get the dieback of Armel. But you also get the dieback of Nico on hand. So you're kind of winning anyhow on both sides. Roche is open. You've got the numbers advantage on Boom if you so wish. Could look to make that play into the area if they wanted to at this point. But chances are you probably wait for Armel. Yeah, there you go. We did get Disgrace Regalia in this game. Did get it.
Whoa. I'm upset about the fact that this Necro book is just so bad. Why'd they make it so bad? Tim's got
Yeah.
one too. Well, why is it so bad now, though? It's a tier 5 item. Yeah, back in Dota 1, John, the things I could do with this book in Dota 1, you have no idea. The people I terrorized, oh my god.
We are... How many years out are we from when Dota 1 got its last patch? It was last updated at 6.83. That's the last time it had parity with Dota 2. 6.83 Michael Phoenix.
Us oldies, we refer to it as Dota All-Stars, John, not Dota 1, as the Vortex does come in. Big Static Storm out as well. Roshan's still healthy, but they've lost two.
Yo,
Yoe!
no buyback.
Yo, Yoe! Oh, Yoe, no! He was so close to being the hero. He thought he was him. Oh.
Oh no.
Dire's middle tower
This is
under
Oh,
trouble.
can they defend now? I mean, that storm was a big part of the puzzle, John. He's got the disgraced regalia. He's dead.
Oh,
It's just
no.
how much
Two
more
disgraced
disgraceful
regalias.
can it get? How much more
Can get
disgraceful,
even
John?
more. Even more disgraceful. It's not smooth going. Armel still has his divine regalia. He picks it up after dying, so he's fine.
Smart man. Smart man.
Very smart man. You know, he's got that utility now. And they have everything on Boom. Secondary life's ready, banner's ready, refresh shard as well. Hand it over to Tim's. Just in case, double Aeon disc can be quite nice, but passing it on to Jabs could be good, although he does have the refresh word, so it might not even be necessary. Key thing now is, can you pierce high ground? There's a minute window without Yoe. Nico has
got Jabs.
respawned.
They found Jabs with Armel. He's actually going to block the way. He's caught a lot of them here, John.
God!
Oh boy, it's a trap. Armel's got him. Armel has got him well and truly. That's 3 down now for Kukuis.
barracks are under attack.
Boom Esports. They're going to split. They're going right for the tier 4 towers. No wasting time. There's no buybacks left here. They've got to defend 2 versus 4.
Dire's structures
I don't know how you do it as well, because the Cyclones are just going to keep coming here from... In fact, they do go for an illusion this time. Natsumi, he's going to move in, but really can't fight Jackie. Tier 4's gone. Onto the Ancient they'll go. And Boom Esports very confidently finding the Ancient for game number 1 victory.
GG, nice
They
try.
will drop the GG. Nice try from Gabby, he says. Not sure if Gabby realizes what team he's on here, Jonathan, as we do get to see the lovely scoreboard 1-0 so far this best of 3 between Boom Esports and Kukuis. Jonathan, I gotta tell you, a lot of the time during that game 1, I thought Kukuis had that one in the bag.
Yeah,
those 2 fights we saw in that same position by the Roshan pick, that's what really seemed to cost them this game.
Yeah, it was the Roche fight, and it was the Aegis fight for Natsumi, right? The one where he had the Aegis, they were sieging high ground on bot, and on his first life, he beat KB and Satanics while Armel's dancing like a maniac. Like, that's an overcommitment coming out. That's the kind of mistake that does lose you a game. Like, you have to know when to use your stuff. You have to always be aware of all of these things when you're going in with the Aegis, when everything's on the line. And for Kukuis, it just falls flat there. Otherwise, this is actually a very evenly matched game, right? Where you're seeing why Kukuis made it far in those open qualifiers and why perhaps some of these teams that are in the road to the Esports World Cup can be intimidating. Like, they did lose to Tech Free Gaming, who's in here as well, and going to be playing in another series. But the competition is sharp. If Kukuis are bringing that kind of fight out to Boom, I wouldn't be surprised if this went all the way to 3 games.
No, absolutely not. I do look forward to seeing what they look to change up, because you and I were a bit concerned about the Boom draft when it first came in, especially, you know, as you saw throughout that game, there was lack of lockdown going on. You know, you couldn't really kill anyone. Obviously, Boom Esports still end up finding a way to make the draft look pretty damn good. Obviously, our doubts were for nothing, Jonathan, from Boom Esports, but I want to see what Kukuis change up here in Game 2, because I like Game 3s, John. It's a qualifier. I'd hate to see this team have to get knocked down too early, as we are going to have to head off to a break, John. But right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2 of this best of 3 between Boom Esports and Kukuis.
2, 1, go.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here once again for our best of 3 series here in these SEA closed qualifiers for EWC, and it is, of course, Boom Esports up against Kukuis in a best of 3, and it's MLP Dota and Drenix Fire joining you, Jonathan. Welcome back, sir. Game number 2 on our hands. How the hell are you doing?
Doing great. You know, game 1 was quite back and forth between Boom Esports and Kukuis, but Boom did manage to ride it out in the end. Kukuis maybe getting a little bit sloppy towards the end, just a few small mistakes collapsing onto each other and just causing a lot of issues in the late game there for Kukuis. We'll see if they can rectify that. Otherwise, they kind of had control of that game for the most part, right? They were leading in the early kills, they were laning quite nicely, their lanes felt a lot stronger. Boom Esports draft was slower to get online, and that was something they were capitalizing on very well here from Kukuis. So I want to see them kind of get that done while fixing some of these individual mistakes made. Right, the big one that really stood out was probably that Aegis usage from Natsumi, just a little bit hasty in popping the BKB and the Satanic Curse, kind of getting kitered around. Not having anything in the tank for the secondary life was a massive mistake, kind of banking on the fact that he could maybe kill off Jackie faster than he could. And again, just kind of costing them there. We'll see. We did manage to hit tier 5s in the last game as well. Saw a few disgraced regalias in that game. Let's see if this game has disgraced regalias or just pure divine regalias on hand for this one.
Certainly was a disgraceful time for the regalias in game 1, Jonathan, that's for sure. See how things turn out in this game too. So we are looking through the bans. I mean, obviously, you know, in case you've been living under a rock, I think you and I would confidently, and I want to say confidently, John, I think you and I confidently would assume that if there was to be a favourite in this qualifier for the road to the Esports World Cup, you'd imagine it should be Boom, right? If you had to choose a favourite in the whole thing.
Yeah, for sure. I think Boom Esports, again, they're kind of with Talon in that they usually take the slot if not Talon, so it's either or. And without Talon here, everyone's going to be looking and saying this should be the freest qualifier Boom Esports has played. Game 1 certainly didn't look like that kind of journey for them here for the road to the Esports World Cup. It was back and forth. Kukuis can bring out a fight. It's not going to be easy going for the side of Boom, so we have to see them bring their A game in every series, because again, Kukuis has already lost to a few teams in the open qualifiers before, which means you can't really snooze on any team here if you're on Boom. Do have the draft initializing, and we do have the Death Prophet coming out for Boom after banning out the Terrorblade, the Undying, and the TA. Kukuis, for their part, take care of the Tiny Kunkka Doom, not much changing there, with the Bristleback getting respect banned now. So we see a couple of respect bans from both sides. The Terrorblade of Nico gone, the Bristleback of Zhao gone. Kukuis getting the Ancient Apparition answer to the DP is pretty cool. So the sustained DP wants to bring out, it's not going to be really felt as much if the Ice Blast does connect every single time, which you can do here for our Ancient Apparition. Might need a little bit of a stun setup for that, but otherwise you do negate one aspect of the Death Prophet here. So I'm curious to see how they build up on that for Kukuis and what else does get banned out. Boom take care of the Pangolier and the Dawnbreaker. Kukuis now looking for their ban into their pick. And there's still stuff like Shadow Shaman Ringmaster, maybe something like the Lina still on hand as well, though that's been a little bit less winning of a hero. Certainly is a possibility if you'd want that on the side of Boom, considering that perhaps Jabs just takes this Death Prophet on offlane. So there's still some leeway here for some flex on the side of Boom. Whereas for Kukuis, you're kind of hard locked in. You're showing your pause 5 very early on. There are a couple of lanes that the Ancient Apparition can feel good at, like a stun lane. The stun laning partner could be quite nice. Something like Sven, though it hasn't felt the most amazing, could be one way. But then again, laning Sven into DP is troublesome, so I'm not sure how much laning value you get from the Ancient Apparition. Might be a little bit harder to try to be annoying in this lane here.
We'll see what they want to try and follow up. I mean, Kukui's for now an AA.
10 seconds remaining.
can't say I was quite anticipating Death Prophet to be
5
first pick, but
seconds remaining.
you know, qualifier after a new patch. It is Coach Mushi after all. Loves his DP. Kukuis still looking to make this second pickup. It's very important they get their draft right here. I mean, this is a best of 3 series. They're 1 game down already. You really would prefer not to have to make the lower bracket run if you can avoid it. It's not very fun.
Radiant team
Certainly
pick.
not.
Lion.
We'll go for the lion pickup. All right.
Well, you
Bit
sound so
interesting.
depressed, Jonathan. Why are you so depressed when you
mean-
say that?
I don't know. Like, he did get kind of buffed. Finger cooldown went from level 1 at 120 to like 90.
Holy.
That's kind of cool.
10 seconds
And it's like
remaining.
amazing. But then they nerfed his... I think they nerfed the Ag's
5
cooldown
seconds
reduction,
remaining.
so you don't get 100% uptime and Fist of Death, which is kind of sad. It's like that. It
Oh.
wasn't even amazing. They didn't need to nerf that.
Sorry
It wasn't
to-
even amazing.
Sorry to do this to you, Jonathan. They reduced the cooldown from 140 to 130 at level 1.
Was it 140 or 150?
Radiant
Oh, okay.
team pick.
Yeah, it's amazing. 10 seconds. Wow.
Yeah.
So
Same
good.
thing at max
can
level,
really
by the way,
feel
John. Nothing changed at max level. Just letting you know.
It's amazing. I think they
I-
nerfed the. I think.
Yeah.
Did they? I think they changed the Ag's cooldown reduction. Did they not? I feel like that was changed slightly.
They
'Cause I
did.
remember Fist of Death
It went
being
up.
100%
10
uptime.
seconds
It-
remaining.
Yeah,
it
exactly,
went up.
Exactly.
Yeah. It went to
Yeah.
30 seconds instead of 20.
Yeah, from 20.
5
Yeah,
seconds
because you used to have 100% uptime and Fist of Death as line with Ags,
Oh, God forbid.
which is dumb, but it let you play late game Mega Creeps clear, actually. It was kind of useful for that, so
Okay.
whatever. It's like, okay. I mean, you have line AA, there's insta-gib potential here down the line, so easy setup for the Blast. Finger down, should be a dead hero on hand. Boom Esports, though, just go straight into Darkseer CK. So this is really curious. We've seen a little bit of the CK, and we've seen them go into the RNG facet with crit, right? You can get break, you can get silence. So it has a couple of interesting options if you do go that direction here on the CK. It does raise the question of what you're doing with the Death Prophet. Are we seeing a DP support coming out here for Boom? Are we seeing something crazy like a CK support? Probably
10
not. That's probably
seconds
the
remaining.
one thing I wouldn't expect in this Flexi from Boom. Kuku is going much more
5
streamlined with her
seconds
draft.
remaining.
Jar Copper coming out for Natsumi once more. Deals with the CK illusions quite nicely. Although at some point the CK illusions can just outnumber you and just smash all over you. Heck, the illusion spam here from Boom is insane. Vac Wall plus the CK illusions plus eventually perhaps a CK Ags. PCs will crash, Michael Phoenix, if we're not too
Yeah.
careful here.
I love CK Ag. That's my favorite. Because that makes me feel nice about spending so much money on a PC just to run Dota that's CPU heavy anyway, John. You know?
Yeah.
Makes me happy to know that
Yeah.
other players can't deal with it, but I can because I spent too much money. How great's that?
I mean, it's good that you can deal with it. I was casting some open qualifier
Radiant
games, and
team, Dire team
I was getting
versus
such bad frame drops with
Oh.
a 3080 and a 5800 X3D. I could not understand. I was like, this is terrible.
Yeah.
There was nothing happening. It's like, what the heck's going on?
You just
See the
gotta get
Dusa
better.
coming out. I suppose. I know.
Just get
I don't know
good.
if I don't know if a 5800 X3D and a
10
3080 is
seconds
supposed to be
remaining.
bad. But, I guess that's the way it is. I'm sorry,
5
Gaben.
seconds
I'm not in the
remaining.
latest stuff.
Get up to date.
Boom
John.
Esports. Boom Esports bring the Dusa out. And what's our support on Boom Esports? Because this looks like a very Southeast Asian pub draft. Maybe Mushi's been cooking too much in his pubs. But are we running a DP mid Dusa support with, I don't know, Darkseer offlane CK support? You could do that, I guess.
I think I'd rather the DP support and another support last pick here. But then I don't know what the hell. I mean, I guess you're right. It must be a CK support we're looking at. Like, what's happening? Like, is it just DP
Yeah.
mid? Is Armel DP mid? I mean, Armel plays a great DP.
No. Oh,
No?
I mean, yeah, it could work out. I don't know what mid lane matchup you're expecting here. It could be a fine lane. I'm just so curious about the CK Dusa. That's the one that boggles my mind. I think the best way to go is Medusa 1, CK4 with Darkseer. Darkseer CK lane, theoretically, is pretty amazing, right? Like Reality Rift, Chaos Bolt, Iron Shell level 2. You just run heroes down. You run down this AA. He's going to be crying in this game. even the gyrocopter might not be able to cope once level 2 shell
10
is up.
seconds
So
remaining.
could be the way to go for Boom. Go CK4.
5 seconds
I don't know if CK4 does enough as the game goes on, but hey, Ags build up becomes a feasibility.
Oh,
Storm
they're
comes
doing it.
out, so
They're doing
yeah,
it.
it's CK4 DP5. No, maybe CK5 DP4. I don't know.
No,
They're
no.
cooking
look,
hard.
I think you should just go
You
CK4.
may now select your
Yeah, right?
Okay, invoke a card. Just
With
go
the dark
CK4. Go CK4 rush Ags. That's what you got to do.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, it
good.
is. All right.
Yeah.
So you end up with Darkseer CK lane. That is a painful lane.
You
That's
know
a painful
what?
lane.
Now that you've pointed out how stupid the lane is with the Reality Rift and the Iron Show, it is. Once they hit level 3, on this duo, it's actually so stupid. Yeah, it's actually so dumb once they're both level 3. Holy, this is gonna be fun to watch.
It is. I love this. This is this is so funny coming out. I'm looking forward to this one from Boom. They're cooking hard, but that's what I like to see. You know, they're trying really weird stuff coming out here. For
I like
Cookers,
it.
again, it's very straightforward. You've got the center off lane. Yeah, the support duo might be a little bit more weird in that your pause 4 can't really start until the blink's up. We will see the new animations out from Joel, so that is nice. He's got the new set,
Oh, he's
and
got the
he
cannon.
switches to Essence Eater. So a little bit. It's fine. It makes sense against Dusa. Makes me a
He's
little
got-
bit sad, but hey, you know
he's-
what? It's
He's
fine.
got the new cosmetic, John. Look at it.
Exactly. We'll see that new cannon. I can start to make a more informed decision whether or not I want to roll on that chest.
But can
As
I
Lion
ask you,
already
Jonathan,
has immortals. Yeah.
as the designated Lion law specialist that you are, why is Lion holding a candle, John?
Look, we haven't followed lore guidelines for items in like 8 years, Michael Phoenix.
Yeah, but why is he holding a
So
candle?
there's no reason. I don't know. He couldn't
What's the
find
candle?
his wand. He couldn't find his little stick, his wand, his hex wand. So he's like, I'll just bring a candle. This will work. You know?
It's just stupid,
He
isn't
is
it?
a demon witch. I mean, I guess you could say that about a lot of sets. Like, why does Invoker have a ghost head?
Why doesn't
Why?
Earth Spirit have a scepter? That's probably the dumbest question of all. Because we don't deserve it. Nobody plays Earth
No.
Spirit at Valve. That's why. That's
Prepare
why.
For battle.
Yeah. Have
What's
fun,
that?
baby cakes.
Baby?
from
Oh,
Gabby.
look at that. The sweet talk from Gabby.
Literally.
I wonder how much he'll be talking in the
Nico's-
lower bracket. What's he saying now, John?
Nico did say Arai, painful. I'm not sure why. That was during draft.
What about Armel?
Emerald says, you're right, Ed. Your gyrocopter is strong in Southeast Asia. Oh, Armel.
We love
You
you,
gotta
Armel.
do Ed like that? Holy
I mean,
crap.
all the languages in the world, and Armel just spoke facts. What can you do? You know, he's just
Oh, God. Look at this. I mean, I'm just so excited to see this Darkseer CK lane, which, you know, you run into this every now and again in the turbo lane, in a normal unranked game. I don't know if they've done this in their high immortal pubs, but it would be something. This feels
Genius.
like an idea Mushi got from playing turbo. It's like, guys, this works. Trust me. This works, guys. Iron Shell, Reality Rift, Stun, with irrationality, mind you. Break this armor science, guys. It's broken, guys. It's broken.
I mean, you know, I honestly believe if they run it right, it's going to be pretty broken. In lane. I just wonder what the item build for Tim's is. That's what I want to see. Like, what are they building for items here for Tim's? Obviously, we all want to see.
Axe Rush.
We all want to see Ags, but I feel like he's going to have to go some kind of aura item first, you know? Like,
Yeah, but
or does he? I don't know.
I mean, Jabs goes for Aura. At the least, maybe a Pavis into Solar Crest, perhaps. But after that, it's like, okay. If Jabs doesn't go Mech, you could argue Mech CK, but I think you just go full greed. Here we go.
It's high base armor, but they've got 3 heroes up here, so it looks like First Blood's already going to be drawn, and that's one way to make the lane easier for yourself, Jonathan, is just take out the off lane straight away. Doesn't help Gabby much though, John. Look at this. Gabby's not having a great old time. It's a lot of base armor here for the CKs. We are going to start pulling away.
Yeah, you know, it just crossed my mind. Don't we have 3 out of 4 of a TNC lineup? 3 out of 5 of a TNC lineup right here, just lacking Cuckoo?
Oh,
Do we not?
we do.
Armel, Gabby, and Tims.
We do.
Minus Cuckoo and minus AU, I guess, the last iteration.
Oh.
So, The good old TNC reunion with some of the newer TNC faces, right? Like Yoe joined into the revitalized TNC when they were running the last year qualifiers. So that's a little bit of a fun fact for you guys here as well if you're old enough.
Yeah.
Speaking of Yoe, on that mid lane up against Armel on the Invoker, he did go for the Scholar of Korix, the Quas facet, which has a very funny Ags upgrade. I've seen this. It's actually really annoying to have to play against Ags Invoker when he is on Quas. The Ghost Walk upgrade and the Ice Wall growing is actually so dumb. I don't know if we'll see it this game, but good lord, that is one way to really annoy the side of Boom Esports if you want to.
That sounds
That
pretty.
could be quite funny.
That sounds pretty damn fun. I hope we see. We'll see what Yo is going to cook this game for us. Armel's actually getting a bit aggressive here as well, but it seems like Yo is going to be just fine to retreat and slowly regen up. Bottom lane, of course, I mean, in case you hadn't seen it yet, Jonathan, not really much happening. You know, it's hard to contest Zhao on the DP because he's just going to Spirit Siphon every time he has it off cooldown. Jackie's going to be free farming, of course. You don't really anticipate anything less from Jackie. Yes, you have the Essence Eater with the Mana Drain. I get it, John, against Medusa, it's nice. But, yeah, early on, it doesn't really do much.
No, certainly doesn't. I'm curious to see Zhao with his facet as well. Spirit Collector, I think I was casting a game last year with Armel for fun. One of those qualifiers that weren't covered. And we did see... This facet looks so funny. The Spirit Collector, the way the spirits of the enemies come out, if it still works that way, it's the goofiest thing I've seen in my life. I can't wait if Januel manages to get something there. I don't know if it still works the same way, but good lord, that is hilarious. It does allow really good push as well.
Maybe DP is a support hero, Don. Like, if you've got to die to make his ulti even better, like, maybe that's just the way to play it. Maybe this is your support hero, John. So here we go. They've jumped in. Zhao. Look how happy Zhao is, John. His ult's going to be real powerful next time. Surely, when he gets it. He's so happy.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, I mean, he's still being annoying. Nico's at low HP. You're getting a lot of free space out for Jackie. His farm is doing pretty well. The pressure is there. Joel is going for maxing out Mandarin, so I'm expecting 1-1-3 by 5, which is what you'd want. Up top, they're getting aggressive on Gabby again.
Yeah, it's level 2 even, John. Not even level 3 yet. And there we go. One death, you can't fight. Natsumi, get the hell out of there. He'll turn around again. If they're not split up, I don't think he can fight this. They're waiting. Rocket Barrage is going to land. He does get one off. In fact, he's found another now. Never mind what I said, Natsumi. You're doing great. They'll find both of them. Great rotation out from Jewel.
Yeah. Just like Armel said, best gyrocopter in C so far. This time, unironically, finding some kills, of course. Set up by that great TP out from Joel. Knowing that the bot lane isn't really a lane they can play with anyway. Might as well try to salvage the other lanes, get something going here. They are finding a lot on the side of Kukuis. Again, very reminiscent of game 1 here, Mike. Early game, the aggression from the lanes, and the way they emphasize and find these opportunities is a lot cleaner from Kukui's Boom. Maybe a little bit slower in the laning phase. Support's a little bit more static. They do help at least try to contest some water runes. At least force one denial out from Gabby. So no top-ups again this time around for Yoa, but he is on the Invoker anyhow, so it's not as important. You are finding that initial farm on both safe lanes. Both off lanes are suffering just a tad bit. Nico having a better time in comparison to Jabs. And Jabs already with the 2 deaths, not going to feel good into the ramp up for his Aura gameplay. Like the Crimson's going to be a little bit later. The Guardian Greaves as well, if he's going for that, it's going to be a lot slower than you want it to be. We really want to see maybe level 4 coming out for Tims, right? Get the level 2 Reality Rift. That longer pull distance makes a world of difference in trying to look for the pickoffs onto the soft target like an AA. But he's been a little bit active on the map, so you haven't been able to have as much space to try to get that opportunity either. And if you can't double down and run these 2 melee heroes onto these 2 ranged heroes, then you're not really getting the value from that lane, right? You're not getting the value of that Dark Zero combo. And if it earns into a static farming lane, Natsumi's just happy, which he is in this game.
That he is. He was happy last game as well, though, John, let's be fair. He was very happy last game around. Just, sadly did not end up working out in his favor, as Power Rune's going to spawn up top, which means that Armel's going to be very happy. Amp Damage Rune for himself in the Storm. Though he is still level 5, so might need to just hit that level 6 before he tries to make any kind of rotation.
Dire's bottom
Don't even know
tower
if he
is
will
under
bother with a
attack.
rotation. We'll just have to wait and see.
Radiant are scanning.
It's hard to know with Armel, right? Because the laning stage hasn't gone exceptionally well for the side lanes of Boom, but it still feels like he could look to rotate bottom with that amp damage and try to at least find one. Let's see what he wants to do.
I'd say maybe top's a little bit easier. There's no hard stun to control the storm. Bot lane, you've got the double stun that can come in, right, with a line and CK. So it can be a little bit riskier to kind of play into that. So far, Armel's just focusing in on farming mid as much as possible. Not seeing the opportunities to get that swing going. And again, a static time here is good news for Kukuis. No contest over the Shrines of Wisdom as well. A 1-for-1 coming out here. And yeah, they're just chilling out. This amp damage is going to have to be popped soon, as the 8-minute respawn rune respawn is coming up. So you don't have too much time. Does pop here on Armel. He's going to be farming the jungle. So very slow game. This kind of goes down to Boom support duo as well, right? Like, you've got CKDP. They can make some good rotations, but the connections aren't straightforward in comparison to just having line AA for the side of Kukuis, which is so much easier to execute for that control and for those gank opportunities once levels are up. So you will just have to kind of play the long con here on Boom yet again, as they did in game 1, and allow Kukuis just more breathing room than I think you'd like to give out normally in this kind of game. Already jungling, in fact, for Jackie as well. Has the 6, does opt to just go split shot, knowing that he's not going to get value from Stone Gaze early. And one big thing here, you need EXP to flow into these supports on Boom. Like, Zhao has to hit fast 6. You've got to see that Spirit Collector Exorcism kick in with a siege onto the mid, or just a team fight into a
Radiant's
side
bottom
tower siege
tower under
is the
attack.
ideal kind of tempo we're looking from DP. But even then, you're not finding exactly the free room for Zhao to just soak up. It's just following Jackie in the jungle for the most part.
Stun out Zhao. He moved pretty far forward. They've got Natsumi there to help out as well. Zhao, he's going to keep Spirit siphoning. Here comes the TPs to try and help out. Zhao, he's still alive here.
not
They
dying?
can't finish him off quick enough. Now the wall's been dropped. Natsumi, he's got the Stampede to try and escape, but it's still looking really bad for him. So the zip is there from Armel. They'll give up 2.
Radiant's middle tower is under
This is where I get kind of confused, John. Well, why are we making these deep dives against the support DP for people?
Well, they did this in game 1 as well, right? They dove deep for Zhao on the bristleback, and it feels like Zhao has a target painted on his back, but he's playing the tanky heroes you can't afford to dive for. At the least, they find the kill in the DP first, so again, the EXP for John Yuel isn't there, but you're bleeding out to Jackie, to Armel, even to Jabs, making that rotation in as well, allowing some big recovery off the back of that team fight. And all of a sudden, all the cores inside of Boom are feeling a lot better in this game. Having room again to just look for a slow shove mid, cutting through a little bit.
It's still being very annoying here, Yoa, with those EMPs and tornadoes, but it doesn't really seem to bother Armel that much. They're going to head up top now, maybe seeing if they can find Natsumi another time, but in fact, never mind. They're just going to go ahead and secure some farm up that top side. Meanwhile, Kukui's just pushing down the bottom tier 1 tower. Not very hard when you've got a Centaur.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant
But it
are
seems like
scanning.
Boom, I mean, they've already started pushing into top tier 1 as well. It doesn't really seem like they're too concerned at all.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They can
Radiant's
afford to
bottom
just sit
tower
back and,
has fallen.
again, rely on a little bit more scaling and time.
Radiant's middle
Because their
tower
team
is
fight,
under
once it's
attack.
ready, is devastating.
Dire's top
And
tower
you have the
is
Spirit
under attack.
Collector Exorcism ready to go with 8 hero spirits trapped up from John Yuel. So he's got a lot of extra hero spirits that will do a decent chunk of damage in these fights, in these sieges. And again, you're getting free farm for Jackie. And sure, Natsumi's still number 1 in terms of net worth overall. Jarkopper has had a very free lane up top in comparison, but Jackie has all these insane stacks in the forward, in that bot jungle that they haven't been able to contest with that tier 1 standing. Without it now, maybe a little bit riskier, but they've got vision to protect as well. So you're not going to be able to get that jump onto the Deucer early on. They're trying for a smoke out now on the side of Kukuis. No 6 yet on Joel, but does have the 2-1-2 build ready on the line, some control to tie in with Yoe, who also has the early earn up, trying to get some charges going for himself here.
Oh, Ice Blast top lane. They're going to try and make a play here up against Tim's and Jabs. Jabs going to drop the wall, but does want to watch Tim's die. Still moving though, but the Hex is out now. Sunstrike to land as well. Jabs We'll go down to Jewel. You've brought some heroes over. It looks like Zhao's going to try and make some plays by himself with this Exorcism and the Spirit Siphon, and he's actually still going. Zhao!
What?
He'll take down one with him,
Tower is under attack.
but he's still going to die, John. It's just a lion kill.
Radiant's top tower is under
It is
attack.
not the biggest one in the world. Great smoke out coming for the Kukuis. Don't manage to get the finger charge up for Jewel, rather unfortunately, but you do manage to slow down Shabs, and you get that punishment
Radiant's
onto
top
Tim's
tower
plus
is under attack.
John well. So you bait out the Exo. There's no Exo to worry about into the tier 1 siege or onto the next team fight. And you're starting to widen that early game lead that, again, we've seen Kukuis do from game 1. Inside of Boom, just not ready to fight back in. They do still have the Phantasm ready on Tim, so they might look to gun here.
They're going. They're looking to try and get that gyrocopter. The best in SEA, they say. Zip forward. Can they take him?
Armel?
Apparently not.
What?
They get just destroyed here. That's what you get, John. You don't go up against the best in SEA. Not on this hero.
Not in that gyrocopter. Armel diving pretty far forward, not the most man in the world. Does just get punished in the middle. In so many ways of stopping the storm here. The mana drain, the EMP that we've been seeing consistently from the OF.
Middle tower
Just
is
too
under
much
attack.
output. And it's kind of the same story from Boom from game 1, right? Like we were talking about Kukui's hitting the same timing, same tempo. But for Boom, you've got the same issues in the draft. How are you supposed to team fight? You're kind of reliant on the back wall from Jabs, maybe a silence out from Zhao. But a hard lockdown is not something this lineup specializes in. Like even the Gorgon Scraps gives you very negligible amounts of control until it's maxed out, and Medusa tends to max that out last. If Jackie's greedy, he'll just go into the stats here as well, instead of value points in the grasp just to help hold, because he wants to farm faster, he wants to be a little bit tankier. So you don't have that way of forcing a big 5v5, whereas for Kukuis, you've got so much AoE control, and you've got the Earth Spike, you've got the Stomp, you've got the Ice Blast to connect with all of that, you've got Tornado to set up, you've got Call Down to play in AoE. So many ways of just holding heroes down in Zhao.
Now, this time around, he can't get the siphons. Vessel is up anyway on Yoes, so they have got the control this time as they're looking towards that mid-tier 1 tower. Another nice start to the game for Kukuis is they are going to find a big target and Jackie, but they miss everything. And now Armel, he wants to zip in. The wall's been dropped, but Armel, he just gets destroyed. Too quick. They're still trying to fight this one out. They'll jump in with Tims, but he's got no damages now. Jab's also being left behind. Will go down. Natsumi finding a killing spree now, and it's just very, very messy. Like, you can't jump on Nico of all people.
Way too tanky at this point. Even has the Vanguard and the Blade Mail up.
Middle tower has
So a
fallen.
lot of durability coming out on that off lane for Nico. Inside of Kukuis, again, getting punishment out. I'm surprised Armel's even trying to jump. Again, if you catch Lion, there's the center to worry about. If you somehow disable Boat with some follow-through, there's the Invoker with the Tornado EMP that can catch you off guard. There's just a lot of ways of stopping the storm pre-BKB. And a BKB here for Armel is a long ways off. He loses all his Galvanize with those 2 deaths back-to-back. No additional mana regen. And every single little point counts here for the storm. So you're going to be playing the waiting game. And this time around, Kukuis are not relenting. They're keeping mid shoved or center sights for top instantly. Playing as 5-man. Knowing that, boom,
Radiant's
just
top
don't have
tower
any
is
play
under attack.
options. The aura timings for Jabs is going to take time. The pipe buildup is going to be a long ways off. There's just no play right now for the side of Boom. They do have Exo ready to go, but again, who do you tie that in with?
Roshan just giving a quick swipe at Jewel while they're smoked up. Bit unfortunate. Doesn't matter though. Nobody spotted it. Armel, in fact, really didn't spot it because they're coming, but he will zip away. Blink. Oh, that's a nice blink. That is a nice blink. The Earth Spike, though. Oh, it's unfortunate. He couldn't get within range for a Hex. He had to try. Bit off the mark. What can you do? It happens. Oh,
Huh?
it's not over, John.
Armel?
No, they miss again, John.
Armel?
Armel.
Huh?
He knows, he senses the range, Jonathan. He sees everything, Armel.
Oh, that's really unfortunate for Joel. 2 setups coming out. Really good setups as well from Nico, and just not being in range in time. I appreciate that he's going for Aether Lance after this Glimmer, just to have that little bit extra reach, not opting for a blink rush.
Radiant's
As he
bottom
probably won't
tower
get enough
is
time to
under
wait. It's
attack.
going to take a little bit too long to just amass
Dire's
2,000
top
gold here.
tower is under attack.
Boom for their part. Just going to go for some easy siege. You can take a look at that spirit
Dire's
collector, Mike, and the way the
structures
spirits look. They look so
Radiant's
dumb.
bottom tower
Look at them.
is under attack.
Just
Amazing,
floating
huh?
around.
Dire's
great
top
are they?
tower is under attack.
It looks so dumb. The dumbest thing I've seen in the game. Why?
This is good.
They don't even flail. They're just static in one pose.
Oh, Jackie. He's static right now in the mid lane, John. That's alright. They're going to leave him alone. Not seeing the opening to jump behind the tier 2 tower.
They want
They'll
the
hunt
chief.
down south. Yeah, the Chief is hunting the bottom side of the
Saw him
map.
under
We've
the
seen
ward.
this before, John. He's underneath the ward. Surely they've got him this time. Surely they've got him this time. Yeah, they've got him. Armel this time cannot get away. In fact, he even loses the courier. How unfortunate.
Very unfortunate for Armel. One part of the BKB on as well. So, not going to have that extra HP to try to play with the Ogre Axe. And again, for the side of Kukuis, you've got control in this match. You've got 9k lead early on. You've got the entire map to your side. There's no presence here from Boom. The one thing you have to be cautious about is down the line, these illusions that Jabs will try to make can start to be painful with all the farm coming in here, especially on Natsumi. So you can work that against the side of Kukuis, although
Yeah, Jab's just kind of standing in the way, ensuring that they can't catch Jackie. Obviously, they're going to notice he's there, so they do take him down. This little ward scouting out the triangle the whole time. Kukuis, I mean, just quickly making the mistakes from fixing the mistakes from game one, it seems, is... Yeah, and no waiting around, no giving Jackie time. They're right into the tier 2 mid tower. And I think they've also just kind of exposed maybe the weakness of these supports here on Boom. Because right now, they're not performing at all. They can't do much.
and these supports are supports that have to win lane. And you didn't really win laning phase here on Boom. Right? Again, this potent combination of CK plus Darkseer really didn't find too much. Jabs ended up dying like 2 times in lane back to back. And they get across the map, but they are instantly scanned out, so they've got an idea here on Kukuis if they want to try to fight back. They are in position for really good pincer movement here as well.
Moving in. Yoe could be the target, though. He's baiting. Here they come. The rest of the cavalry right behind Yoe, but can he survive long enough for the team to get there? Yes, he can. Yoe's going to make it out. But I can't say the same for Boom Esports. TP away, Jabs. Oh, he's all right. They only lose the support,
Is under attack.
but they do miss out on Yoe. He will get away. Unless... Nah, he's alright. There's no sentries here for... In fact, Yoe is the one hunting this. Oh, there's a sentry. Armel sees him. He's okay.
Fair enough.
Dire's middle
It's just so
tower is
hard for
under
you to
attack.
play right now in Boom. I do appreciate they're trying, banking on the back wall, but Stampede just ruins all of your team fight control, especially since, again, you don't have Jackie joining in yet. Needs the butterfly to be up first to feel comfy and confident in kind of trying to take these fights. He does go for the Maelstrom first to try to speed up that farm pace. So they're expecting a long haul game here on Boom. You just need to kind of prevent any more losses. At least in terms of map space, right? Like, try to take control where you can, maintain a couple of defensive wards, have some space to farm here for your Dusa, and hope for the best. But Kukuis, again, they're doing the right thing. They don't wait around, smoke whenever they have it. They've got Finger ready. They're just always on the hunt because they know Boom can't do anything to stop it. Like, your supports don't do much here in this game.
Nice little haste rune for Nico. So Nico's going to rush in happily, looking for some... Oh, that's a nice stun. The tornado kind of messed it up a little bit, but they found Jabs already. And now he's right on to the next. With that haste rune, he can just keep going. They can't deal with Nico. He's got the Stampede on top. It just keeps getting worse. It just keeps getting worse for Boom. Can they fight back? I think the answer's clearly no here, Jonathan. They're still trying, though. Natsumi actually getting pretty darn low. Maybe does go down, though he survives. He survives. Natsumi's not dying.
Strike.
Oh, no. Oh, 4 for 1. Jeez.
That was beautiful from Yoa. Sunstrike right on point, striking Jackie down while they ignore him, knowing that Yoa could clean up. allowing them to focus in on those bigger targets from Boom. And again, Boom, with his gambit of a draft that needed to win lanes, just didn't. So now they're paying the price when it comes to team fight. This lineup from behind just doesn't do much. You've got a CK with Power Treads up. That's it. Power Treads, Wand, working into the Atos. No room for an Ags Rush because you are playing from behind. You've got a DP who is very reliant in trying to survive through with Exo, but already counteracted by that beautiful build-up for the Spirit Vessel for Yoe. So the sustain for Zhao just isn't there. Maybe needs something like a Yultz, is at least finishing up the 4-staff first to try to bail out some of his team, get some utility up. And they're just lacking. Tormentor now going the way of Kukuis. Saw them miss out on the opportunity for this last game. Now they get the freebie and they get a big one for Joel. Has the debuff immunity while casting that mana drain. Can just focus in on just emptying out Jackie every single time. He has not had a good game on this Dusa whatsoever. Like it's been such a slow game for him. The lane was fine, but he's lost too much map control to really build up fast enough on the Medusa. And he's the only real farmed core here on the side of Boom. The only hero kind of keeping parity with Yoe and Nico. The other cores on Kukulis, but not even close to what Natsumi has at the moment. The best gyrocopter in C, as Armel said.
Oh, I mean, he's proven it, John. Armel may have spoken a bit too quickly with those words, as Natsumi certainly proving to be the best gyrocopter player here. For now, 22 minutes into the game, Jonathan. Jackie's obviously picked up that Maelstrom so he can kind of speed up the farm game a little bit, because it is a little bit on the slower side right now. And sadly, it continues to remain pretty slow, as Roshan is going to get started. And of course, if you're Boom Esports, you've got no chance in hell of trying to contest.
No. Have to just let it go. Nice freebie coming out for the side of Kukuis. Secondary light for Natsumi is going to be big, and they already smoke up while Roche is being taken.
They saw them up top, John. What do they want? Mid? They know they're split. They have a ward up top. They know that Armel's there. And I believe they also saw Jabs for a second. They're picking out Armel. So they're going to try and find the Storm. No longer under vision. Oh, no, he is. Never mind. Armel hiding in probably the worst spot ever right now. Oh, they've caught it.
Bye-bye.
See you later. It's too easy, isn't it, John?
Too easy. I thought they had an idea for Boom. Like, they had a ward that might have been able to spot the smoke on the tail end if they smoked right by the ramp, but I believe they smoked right behind the ramp, right outside Roshan, so Tim's was in position to break.
Jabs ain't going nowhere here, John. He ain't going nowhere. Nico was there to cut him off just in case. Meanwhile, just look at the confidence. Like, Kukuis have this gyrocopter of Natsumi in mid, just pushing basically on his own. He's got Gabby with him, but you know, it's not like there's much an AA can do to protect. And they can't punish him. Like, he's fine. Meanwhile, top. All right, we're gonna be able to get Zhao out of there. But it sure is starting to feel like you're really just stuck on your high ground if you're Boom Esports right now.
It does. Again, you don't have anything major coming out anytime soon. Jackie's rushing the Ags this game. Bypasses that Butterfly entirely because he kind of needs to just try to hope for some Maelstrom procs on split shot at this moment. And it's a long way until that starts to really do damage. You're smoked up, but Kukuis are right there.
Kukuis. Smoke broken. Here we go. Zip in right from Armel, trying to find Jewel in this line. They want a nice easy pick off, but the Glimmer Cape's making it hard. Jewel, he's still alive. Now the stun, Nico! He put it into all of it. They've got to run here, Boom. It's not safe. Zhao will go down, and he will actually be the only casualty, as Tims was barely able to get out of there. The Sun Strike, it's off the mark. But they're onto the tier 3 tower. It's 4v5. Age is still up on Natsu.
No worries here for the side of Kukuis. You still have that reset. Cooldowns aren't too long. Even Finger's just a minute now. And Blast just a few seconds away. 20 seconds less than. For Boom, I know how you hold high ground. Your team fight's just not there. You need a big back wall from Jabs. He does have it off cooldown, but how do you follow through?
Oh, nice stun again from Nico. He's making life very, very hard, and the mana pool's already gone. Oh, goodness me. There's just nothing Jackie can do to survive once that stun hits. He just gets deleted. It's too much. Yeah, you got Diffusal Gyro, you got Mana Drain from this Lion. I mean, it's just the EMP. It's just not ending, John.
No. There's no way Jackie's going to be feeling comfortable in this game unless he gets a BKB. And again, there's no room for that farm to come in. Like, this Medusa's so far behind. Top net worth for your team, sure, but it's not high enough. Feel strong on this Medusa.
Oh, Nico in again. Gel, he does get out. This is one of those games where I would not blame Boom for just calling it. I mean, I'm not saying it's over, but I wouldn't blame them for just calling it here. This could be the final team fight. Jump in again, Nico. He found
again.
2 targets, and he's got the big one. He's got the big one. Jackie's gone. Kims is gone. They're going to buy back here to try for this last-ditch team fight. It's time to drop the G's, boys, and there you go. It's over. Game 2 will go the way of Kukui's in, I've got to say, a pretty dominant fashion. What has Natsumi said, John?
He says, yeah, it really is strong in Southeast Asia, Chief. It really is. It showed up here in Game 2, and I'll be frank, I don't think Boom's draft did them too many favors. They had to win laning phase. They obviously did not. The lanes were a disaster, especially up top where you were banking on this CK Darkseer to actually work some magic. Really didn't. Jabs died twice in a row with nothing to show for it. Kukui's had a good read. They had good support to just run the tri lane to start, get the kill. Then they had these 2 supports that could be active early. You have Nico popping off as well in the Centaur, getting the big jumps in later on. But just looking at Boom's draft with these supports, like, what are they supposed to do? Right? Like, you've got a DP and CK who's supposed to provide control. You've got a Darkseer with back wall. Yeah, but where's your follow-up? Right? It's not like you're expecting Storm Axe come in the first 30 minutes of the game. That's just not something that happens for Storm. He needs so many items before that. And it was a slow game anyhow for Armel, so big props to Kukui's for Boom. I mean, they've been cooking up with these drafts, Mike. I'm wondering what we get in Game 3, because they've been cooking very different stuff for these first 2 games.
They overcooked that game too, Jonathan. Thankfully, we're not going to overcook this break, because we're going to head to that break, and right after that break, we'll be back with Game 3 between Boom Esports and Kukui's. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here once again for our best of 3 series between Boom Esports and Kukuis to decide who will proceed through the upper bracket of these closed qualifiers for SEA for the or rather the road to the Esports World Cup. And it is MLP Dota and John X5 currently abandoned on that road. John, how you doing?
Doing great, Mikey.
We're hitchhiking.
It's going to be yeah, we are hitchhiking, sticking our thumbs out, seeing which team will pick us up here. Yeah, we'll see which team does
funny,
get
John.
to move on and try to pick us up. Neither one of these teams are stopping for the road to the road to the Esports World Cup, of course, to pick anyone up. We'll see. They're at least on the way with a draft already on hand. AA being banned out from Boom. Some respect coming out for what was happening that last game there from Gabby. The AA just it does so much. It allows you to play so aggressive with all of the reach you had here in Kukuis. Take care of TA as well, and Boom. Kukuis for their part. Tiny again. Kunka again. Bristleback again being banned out after that performance from Zhao.
So
what's the extra ban going to be? Yeah,
John, we got plenty of time. Everyone knows these bans are going to be the same every game. I didn't know. I forgot to bring this up because I was perusing Facebook for whatever reason, right?
Yeah.
I didn't know, right? You guys in the Philippines have a store named Toy Kingdom, which is it's whatever.
Yeah.
They're hosting Beyblade competitions, John. I didn't know that.
Yeah. They do.
Oh, dude.
You know the funniest part? The commentators for that are our friends
No!
Faye and Vil. They are.
No.
They do. They get hired to do that stuff. It's so cool.
So
I see it sometimes like, oh, damn.
You're telling me you and I, we could have been commentating Beyblades and we chose Dota to... Oh, dude, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, we've got major issues. We could spin those tops right now.
Oh, what's wrong with you, dude? I love Beyblades. I still remember
so cool.
What was it, Dragoon, I think it was called? Oh, of course, I had the main character Beyblade, John.
Dude.
Of course you forgot.
Yeah.
You're not a real Beyblader. You
Hey,
don't know what
look,
it's like
I
to
had
rip.
I had the plastic arena. What do you mean? I had that little plastic arena that eventually broke because it was a cheap plastic that breaks from exposure, which made me so sad. But I played with that all the way until I was like, I think in 6th grade. I was still playing that damn thing by myself. It's fun. Still, there's a draft at least, so there's something to talk about. Undying comes out for Boom, and the Shadow Shaman we've been harping on about does come out here for Kukuis. So Mr. KFC himself is out with the finger-licking good chicken fingers and foul play and all of that. They look, they might as well if they want to. If they won't, then we can call him Kenny Rogers. We can call him, I don't know what else. Nando's, I believe is what the
he's
Brits
the Colonel.
love.
It's the Colonel.
Yeah, he is the Colonel. This is the Colonel before he set up KFC. This is what he was up to. He was turning people into chickens first. So it's fun. It's annoying.
Explains the genetically modified part, John, I suppose.
Yeah, it does explain a lot. Very interesting. I believe he worked on the batter recipe while shackling someone.
Oh, good.
He's like, let me try this batter on this while I'm turning this chicken into something. It's like,
this took a dark turn.
Boom
Shadow
Esports is a sicko. He's a sicko. It's just how Shadow Shaman is.
Can
the
you
Undying,
promise
though,
me?
again. Yes.
Can you promise me next time I'm in the Philippines we cast a Beyblade tournament?
Can I promise that?
Please?
I can't promise, but we can try to figure something out.
If I was dying right now and that was my last wish, could you make it happen?
I could make it happen.
Then,
I might not be able to get you like a malt setup. We could definitely cast some Blades. I can find a way.
I want a professional tournament for Beyblades. I want to cast it, John.
We can find a way. Yeah, we can go right into it. Just give Vil and Tay a call. Like, yeah, we'll get it done.
Call.
Just say that
I'm taking their jobs.
just
send them a text message. Tell them they're unemployed. MLP and John are covered.
No. They'll run the Filipino cast. We'll run the English. Nice and easy, right? Nice and easy.
And I guess I could have done the Filipino cast too, but I'll throw them a bone, John. Don't want to take everything off these poor people as Kukuis.
You're right. Michael Phoenix can do it all.
I can.
They ban out the Beastmaster as well with the respect ban for the DP, so they're removing all of Zhao's tanky odd pause 5s. What do they want to tie in? They've been very comfy on Kukuis, just picking their 4 and 5 in the first 2 picks. Could opt to do that again. Lions on hand if they want that, although it feels unnecessary when you have the Shadow Demon on hand for your side. You could maybe look for a saving support. Again, Ringmaster, Shadow Demon could be some options here. Maybe the Disruptor again for Gabby for some teamfight options. Go to Slark pickup, so maybe we're running the Gabby Shadow Shaman here with a Slark for Joel. And that Slark support can be devastating. I'm not expecting Natsumi to take that, although the flex is there. But it's always a little bit of a question mark when you see the Slark support, because, you know, can you get a performance that 9 class and Jokam recently has shown with this hero, or is it going to look absolutely garbage? It's either or.
It is either or for the old fishman. Boom Esports. I'll have a think about it. Obviously, you and I were having a chat about Undying before the series did start, and Undying making its appearance back into the meta somewhat for now, which I think is fair enough. I mean, you know, it's pretty obvious. It just dominates lanes, John. Which Boom Esports have been struggling with this series, is they have not been winning out these side lanes.
No.
So I would love to see drafts where they just outright win the side lanes for this game 3. They are going back to the Muerta.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about this one. You do have one save with the Undying, so if you're being held down by the Shadow Shaman and Slark, once you get your shard in the Undying, you can certainly bail someone out. Muerta as well can pop her ult if she's caught out right before being shackled, I suppose, if the Slark is the one to open, and you can't really hit her, so there's some value there. But you do lack control again in Boom, which has been a running issue with Boom Esports drafts. It's been very close to 0 stuns, you know, in the past 2 games. And this time again, Muerta Undying don't really provide control. The calling's nice. The fear from Deadshot could be useful, but you really want something to help hammer that in. And this time around, they get the puck for Armel. So this is one of the Chiefs' best heroes. And he does deliver the goods when he does play that puck. You do have decent enough control from Kukwis to lock in the puck, right? Like, you've got Shadow Shaman, you've got the leash from Slark, if that can connect, and it's a very natural combo with Shadow Shaman and Slark. So it might not be the freest puck game overall, but you have a lot of backline jump options here. And you can tie in that Dream Coil with the calling, with Deadshot Fear to break the coil. Some good synergy here for Boom to kind of tie up some issues with control in this draft.
It does.
Dire team pick.
Boom Esports, not to be outdone, they do go for a Darkseer pickup right into the Void Spirit. Interestingly enough, I think it makes enough sense. Like, Void Spirit does do well against Puck in the laning stage. Maybe later on you could run into a few struggles, but overall, I think laning stage wise, the Void Spirit does tend to win out the CS.
10 seconds remaining.
That it does. It should have a very decent time up against what you have here on the side. Boom overall. I think there's a lot of disruptiveness. Sven comes out for Boom, so I'm wondering if we're seeing any hard flex, like suddenly you got the Zhao Sven and Jackie Muerta could be one flex. Otherwise, you're probably just running the Jackie Sven into the Darkseer lane. Could be a little bit annoying. So I can see them trying to flex this off now on the side of Boom Esports, but it's open enough that you can do that, but it also just looks better to run the Sven safe lane core. It farms fast. We have seen Sven, once it hits its timings, it can kind of take over a game. You will need a BKB in this game for sure. If you are core Sven up against Shadow Shaman, it's going to be a nuisance if you don't have that debuff immunity here. But it's open enough. I'm curious which way they go. It looks like we are lacking perhaps a Jabs hero, unless, again, they go really left field, give Jabs Undying offlane, which has not been popular, but you could still do. And last pick, a different support for Zhao or Tims. Could also be the flex they look for here in Boom.
It could be.
5 seconds remaining.
Final banouts to come here from Cookwees and Boom Esports. Again, game number 3 is where we're at currently. I believe we've got 3 best of 3s here for the stream today, Jonathan. Busy day for us.
Nice, busy day. Fortunately, at least with this one going to game 3, you know, we get into action relatively soon for that second series. So it's a smooth flowing day for now with game 3 coming out here at the least, Mikey.
It is.
Back-to-back action.
Certainly is. Final ban still not coming from Cookwees. They're really thinking about this against the pick of Jabs.
I mean, there's still a few big offlane options if you are gunning for that on Boom. This could be a decent enough Enigma game if you want to go for it. Ties in some of your teamfight issues. You go BKB, nothing's going to stop you unless the Darkseer can somehow punch you without getting into the black hole.
Radiant team
So
back.
there is that kind of build. They ban out the Timber Saw just to ensure no deep jumps from Jabs. Jabs Timber Saw is also something that he has been shining on when he does get to pick it up, at least previously, of course. So it's a safe enough ban here for Kukuis, but that does leave the Enigma option. It leaves something like a Tide Hunter
10
to double down on
seconds
tankiness
remaining.
here from Boom. Ravage might not be the best in terms of team fight
5
control
seconds
overall. I mean,
remaining.
you have a Slark that can
Radiant
save.
team pick.
Void Spirit's really tanky, but the Leash is going to be nice
Dire
as well.
team pick.
See what they opt for. It's the Enigma. So they will go for the Jabs Enigma with a Black Hole option on hand. Or build-ups there as well. Mind you, they could flex this onto Tim's again and run something weird offlane. Maybe in Dying Off. But chances are you're just running Enigma offlane here for sure.
10 seconds
For
remaining.
Kukuis, you're looking for a safe lane. No matter what you pick into Enigma, it's
5
always going to be annoying.
seconds
Gyrocopter's still there, though, if you want that.
Choose
They'll take the
your
Alchemist
hero.
instead. So, and get that farm up for Natsumi. I mean, it's some pressure into the Enigma lane, but Enigma still tends to find that farm. And I'm still surprised Seed Money's still left the way it is. I don't know how anyone thinks this facet is enriching gameplay. It really isn't. I want
Nobody
to see
said
this
it's
facet
enriching
gone.
gameplay, John. Nobody said that. It's not enriching
No one's
gameplay,
saying
John.
it, but it stays there because theoretically these talents, these facets should enrich gameplay, and someone out there in the patch. So you know, Seed Money, yeah, it's enriching gameplay. You know, it's left in the pool, just like Black Grimoire enriches gameplay.
Oh, I mean, that
These two
definitely
facets
enriches
really need to
gameplay,
go.
John. So many choices with the Black Grimoire. You know,
So
no need to insult Warlock. My goodness. You watch. They'll buff
thankfully.
Warlock one time. They'll be like 1.5% on Fatal Bonds, and he'll be like the most picked hero. You mark my words.
Yeah, and they'll still all take Black Grimoire.
That's right.
Disgusting.
Of course they would.
Boring facet. Should
Best
just be
facet.
his innate. Just make his an innate. Give him
No.
the imps on upheaval.
No.
Just make it an innate. Just
No.
like I have no qualms about that innate with like Witch Doctor. It's fine because you can still choose a facet and make it fun. Like make
No.
this Alchemist's innate Seed Money. Just give him Seed Money as an innate because the hero's unplayable without it. Apparently, you know.
No.
It's like, why? Okay, now I'm disappointed now. Gabby had Massive Serpent Ward selected first, now it's back to Chicken Fingers. It's like, oh, we're finally gonna have something different. No, it's just back to the free Hex! Free right-click Hex, guys, wow! Free save from death every 120 seconds, and it resets when you respawn. Whoa! What a fun hero to play against, Shadow Shaman.
You sound so jealous, don't you, John? What's
No,
wrong with you?
I'm not jealous. I hate it. Every time I queue into the game up against Shadow Shaman, I feel like that player just has nothing going on. You know, it's like, it's so annoying. Look at him! Level 1, he gets Foul Play, he gets Chicken Fingers innately for free! Why?
He sure does, John.
You might as well make his entire kit free! You might as well make him start at level 25, for God's sake!
Oh, he's
Why
the
bother
Colonel.
pretending?
He was the Colonel, John. What do you expect?
Oh,
What are they saying?
whoa! Oh, one hero pool player, gyro only. Natsumi saying strong and C, right?
Uh-oh. I mean, Natsumi did have a nice retort last game, John. He did say Gyrocopter was great in C. You know? It's a bit tongue-in-cheek from Natsumi. I appreciated it, Jonathan. I know you didn't understand it straight away, but I did. I appreciated it, Natsumi.
Let's
30
see, good old
seconds
Chicken
to battle.
Fingers. Every time Shadow Shaman comes out, I can't help myself.
He's the
I
Colonel,
have to
John.
hate.
He's the
I
Colonel.
have to hate it. Yeah, their
What
chicken
if-
sucks anyway.
If we could get a
Sucks.
cosmetic where he's just holding 2 chicken drumsticks instead of those staves, that'd be amazing. Like, that'd be perfect.
Yeah, that would be amazing. Not gonna lie, that would be perfection. I would love to see that as an immortal.
2 chicken
Imagine the
drumsticks.
shackles. The shackles is just a chain of gravy.
It's just it's just oil, dude. It's just dirty oil. That's
yeah,
all
it's
it is.
just dirty oil.
Oh, anyway. Let's hope we're not sponsored by KFC, John. That's probably be our last time working, as we do get our 2 for 2 on the bounty rune trade. I had them last night. I'm joking. All right, don't get upset. There's one guy that'll get upset because he loves KFC. I'm joking.
Is there? You're
There's
talking to
one
Southeast
guy.
Asians. I don't
One
know
guy
how highly
messaged me.
regarded.
One guy
Really?
messaged me, and he was like, Jollibee is not as good as KFC. You just haven't tried KFC properly. And I said, brother, it's just a joke. We're just casting. I don't care about the chicken. I don't care. He was very offended, but he didn't stop talking about the chicken. Nico's gone. A great pick-off already for the side of Zhao. That really happened. This is not me making it up. That really happened.
It's a sad, strange man. As to quote Toy Story there for a moment, but good start. Boom finally finding first blood, showing that their lane can be strong down bot. And it can be. You've got Undying with the K, playing with a straightforward stun there from Jackie. Up top, Natsumi, again, into the Enigma lane, should be feeling alright. I mean, the Eidolons are not going to be as safe in this match, especially with even the Ether Shock on hand to help clear, but you shouldn't be cutting off the EXP gain from jabs too hard, and that's a key thing. The Enigma will be able to just soak up some EXP, will be able to soak into 5-6, play into the jungle, farm up that way, and start to build up. Your kill threat top is somewhat there. The dead shot with Malphus could be quite nice. Whether or not you can find the angle onto Natsumi and Gabby is a different question, and you shall see down the line. Taking Gander on mid as well. You've got the puck against the Void Spirit. Lane matchup, as you mentioned, can be quite nice for the Void Spirit. You stand back, you play the Resonant Pulse, you're right within the firing line of Armel, and if you land any of those remnants down, it can be a little bit painful for Armel. For now, Armel is holding on to the mid just slightly ahead. He's feeling pretty good. And this is Armel Puck we're talking about. One of the top players of Puck in the region, I'm sure, tied up there with Mikoto. So this is not an easy one to pick off and kind of win out in lane, but Yo is holding his own, which is exactly what you'd want to see for the Void Spirit. Rune control is important. Armel could try to go for both runes. Does get glimpsed back, but should be able to find one rune anyhow. Not going to be able to get the denial away for Yoe. He's going to be able to hang in that lane and poke back quite nicely. So you at least have that. But again, the foundations for Boom laid with that first blood down bot. This time around, I mean, this lane does build up though for the side of Kukuis, right? You've got the pounce up on Joel. Got the Essence Shift up. Once you have the level 2 Iron Shell, there can be shenanigans coming out from Nico. It's just that whenever you're in the firing line of Zhao and he gets the decay off, you know you're in danger. He still has 4 mangoes left as well to sustain this here on the Undying.
Certainly does. That's okay though, John. I mean, in terms of the Undying, like he's already got Jackie past the hard part. He's okay for now. We'll take the healing load on top. And I say the hard part, like obviously it is still going to get more challenging as the levels do go up on Iron Shell, but I think with an Undying nearby, like they're never really going to want to jump you while Tombstone's available. So the chances are they're just going to be fine. Like the Iron Shell combo with the Slark, I don't think it's doing anything in this laning stage, this game. Unless they jump the Undying. But they're not jumping Jackie. Not while Zhao's there.
Certainly not. Zhao's doing a great job of just keeping that pressure consistent, looking for the decay whenever you can. Even getting leashed up is not the biggest issue. Like, yeah, you're giving free stacks to Joel. He can't really do much for the early Essence Shift anyhow. And Joel can't go for the pulse consistently. So you are still giving a lane out for Jackie he can farm and stand in and build up on. And again, this is what you kind of want to see from Boom. Their lanes are a lot more even. They're winning out in terms of CS on all of their cores right now. In comparison to Game 2, even Game 1. The early start, again, has not been smooth going. But they're managing to find that stability this time around in Game 3. And for the Kukuis, there is this potential down the line, but your support duo rotation isn't as clean with Slark Shadow Shaman. And you do have to line that up in a very specific way in comparison to the AA line last game. I would like to see as well if they can start to track perhaps the jungle a little bit more. If Tims can start to build up some stacks here for jabs to scale off of quite quick. Kind of get a little bit scary with Enigma timings.
Oh, bottom.
Jabs isn't lining up full.
They got a little bit excited here. Tombstone does get dropped. It won't be quite enough, though Zhao does still have Mango, so he wants to try and abuse this level 2 decay. Oh, so close! So close. He survives on like 9 HP. A little bit unfortunate there for Zhao. That really felt like it should have just been a kill, but nevertheless. Nice escape from Nick.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Gets to go home, reset, has a TP to go back into the lane. So he's not going to be missing out on too much. And with the Tombstone being committed, with Zhao down to 2 more mangoes, that laning harassment he's doing on the Undying should slow it down to a crawl here in short order. So it's going to give that space out to Nico, allow him to, again, just try to soak EXP, try to get some farm up.
This could be dangerous. They're trying to jump jabs, but he's got so many Eidolons. Deadshot does land. Jabs, does he have it? Oh, he does not.
Ooh.
13 HP that time. They'll survive on. Really risky attempt at trying to go after Jabs, and well, clearly it does not really pay off for Cuckoos.
Not quite. They do at least also force out Teams to use his last blood grenade. So he's going to be missing out on that little tool. Could always buy a new one. Does have room to stack just a tad bit. So again, that buildup is coming out for Jabs. Or for Armel, if he wishes to take it himself. 6-minute rune spawns in Armel's favor. Has the regen on hand. Not the biggest one for aggression, but certainly allows a little bit of a reset to look for a gank up, as he does have the Dream Coil ready if he wants to make a play.
He's been very annoying against Yoe in this mid lane as well, Jonathan. Like, Yoe should have had somewhat of an advantage for CS, but Armel just has been unrelenting with the CS, rather with the harassment that has been flying out from this park. So Yoe, he just has not felt safe to do anything in this laning phase. Now they'll jump him. Dream Coil's down, he's locked in. And this could be very awkward for poor old Yoe. It's been silenced up as well, and they've got the control for it. And guess what, Jonathan? It's probably going to be a T1 mid tower to go down at 6.5 minutes. Not good news for Cuckoos.
Great timings for Boom, lining that up with a siege creep. Joel just trying to clear out Tombstone. No soul rip, so just some free gold coming out for Joel, waiting for a deny opportunity perhaps. Not finding it. Joel's just playing tag with the zombies. So misses out on some gold, but you get that objective early from Boom, and you do have a hero that can play with it. Armel can kind of play off of that map advantage. Can contest the triangle. No stacks built up at the least here for the side of Kukui, so nothing really big to steal. And we'll be able to feed off the camps, and again, just look for lineups, look for opportunities to come in. A much stronger start for Boom in this game. 2-0. Not as fast as Kukui starts when they do play their early game strong, but certainly a better early game. The best early game we've seen from Boom so far in this qualifier for their first series. So let's see if they can maintain it and translate this into more. Otherwise, net worth-wise, you're still kind of tied in even overall. Natsumi is still finding free farm top. This is an Alchemist. You don't expect a major lead early on until the Radiance is up, so that timing's still lining up for Natsumi. And he hasn't been slowing down. That is a concern. But they're losing map space fast with that Dominator up on Jabs. Top tier 1 just gone, no contest.
Armel. They try to jump him. 8th the Remnant juked out completely by Armel with the Waning Rift, and very upsetting here for Yoe, who's just not finding an opening here up against his park. At least they ensure that Natsumi does continue to free farm this top lane.
Again, just this ramp up into the Radiance is when the Alchemist can really start to take over. Still a ways off, but one part in, the Talisman of Invasion flying out. In comparison, though, your farm from Jackie isn't too bad. He's hitting the jungle, he's got the God Strength to help clear out. There is some pressure for the siege, but it's Zhao again on a tanky hero that you're trying to dive.
This is dangerous. This is really, really dangerous if they jump in, and they're going for it. I mean, they're going to at least maybe give up this Slar, because the fear does land with the dead shot. Zhao needs that decay, and he does get it. I feel like we just continue to see this, where they continuously want to jump T1 towers so early, but this is the 3rd game in a row where they're trying to jump Zhao on a tanky support hero.
Yeah, it was the Bristleback in game 1. In game 2, it was... What was
Death
it
Prophet.
again? It was something. Yeah, it was a Death Prophet that had the double Spirit Siphons up. Now it's an Undying with Decay. Did he get triple?
Yeah.
Somewhere along those lines. And I don't know. Like, I get that they're trying to equal out map space. They need to find a different way to get that done. Jabs is solo. Does have Black Hole, but they've got a good smoke here.
Problem is, can you get past Tims? I mean, Tims, they're going to see him. Stun being channeled. Tims will break the gank here, so they're going to have to aim for him instead. But Jabs is looking for a Black Hole opportunity. He won't find the angle, but they're just going to chase down the Slark instead. I mean, this is getting a little bit concerning at this point, because they're trying so hard to find these kills. So much commitment, but nothing is coming out of it. And that's time that you had Natsumi just not hitting creeps.
I'm a little bit surprised you're dragging Natsumi out for these movements too, instead of Yoe. To be fair, Yoe doesn't have anything to play with yet, just the power treads up. But he does have level 8, he's got enough in his kit to try to go for kills. Could be the hero that you can kind of bank on for some early tempo. They're looking bot just for a moment, but Yoed makes the call to not fully commit. still maybe looking to swing top. The free siege coming out here from Jabs has to be counteracted. You can't afford to lose early tier 2s, taking away top jungle control, cutting that farm access for Natsumi early. But they've already done a great job on Boom just to ward up these jungle entrances on the top jungle and just apply that lane pressure consistently. So the top lane does not feel safe at all for the Alk. He's forced to farm in the back. The back camps a little bit more. Maybe they can start to find a
Dire's
connection
bottom
soon,
tower
but
is under attack.
they're still not looking to play. With Yoa, even with the amp damage forced to be popped, like this is just so much room. While all that happens, you're still free farming in Jackie. Like everything you could ask for here for Boom Esports is lining up. Nico and Yoe falling very behind in terms of net worth. All of it just flowing into Natsumi. All in on the Elk.
Oh, Nico? I mean, he's confident. He's confident. They can't do much. He's got Surge up. Still spamming my voice line. Thank you, Nico. Appreciate it, sir. They're gonna still try. No. Meanwhile, though, they have found themselves a pesky Slark, dead shot. Not gonna drag him
Dire's
back.
bottom tower is under attack.
You look at the net worth graph here, John, like, all the farm is on Natsumi, and then every other core from Boom. And the thing is, Natsumi's only 300 gold ahead of Armel and Jackie. It's really not that impressive right now for the Ark.
It really isn't. I mean, again, he lost most of the control in the top jungle with all of that forward posturing from Jabs and Sports. He still doesn't have his Radiance, so the farm pace isn't as quick for the Alchemist here. Gonna take some more time to build up into that point. And you're not gaining enough from all of this, right? Like, your side lanes, your bot, your mid.
Look how annoying Jabs is being. He got the helm of the Dom, and he's just keeping a Centaur on the right side of the map. Like, how annoying is this?
Yeah. And so that's all he's been doing. He's been very good with the micro. He's been very good at just staving off any sort of movement. And he's been very good at utilizing it as well just tie into the push when he's allowed that space to do so. It's just very uncomfy for Natsumi to just play free farm. And again, they're splitting the map up so nicely here on the side of Boom. Jackie's been free farming bot.
Yeah.
He's got something flying out to catch.
We're gonna catch a nice easy one. Wards drop just in case. This is my favorite part of Undying, John, is you just instantly respawn. Also my most hated part, because I keep forgetting that I can instantly respawn as Undying when I die. The first time I played Undying with this new facet, John, I literally sat there for like a minute waiting to respawn, only to realize, you know, there I was.
It's funny for me because this is... Yeah.
Because I'm saying you're waiting for the sound cue to respawn, right? Like, that's how I know I've respawned. I just alt-tab and look at something else, you know?
It would have been so funny if he accidentally abandoned because he didn't notice. That would be the way. That'd be the way, you know? But still.
My carry was not happy that game, John, I'll tell you what. I was not too impressed.
Oh, big smoke out from Boom, looking for a flank in. And Nico, and the Surge is annoying, but if they can get the chain stuns, could be a nice kill. The issue is it's right by a tier 2 here.
They just need a coil. There you go. Get the coil in. Easy peasy. Here comes the cavalry, though. Can they really fight? This seems pretty risky with the God Strength just popped. Obviously, they wanted to fight over the Shrine of Wisdom. Not going to happen. It's taken. Now, Boom are all over them here, Jonathan. I mean, look at Jackie's farm. He's ahead of the Alchemist. We're only 14 minutes in.
This is what happens when you leave the Sven alone down bot for a good 15 minutes. You're just free to farm. 14.5 minutes for Jackie, uncontested. Free for all the free farm you could ask for. Massive Madness, Echo Saber up, going for the Blink BKB next. At that point, it's going to be hard to pin down the Sven. You're going to have to try to kite him with mobility, which you can do with a Surge, with a shot with Slark, and with a Void Spirit. So kind of try to make Jackie run in circles. You're also inching towards the point where Jabs can make a play. He's been very patient. We haven't seen a black hole yet. Doesn't get the opportunity on Yoe either, but he's been so good with his Helmvy Dominator into the Overlord that he's just maintaining a laning presence across the map. 5-1, 4k lead for Boom. All their items slowly flowing in. Blink Dagger coming out next for Armel. Going to be a nightmare to pin down this puck, as it's felt impossible already in this game, even with a Shadow Shaman on hand. Like, Gabby's own Blink is ways off. Aetherlance on top of that is at the moment just a pipe dream. You don't have any access to that. At the least, Joel does have his ult. And if they can try to secure map control somehow and get the Tormentor, perhaps you get the free shard as well. So Roche begins for Boom early with the Eidolon army. See if they can
Overlord.
get that in time.
Like, it's so hard to control a map against a hero that can carry home with the Overlord, and Jabs has got a really early one at that, so... Just so many objectives to be taken early here for Boom Esports. And, well, here we go. God Strength just popped immediately. Jackie wants the Roshan. Tombstone dropped as well. They are huddling around. I mean, they could try for a steal here. Kukuis, they're trying to move in. They've got to be quick.
Oh.
In goes Yoe, jumping right in. But the A just picked up by Armel. Not going to be given away to Kukuis. Still a very nice wall, blocking them into the pit. But it won't really matter because it's still just Armel causing all kinds of havoc as they're going to find Natsumi. And they're going to find more. The Colonel has been caught. He's out of chicken. They will get Nico out of there. Oh, go on.
Armel saying, you made the dragon angry. Pats.
Don't poke the dragon, Natsu. What are you doing?
Yeah. Armel did say one hero pool a while ago.
The greatest gyrocopter in sea.
The greatest gyrocopter in sea. And leave everything else. And they do manage to find a freebie kill onto Tim's. Joel gets the snipe with that shadow dance up. So that's a silver lining. Not the best silver lining in the world, but hey, gotta look at the positives sometimes. What's not positive is you're 7k behind with an Alchemist on your side here for Kukuis, and that tends to feel like the point of no return. Your Alchemist is number 3 in that fort, now number 2, but even with Armel and behind Jackie on the Sven, it
My
does not
apologies.
feel good.
I didn't know he was a poet. Armel actually using a double entendre there with that line, John, because he's literally playing the fairy dragon.
Yes,
and as you can imagine,
exactly.
it was a pun and a double entendre. He's a poet, this guy.
Not it is.
Armel the
Good
poet.
old Chief Armel. That he is. I think he's I'm not sure if he reads poetry, but certainly
Doesn't
could
need to.
spit lines if he wanted to.
He writes it, John. Why would he read it if he writes it? Who's gonna write poetry better than Armel? You tell me. Nobody.
Nobody, because I don't know any poets. Honestly, it's the least interesting literary form in my opinion. That's just me.
It's
It
actually
doesn't-
one of my favorites. Not gonna lie.
It really. All right, fair enough. I just don't find it fun. I don't know. I like stories.
Did I ever tell you my parents made me read poetry? There was a whole thing in our culture where you read poetry very dramatically as a kid. Did I tell you
Really?
that? Yeah.
No.
Yeah. It's like slam
could you
poetry
do it?
almost.
Could you give us a
No.
slam poetry session right now?
No, no, I'm not.
But you love poetry.
It was in Armenian,
love
John. It was in Armenian.
Then do it in Armenian. Do
No.
it.
No.
Give us a taste.
I practically
had
can't
something
speak
cool.
it anymore because I was so embarrassed from doing those damn things. I just forgot the language.
Holy. I've never heard of that one before, as they do smoke out here. Disappearing like your language in Armenian.
Now, ironically enough, now that I'm actually working on stage, John, my mum stopped caring completely, which is amazing. If it's not me saying Armenian poetry apparently on stage, it doesn't matter.
You could give us an Armenian cast right now.
I'd rather not, John. I'd rather not.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Can you imagine? You just suddenly start play-by-playing in Armenian from English, and I just act like nothing happened. It's like, oh yeah, I can understand this just fine. It's all good. We're not going to talk about it.
I can't wait for the people in chat to be like, well, where's Armenia? What's Armenia? Is that a country? Every time, John. Yes, it is a country. It exists. Twin gate usage. Are they going to go through it? Boomer thinking about it.
Send the Eidolons out just to scout, wait for the Tormentors that are looking for anyone that might want to gank. Good old jabs, using his mobile wards to secure themselves this. Will end up going through in the end,
Okay.
which is interesting. They're going to be able to line up, I suppose, for the spawn.
They sure do.
And no contest from Kukuis. Again, this is an objective that feels like Kukuis should be more on top of. They were on top of it last time. They do at least already have a shard on Joel, so maybe not as high priority, but freebie goes the way of Boom. Free shard for Zhao. That's a devastating one to give. You've got the Tombstone save that ruins Mr. Chicken's combination. So you always have a way of bailing someone out. That could be big, especially for like Armel, who should be the one putting himself in the firing line now. Even catching Armel at this point is starting to get impossible. He's working onto the Lincoln's mic. He's going to have that single spell block up against a Shadow Shaman who needs both the Hex and the Shackles to really land. That is just going to be a bit of a nightmare.
Well, you can still attack the puck, John. He's got chicken fingers. But, you know,
Yeah.
chances are you're not going to get there. It's, you know, there's still forms of chicken, John, with this Shadow Shaman. Always chicken at this shop.
Radiant's middle tower
Cuckoos?
is under attack.
This is risky. They're jumping in. They're going to try and fight for the shrine once again, but it's still taken by Armel. And now Jackie with the double stun out. He's missing all his hits, but it won't matter. It's a mess. It's a mess. Cuckoos, get the hell out. Get out of there. Oh, no.
Are fortified.
Oh, that does not need any commentary, Jonathan. That'll be a 3-0 trade.
Is under attack.
Jackie on a double.
Yeah.
And you know how last game I said around 22 minutes that Boom should call it?
Yeah.
You remember that? I'm starting
Yeah,
to feel
I do.
very, very similar for the opposing team, but we're not there yet. We're close.
Not quite. We're close. We're
close.
close. A 12k deficit when you have an Alk feels unplayable. You know, Atsumi being 2k behind a Sven as an Alchemist really doesn't feel great. This hero really wants to be a full item ahead. At this point in the game, you're not there yet. If you can get a 4k lead on your Alk somehow, then maybe it starts to simplify, but you're still playing with a deficit on Yoe and Nico. Like, heck, Zhao is only 1,600 behind Yoe on the pause 5 Undying, which is not good news. Like, that's a lot of gold for the Undying to be striking distance of a core. It's not the fastest farming support either, so you have to find some way to take these engagements here on the side of Kukuis. Maybe this could be an opportunity. No black hole ready on jabs. They have the back wall ready. You've got the Ags up on Yoe. There is some control. The Lincolns is up on Armeldo, so that hold will not connect onto the puck. At least it will be a little bit more awkward here.
Here comes Jewel. Here comes Gabby. Armel has seen neither so far. There we go. They'll spot each other out now. Chickens around. Here comes Yoe to try and help out. In fact, they've got too many numbers. But Jackie's coming in. Who have they got? Oh, they got Natsumi!
Oh,
Not Natsumi! That's not good. Tips out from Armel as well. Armel letting him know. Just a slap on the backside, Jonathan. Good hustle.
yeah, it's like, hey, not Gyrocopter, huh? Just lay it on. Good old
You gotta do what you gotta do.
Kukuis rivalry.
Natsumi talked first, John. He opened his
That
mouth.
he did.
Oh, Nico.
Yeah.
Don't spam my voice line while you die like that, Nico. My goodness. Have some shame, Nico. What's
He's
happened
been
now?
doing that.
Dire's bottom tower is under
He's saying you guys are getting strong streaming, Paps. One here, exclamate one here, pool enjoyer. All right, let's go, Chief. That's the spice. Let's go,
You
Chief.
don't run your flappy gums against the chief. This is what happens.
Dire's bottom tower.
Gabby's saying, oh, he brought out his puck. Oh, that's
Oh.
why. Oh, he brought. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Gabby, hey,
Oi,
cool.
Gabby, calm
Oi.
down.
Radiant's current
Gabby, calm down. Oh, Jal's not happy.
The beautiful thing for Gabby is that he can target 3 players with that. Yeah, there you go. He's like, whoops, that's 3 people. God bless. Oh, goodness gracious me. Kukuis is back to stream. Oh, oh my goodness.
Woke up 4 in the morning, John. Meanwhile, right side of the map, Jules died. Who have they got? It's gonna be Zhao, but he's just not dying. In fact, maybe he just doesn't even die. Zhao finally goes down. Natsumi, he's gonna jump in after jabs, but here comes Jackie and the black hole. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. Oh, Yoe's down a bird. Just get out of there. What are you doing? What were you thinking? Get back to trash talking, Gabby.
Oh, there you go. Zhao as well with the voice line out. And this should close to a call right now.
Oh, there it is.
18k deficit, the GG's called, and boom, Esports find a quick one. Oh my God, calm down.
What does that mean?
You just called them pigs again.
Oh, Gabby! How rude!
Oh, look at that. Armand says, we gave you one, he still wants to win. We already gave you one, and you still want more. Alright, that's the spiciest one of the day out of the way. There you go. Good old Kukris.
Goodness. Gabby's gotta calm
admit-
down. Gabby has to
he
calm
doesn't.
down. He's gotta calm down. What? Oh, Gabby. I mean, you know, it's good that they're all mates, I'll tell you what. But Gabby's gotta
Yeah.
be a little careful. Jesus Christ, Gabby, you know.
That's the one matchup that his all chat can work.
Yeah.
In anything else, it's going to come off very differently. So I think it'll be interesting to see how it comes off if he does all chat in the lower bracket match they're going to have to play. But very well played to Boom. And look, they cooked up some drafts in game 1. It worked. Game
Yeah.
2, it didn't work. Game 3, they go more standard. That last pick, Enigma, did a lot of work here for Jabs with his timings coming out. And for Kukuis, it didn't quite work out. We can take a look at the bracket as well off the
Yeah.
back of that result. You do have Tech Free Gaming as well moving up 2-0 over Yangon Galacticos. And this is the team that knocked out the side of Kukuis in the other open qualifiers for TI. Roy. So Tech Free does move on. It's going to be interesting to see this team that beat Kukuis up against Boom Esports. Of course, in the lower bracket, our first matchup's already set for Kukuis up against Yangon Galacticos. Gabby does have JG to all chat there without offending everyone else, so maybe JG's going to get the brunt of that in that one to watch out for sure. But they're on their last legs. That's their last chance now. Their last opportunity to lose has been taken away. They have to go for the deep lower bracket run, which with a team like Kukuis as fresh as they are, who knows how that goes for them here, Mike?
Who knows, Jonathan? But what I do know is we're going to a break, John. Right after that break, we're going to have another series coming up. I believe it is going to be Castaway Esports up against Execration for our next one, John. So don't go anywhere. We'll head to a break and we'll be right back with our next best of 3 series.
Your soul is blind, you lie. Time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of like the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper la di da di da da da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La di da di da da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy.
3, 2, 1, go. 3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Looking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and know will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted.
1, go. Three, two, one, go.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the road to the EWC. It is, of course, MLP Dota and JohnXFire joining you for our second series of the night between Castaway and Execration. It is MLP Dota and JohnXFire. Jonathan, good news is they've made their name, so, you know, it kind of implies that hopefully Castaway is indeed away.
Yeah, look, he's never going to live that one down.
No.
He overslept for that series, but look, he's awake, and we've got a lovely logo. Such a good logo for the squad. Mind you, I believe this squad was the former, I think for the most part, the former Mongol squad before they dropped them and picked up the full Mongolian squad as well. That's why they have the slot, bad performance rated for the squad, for the org. So they do manage to maintain. We'll see if they can get the distance, of course, up against a team like Execration. This should be a fun one because you have former Execration players in Castaway as well. You've got good old Bobby on hand. He's gonna have some words for Lewis. I'm sure he always has words, that Bob. If he's doing well, if he's not doing well, he starts spamming the board voice line. If he's doing well, he spams the board voice line anyway. So this should be fun. This should be a slightly spicy one as well. We'll have to see. As you know what, for the most part, most of the players on Castaway are pretty much Filipino, except maybe FBZ, right? Like Krish is, when he plays with an international team, it tends to be based in the Philippines. Castaway stayed on Neon for a long time. He's been in the Philippines quite a fair bit. He's been staying in Southeast Asia. So it's basically like 4 Pinoys and FBZ. So it's going to be interesting to see that up against the full actual Filipino squad of Execration, who have been having a little bit of an identity crisis if you think about this team, Mike, right? Like last time around, they had a bat in, they dropped a bat, they took a bunch of players in. I think they were supposed to have Krish for a tournament as well last year. And they had some sub things going on. And then they pulled back Palos in after dropping Palos. So he's back in the squad. He's played with the squad before. should be an interesting one to watch out for. I'm sure, again, Bobby's going to have some words. Lewis is going to have some words. Palos will apparently put some words in as well for whatever reason.
Dire
We'll see.
team ban.
I like it. Here we go. Draft number 1 between Execration and Castaway. John, let me ask you
Dire
now
team
before the
ban.
draft even begins. Like, is there in your opinion, do you
Radiant
see a
team
favorite
ban.
here between these two teams?
It's hard to say. I feel like the potential for Castaway is higher overall. I feel like
Okay.
Execration has been needing a shakeup for a long time, and I don't know if they've found
10
out within
seconds
themselves,
remaining.
you know, like with their coaching change, perhaps it maybe improves things, right? Like they've
5
got, I
seconds
believe,
remaining.
Leon Arthur Dota as their coach.
Oh.
If I'm recalling all of those announcements right, there was a bunch.
Dire team
So I think he's
ban.
been with the squad for a little bit, and maybe that's the shakeup they need here in Execration. I think that could be a strong start, but I feel like Castaway
10
has this
seconds
potential as well.
remaining.
Whether or not they have the support around that, because again, they lost their organization. I'm not
5
sure. I'm not
seconds
sure if they have
remaining.
Coach JL around or if he's been looking for a team to coach. He might still be with Castaway for now as well while searching for an actual org. So there is that aspect to it, but
Radiant team
I feel like the
ban.
potential for Castaway is just higher. I think Execration, if they play at their best, they could. If Execration plays at their best,
10
they
seconds
can overtake
remaining.
Castaway at their most average performance. I think that's the key thing. It's just a matter
5
of which
seconds
Castaway do we get
remaining.
today, which Execration do we get
Radiant
today as well.
team pick.
That's a very good question,
Dire
John.
team pick.
First pick. Ooh, into the Oracle. First pick. Okay. I was not anticipating a first pick Oracle, Jonathan. What do you think about it?
I think it's actually pretty strong. Oracle overall, because of the changes to healing amplification turning into this
10
overall
seconds
thing
remaining.
and being additive instead of multiplicative does mean Reign of Destiny plus Holy
5
Locket's actually
seconds
quite
remaining.
sickening. It's a lot of regen to toss onto someone with False Promise on. So the sustain aspect of Oracle is just insanely high. And that does leave some potential pickups here for Execration to lean into, like say a Husker combination if they want that. If it's not banned out by Castaway,
Radiant
you have the
team
strong
back.
mid for Lewis that can show up. So I do like seeing that from Execration. I'm a little bit surprised Castaway do opt for a very early Bob hero,
Radiant
just picking the
team
Storm
ban.
already. You're probably not flexing this. This is not Motivate Trust in 2020, where we have a Masaro's offlane Storm Spirit. I don't think they're going that left field here on Castaway. So
Dire team
the
ban.
Bob here very early on is rather interesting. They're going to have to ban to protect. Silencer's gone already. Oracle itself doesn't hold Storm back. And Storm is one of those ideal heroes to jump the Oracle in the back line, so I can see that making sense. It's just that, are you going to be feeling good about your mid matchup? You know, you only have the one ban here on Castaway.
10 seconds
If it
remaining.
does slide through, would you be happy with Storm Spirit versus Husker? That matchup
5
can be a little bit
seconds
dicey
remaining.
for Storm.
Dire
It,
team
it certainly can.
pick.
The
Radiant
early Storm
team
pickup here
pick.
for Castaway. They'll go right into the AA net.
Radiant team pick. Queen.
We are going to see a
of
quad pickup here
Dire
from
team
Execration,
pick.
interestingly enough, right into the Tusk. You know, I've been saying Oracle strong for such a long time as well. Nobody ever picks it up. I mean, we finally get to see it being picked up here in this meta, at least for now in this series. They didn't change that much, did they, John?
The healing change is big.
10
because it's
seconds
additive instead of
remaining.
multiplicative. So when you
Oh,
get the
that's
Holy Locket
right.
with Reign of Destiny running, it's just a lot
5
more healing than
seconds
it was
massive.
before.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's much stronger because of that. And the one thing now for Execration is you're playing healing into an Ancient Apparition. If the Ice Blast connects, which it should, those saves might not account for much at all. So I think that's a really smart move out from Castaway, at the very least.
It's hard for me. I feel like people forget about how much utility this hero brings. Like, let's say you can't heal, right? You've still got False Promise. You can still disarm someone with Fate's Edict, or you can just make it so they can't do any magic damage on you. You know, you got to purge with... Like, there's just so much utility with Oracle that it actually annoys me that it's taken this long to be picked up.
Dire team pick.
Like, I appreciate what you're saying with the healing aspect. I get it. But I just think it offers more.
It does offer more, but the reason you pick it now is the healing, straight up, right? Because
Sure.
that's been the most buzzed aspect. So
That's what
if
pisses
all
me
that
off, John.
other parts, if all the other parts were never prioritized, I think
10
teams just don't
seconds
rate it
remaining.
high enough as a threat. Like, say, compare his hold and his disarm to,
5
say,
seconds remaining.
the hold from a Shadow Shaman, the hold even from a Bane that we've seen a little bit more. The saving potential of Ringmaster without having to go all in on healing and his poke damage. I feel like the other supports do that a little bit better. So really, when you pick the Oracle, it has to be built around that healing. I mean, the other stuff is good, but, you know, most heroes are good at more than
Radiant
one thing
team
nowadays
back.
in Dota 2. That maybe the other stuff isn't good enough to justify. We'll see if Christian can play around that. Castawake are doubling, maybe even triple downing on just finding this backline now. Ricky pickup as well. Hellish for an Oracle to deal with. Love seeing that here from Castawake, especially with the Shard pickup. The question now is, what are you doing for supports? You're probably running AA and Ricky support. You're not going to do something crazy like the Storm Spirit support for sure. The Pangolier, likely the FBZ off
10
lane.
seconds
As again,
remaining.
realistically, flexing the Storm Spirit does not sound good in any position.
5 seconds
So you will have to
remaining.
just kind of run it as is on the side of Castawake. It does leave some questions, right? You have to deal with Beastmaster now in Execration. You do not have save on Castawake. You do not have hard dispel on Castawake. So whoever gets roared is going to be killed. Unless this Riki can smokescreen on top to stall for time, that could be one way. Probably not enough. You do have enough
Dire
magic
team
damage coming
back.
out here from Execration. Your control as well from Castawake is not particularly amazing. Like, the war is pretty strong from Exa. They have area denial with the Tuscan Shards, even Snowball for a little bit of catch. Whereas for Castawake, you're talking about cold feet combos, maybe the roll from the Pangolier, and again, that smoke screen with Shard, which
10
might not be
seconds
enough.
remaining.
I mean, all of those can play with Storm Spirit coming in, but you're going to have to commit
5
pretty
seconds
deep on
remaining.
Bob. Up against, again, this Beastmaster that can just pierce debuff immunity. It can be a scary game for Storm to be your first all-inner in these kinds of fights. The follow-through is just not the cleanest from Castawake.
No, absolutely not. Final bans to come out now. Castawake, they ban out the TB. Execration, ban out the Kunkka. Couple more to come. Might add, by the way, John, this is one of those games where I actually appreciate support Riki, because it is going to make life for the POS 5 Oracle relatively difficult. Very annoying as a support player to have be against the Riki who can just smokescreen you every team fight. Assuming they find him. Execration. Final ban as Castawake did get rid of the Weaver, of all things.
I think they understand her weakness in Castawake. Just holding any mobile
10
core
seconds
down is
remaining.
hellish. Like this Quap outside the smoke screen again is probably not going to get
5
caught out too
seconds
often
remaining.
unless you again commit on Bob to get the Vortex first. Which just raises a lot of questions. Like if Bob has to commit Vortex on the Quap, then there's the Oracle, there's the roar from the Beastmaster that can just break
Radiant
things up.
team,
If you jump the
Dire
Oracle
team.
first, same thing happens. The Beastmaster's going to catch you out. The Quap's going to dance around you. They get the Ursa out for Exa as well. Again, with a lack of hard lockdown, the Ursa should be free to run around. Offlane matchup into the Pangolier shouldn't be too bad. Maybe the first two levels aren't the best for Ursa, as the Pango can just play a
10
little bit further
seconds
back, has
remaining.
durability with the Shield Crash and the Swash, but eventually
5
the Ursa can
seconds
just run you
remaining.
down. Doesn't care too much about all the spells on hand here from Castawake as well. Outside of the smoke screen, that's one thing that stat res doesn't really help you with, so at the least the smoke screen is always going to be effective here from our Riki support. How do they want to close it out now for Castawake on the pause 1? We are looking for our Krish hero on hand. There is something like a Razor on hand. Laning into the Beastmaster is kind of fine if you go all in on Plasma Field, which might not be ideal, but we have seen a few carry players actually opt for that and kind of ignore Static Link. Eventually, the Static Link against the Ursa does work wonders. So you could go that direction here for the side of Castawake if you wish. I'll go with Morphling instead,
Select
which
your heroes.
is a bit surprising. This hero has not been getting banned out. It was the hot rage in the side of Dream on the tournament of Dream League 26, and we finally get a Morphling game out.
We certainly do, Jonathan. Hate to change the topic. I believe you are going to have to make a quick reconnection. Thank you, John. Oh, that was quick. Well, there you go, Jonathan. Morphling last pick from Castawake. You don't seem to like it very much.
No, I mean, I'm saying
I
I'm
don't
surprised it took a long time to come in. Right? I think this hero is still
Okay.
strong. I'm just wondering if you can last through. I mean, you don't have to worry about anti-healing on your end here for the Morphling. The lane into Beastmaster is not the most amazing. And Tino is a hell of a Beastmaster, of course. Like, he was the one guy who was really all in on the Ags when it first came out. We saw him do that against like Illusion Heroes, not die. Of course, the hero has changed, but Tino still plays this at a very high level. So I kind of like seeing this for Execration. It's close to comfort. I'm just wondering how Krish's lane goes, right? You've got AA Morphling lane into the Beastmaster. The Boars are going to be annoying. The Axe Spam's going to be annoying. You have this potential to run down as well with Shanks on hand with a Tusk. The laning phase doesn't look smooth for the side of Castawake, right? Even this Riki support for DJ with a Pangolier in lane, like there's some good poke options, but Oracle in the early levels doesn't care too much. He can poke back quite nicely as well. It's not like you get early points in smoke screen that fast. You kind of tend to need the blink strike and the tricks of the trade. So whether or not you actually get that early value point just to kind of mess about in lane, probably not here for the Ricky. So I feel like this weakness in laning can cause some cascading issues for the side of Castaway that makes the game a lot easier for the side of Execration play. Like, you've got Ursa plus
Prepare
Oracle.
for battle.
Like, that can be very devastating in a late game scenario. It can already be tricky to kill off an Ursa when he pops Enrage, when he has his Shard plus Ags up. Like, there's a lot of Enrages just popping off, a lot of stat and damage resistance going on there. Combine that with just False Promise with all of this added healing, with a Clairvoyant Cure facet here from CML, with a potential Holy Locket, with a Reign of Destiny from a Tormentor. It might be an issue looking for that burst damage onto Palos if you're not careful, if Krish isn't ready to stand up and just fight face to face.
It could be. If that all pans out. I might add as well, Jonathan, the classic combo. I know I'm going to carry on about Oracle all game, John, but Oracle Ursa, classic combo. Very dangerous to go up against.
Yep.
Pretty disgusting, in fact, to go up against, because no matter what you throw at the bear, John, he can just kind of purge everything off. You know, it's pretty nice. Laning stage-wise, obviously, if you get hit by a Big Fortune's End, you're kind of just screwed. I love this combo.
big.
Yeah, I'm not going to go through all of that again. It is very smart.
No,
It is very
it's good.
lovely. Yeah, it's a super
you don't need to
strong
go
combo.
through
And
it, John. I'll go through it all game.
No, I did
Trust
go through. I mean, I'm going to go through it a couple of times every now and again, I'm sure. Back to
I'll
back.
talk about it all game, John. I love this hero. Oracle's
Oracle
great.
Oracle is pretty great. I'm curious to see if you're... Again, if they've drafted too much into anti-Oracle, right? Like, you already had Storm, you pick Pango as well, then you pick Ricky as well. Like, you're looking for all of this backline angle into that Oracle. It's massive commitment out just to kill that hero. If you can kill him, the game does simplify, of course. The Oracle's a big part. It's a very big part of how you have to play here in Execration. The combinations just have to flow. It's also rather interesting that you do get bondage out here for Lewis over the usual return damage onto yourself with straight up spell amp coming out here. So it's the return damage where the Quap will frontline and return some spell damage back instead of amplifying her own. So it's going to be interesting. I don't think we see this one too often from the games we cast, but it has kind of risen in popularity from what I've seen. Like, I've seen a few more Quap players start to lean into bondage just a bit, which sounds really wrong to say.
Well, it does sound a little bit wrong to say, Jonathan, but I like this facet. You know, I'm not going to say I like, I like the facet.
You should
It's
say it.
nice.
You should say it. Someone's
I
gonna
like
clip it.
bondage, John. There you go. I like bondage. Are you happy? Is that what you want me to say?
That's gonna be a line at some point. Imagine that gets
That
added
was-
in. That's the one thing that people
No,
remember.
yeah, that's the one voice line they're going to add from us. Just me saying I like bondage. How great's that? Chase onto Krish. He's going to be okay. He'll just go down. He's water, Jonathan. He'll flow very easily through the river. In fact, how is that not an innate for Morphling? That he just, on rivers, he's just too quick. Or like something. He just disappears. He's invis in river.
I think he should get like plus 100 move speed in a river, just to go with the flow. You know, why not? Like, amp up that move speed on him and give half the move speed increase on the opposite direction, so he's still faster going against the flow.
Genius.
Would be
Genius.
nice. Doesn't quite work that way. We'll see eventually if it will, but looking at that lane, it's not going to be the easiest of time for Krish. Again, there's this potential down the line for Tino. He does go for the Wild Hunt as well, so he does have that added attack speed with more units nearby. Probably going for go Dominator Overlord build. No Ags rush for him this game. But this can lead into really fast siege and aggression, I think.
Well, there it is, Jonathan. First blood already drawn here by CML onto FBZ. And it looked like it was literally just CML chasing down FBZ. I didn't quite catch exactly how that kill happened, but I don't really think there was too much. In fact, there was some input from the Ursa. He did about 200 damage, John. There you go.
Just playing poke, and it's like you were saying, right? That utility from the Oracle is still high. Fortune's End with a root. Hold that Pangolier in place. He's not going to be able to do much. And the Dispel is also really annoying for FNC. You will just lose shield crash shield every single time. Which again, one reason why it's a little bit surprising to Pango in. And Krish,
That's a big one. They literally just ran him down there, John. I mean, mind you, he's level 1 without waveform, so naturally he is susceptible. But the fact that level 2 has already been achieved by Shanks and Tino, that's a concern. That's a concern, as it seems like Shanks now having enough to just start rotating mid instead. Because he can.
Yeah. I like this. Again, they already got the water rune refill for Lewis. Bob's not going to get anything for his trouble. So this mid lane matchup, which Bob's been handling well, should start to swing a little bit more toward Lewis. And Lewis is going for all-in Shadow Strike as well. Like, no Scream of Pain, going for the Shadow Strike, Blink, maybe a value point in Scream, but probably maxing out Shadow Strike at this point. Does mean there is a lot of return that you can do onto Bob. It will slow his farming pace down, mind you. And his burst damage rotation is not going to feel as good if he does go 3-1-1. Might look for a balanced 2-1-2 build instead here for Lewis. We shall see, but again, they're just taking resources away from Bob, who is the one here who's having decent lane. All the other lanes right now for the side of Castwick have been going very poorly. In FBZ, you're seeing it now. He gets a shield crash off. If you've got Fortune's End, it doesn't matter. Your durability
really
isn't there. You get poked back. Palos has all the sustain he could possibly ask for. And DJ has no presence, right? Like, you have to get tricks over smokescreen. It's just how the lane works.
Well, the worst part is, John, the power spike's not even here yet. Level 3 is the big power spike for Oracle. So once you've got that, those Purifying Flames, they really start to hurt. And I think that's where FBZ and of course DJ need to be ultra cautious here down at this bottom lane. Because it is not very fun, let me tell you. For now, though, they are sustained. So is every other lane, though it does seem like Bob's been forced to run back to the fountain on the mid-storm. So Lewis with those level 2 Shadow Strikes finally forcing the Storm out of the laning stage, which is going to allow him to get a bit of an XP advantage here up against the Storm. And that is another thing, right, for Bob. Like, you don't want to see Lewis hit level 6 before you, because it's almost a guaranteed kill if you don't have level 6 up on the Storm. We'll see if he does get there. For now, he's going to find himself a little bit behind in terms of the XP game.
And he is. At the very least, he will get a water rune refill this time around, but he comes in with a full bottle anyhow. Not going to be able to eat through that bottle with spell spam just yet, but still has to secure everything going in favor of Execration. Again, top lane for Tino's been going smoothly, like you mentioned. The Beastmaster and Tusk can just run down. Not much Chris can really do. He has to go for level 2 waveform to get away. Does find it.
Oh, they could have gone for him too, but they're going to try and go for the AA instead. TPs are incoming. Nice juke on the cold feet. In fact, never mind. He didn't actually get the juke off, but it won't matter. He's still running. Tricks of the trade, not enough. They will finally get him here with DJ.
What a surprise.
Just barely able to kill off Shanks, but they will lose their AA in response. And hell, it felt like they could have gone for Krish almost. Quite frankly, after he used that waveform. But they didn't.
Yeah.
In fact, more TP's coming now. The AA back in the laning stage. They want to try and maybe harass out this Beastmaster. Not proving to be so easy, though, as Tino's just casually walking away, and they were unable to get the body blocks off the tricks of the trade committed by DJ, so gonna have to just leave the area. Meanwhile, DJ leaving that lane does mean FBZ's been left alone, and that means he's getting 0 farm. He's stuck at level 3, and he's getting nothing.
It's a rough time for the Pangolier. And again, this kind of boils back to just how you drafted. You saw the Oracle, you still picked the Pango. You just can't play with your shield crash. Like, theoretically, on 1v1, Ursa versus Pango is kind of fine in the first few levels. You don't even have that initial level advantage any longer. Palos at level 4 with the level 2 Furious Wipes can really just dish the hurt. They've got room as well to just look at mid. Or start to secure those power runes. They've got good vision here from Execration. Watching across the river. Bob has to hope for a lucky one here.
I mean, they know exactly where it is, John. CMO can tell him that Bob, he's not getting lucky because the Oracle's waiting top. They know exactly where it is every time. It's like, there's no point even checking. If you know the Oracle's top, I guarantee you it's at top. Unless
Seen
they're
some mind
made
games. Yeah.
mind games. That's fair, John. That's a fair point.
We've seen mind games before. In the few games you got prognosticate out. By like second power rune, you're going somewhere else. Tricking them. Then you find it anyway, you know.
I'm not clever enough to pull that crap off, John. I've never even tried it. You know? Not like my enemies buy wards anyway. They wouldn't even see me camping the opposite lane. Here we go. Bob's rotated bottom. He has hit level 6. I suppose he has, in fairness, forced away Palos, who is going to move up top and just go for the tier 1 top tower. So Bob's rotation not really amounting to much but forcing away Palos, but again, he's more than happy to be in this area anyway.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Krish could be very cautious. They're moving in with CML looking for a route, and they will find one, but it was
Dire's
onto
middle tower
Castaway.
is under attack.
And Palos leaves anyway. He goes back down bottom knowing Bob has left.
And it's a ton of time wasted from both sides. Maybe a bit more painful for Castaway, although they are still poking Palos, but there's not enough follow-through control with just a smoke screen out. And that is the one thing, right? Look, that lack of hard control here from Castaway is what makes these lane rotations a little bit awkward.
It's hard to kill off Palos. Like, he's about to hit 6 anyway, so with the enrage up, it's going to be feeling pretty impossible for these two, but just the stick charges plus the fairy fire are going to be more than enough. It's like DJ again going to leave the area and see if he can find something else to do around these power runes, but they of course are going to have an advantage of knowing exactly where they are, and the thing is, when you know exactly where the power runes are going to be, John, you just bring all the bodies over to ensure they get them. In fact, look at this. Regen picked up. They're going to jump in for more. Lewis wants a big sonic wave. Not going to find one to Bob, but should eventually find the Ricky, and he does.
Dire's top tower is under
The
attack.
Ancient Prowler's not proving to be enough to get the deny here for DJ.
Quite. Good clean game for Execration so far. Like you said, Mike, playing around this prognosticate of CML
Dire's
quite
middle
nicely.
tower is under
And for
attack.
Castaway, it just goes back to this graph. You have some ideas here with Ricky. You have some hints as to what you'd want to do later on, but it takes EXP, it takes some gold. Kind of get going there. None of your lanes have gone well. They're looking up top. You already have the full
They are.
Dominator plus War here.
Yeah, they should have Tino, though. Tino, I mean, he's a tanky boy. He's making life a little bit more challenging with that Centaur, but it was silent, so he couldn't even hope for a stun. In comes Lewis, though. Oh, he's got enough. He's got enough. Tino getting the kill from the grave as Lewis now looking for another target. Will chase down Bob, but Bob's going to be okay. He's going to be able to zip away just fine with that soul ring. But it's still pressure onto that top tier 1 tower.
Radiant's middle
I don't think
tower
that pressure's
is
going to be easing off anytime soon.
No. I want to point this out as well. I thought Tino had a save point for Roar. He actually just skipped it. I mean, he went 0-3-3 at 6.
Oh.
I mean, he'll still get the point, but I don't know if this was on purpose. It looked like it's on purpose. I feel like Roar is always
Radiant's
just a good
middle
value
tower
point
is
to
under
pick up.
attack.
Tino's one of those players that just every weird thing you do, where you see him do, it's always on purpose. Like, this guy doesn't really... I don't think I've ever seen Tino misclick, even though it looks weird. You know? I guarantee if you message Tino, he'll tell you it's on purpose.
It would be nice to know.
I
It
don't
must
know
be on
why.
purpose. I think he's just doubling down on the Wild Hunt, right? Like the
Dire's middle
attack
tower
speed
is
increase
under
for the
attack.
siege, wanting that extra point in Inner Beast over debuff immunity piercing 3-second stun. I can see the
Yeah.
I can see the value when I say it like that. I can't sell it to myself.
In fairness, John, there's not much
Radiant's bottom tower
debuff
is under
immunity this
attack.
game so far, so maybe Tino just not seeing the value.
I guess. I
No
mean,
value.
you know, they have like one root, one stun. Adding another stun would be pretty big.
No,
That's
look, he went
100%
max
more
in a
stuns.
beast. He maxed in a beast.
He's
he didn't
actually
go
just-
prime
alright.
reward. It's on.
Alright.
I told you it's on purpose. This man does not
confidence.
make mistakes. This is no error for Tino. This is another day for Tino.
I
What
guess.
Radiant
I guess they know
are
Bob's
scanning.
not ready to play. That's the one big thing you'd want to
Dire's
catch
middle
with War.
tower is
It's your
under
instant
attack.
stun. And the Storm has had an abysmal
Dire's
game.
structures are fortified.
Bottom in net worth for all the cores in the map. Has a lot of room to still catch up. Only has the power treads plus soul ring, which is enough to try to make some plays. Whether or not you can really fully connect with your sports, though, kind of remains
mean,
to be seen.
Look at him, John. Like he's farming pretty quick. Like he's almost about to overtake
Dire's middle
Palos.
tower has fallen.
I don't mind the skill builder. He hasn't got axes. He may as well just go for the farm game.
Yeah. I think, again, it just goes back to understanding that there's also just no threat from the Storm.
No.
Like, Bob just can't make a
Nothing.
move anyway. You don't need to roar. Don't make a move now.
Mid lane. Maybe this is the threat, John. In fact, they've got threat. Or do they? Here comes an oracle, but it won't
Dire's
matter.
middle tower is under attack.
Nice pick off. So there you go. Bobby finally finding a kill here with DJ onto this quap. It does really feel like the damage has already been done after that laning stage. Like, you look at the net worth disparity between the quap and the storm, and it is quite large. But at the very least, Bob does inch away with an XP advantage now. hitting level 9 to level 8 of this quap.
Yeah, every little bit counts. You know, maybe rushing to the level 10 with the added mana regen.
Radiant's middle
Start to
tower is under
simplify the
attack.
cause, and you also managed to get that kill close enough to the power rune that you actually get control of it. Bob finds himself an amp damage rune to play with. There's some opportunities that can present itself. Starting to look down bot. Paulus is still in a very comfy spot, just a recipe away
Are scanning.
from the battlefield. Would not want to die like this.
No, does not. Palos.
Radiant
He's got enrage
structures are
up.
fortified.
He has heroes that can TP down. Ice Blast, though, going to make it very hard to survive, and he does get caught. Very nice scouting there from DJ to ensure that they just kept that vision up on the Ursa. Well, poor old Palos, he just had no idea he was being watched.
Attack.
That's where you shine here, right, in Castaway. This is where this lineup does start to provide some oomph when you can connect with the Storm, and Bob starts to get confident. So a little bit of an
Easy,
answer
though.
here from Lewis.
He doesn't really have any way to roll out of here. He'll have to use the swash and already did, so it looks like FBZ is just guaranteed to die. Meanwhile, a nice shards catching the Storm, but
Dire's
he had
bottom
mana to
tower
zip
is
away.
under attack.
They do find a decent enough trade. Of course, Palos dying is still a bigger deal for Castaway, but it's, you know, it's a trade at the end of the day for Execration.
And it is. And it still feels
Radiant's
pretty
courier
good
has been
for Exa.
killed.
They're at the point where Tino can't
Radiant's
join
top
these
tower
fights.
is under attack.
DJ?
DJ? He's alright.
Yeah.
I'll
Invisibility.
I'll tell you what, like, the thing is, even with Palos, like, dying like that, the thing that always scares me with the team like Execration is, you know Tino will just carry the game if he needs to. You know? He's top net worth at the moment. He's already got the Overlord. He's probably going to pick up a Drums of Slom at some point with the Ags. You know? He's got Roar up, by the way, John. Happy days.
He's fully
And,
set.
I think that's the scary thing about this roster. It's just, if Palos can't carry, chances are Tino probably will.
Yeah, Tino is a little bit of a madman. You know? And again, Beastmaster's probably his best hero overall, as we've seen before. I mentioned to steal away these stacks as well from the side of Castaway, so the recovery farm is not going to be there. And Castaway, again, are just left with very few options. Chris is still trying to farm up his first side.
It's a big pick off if they can get Tino. Ice Blast gonna land. Tino trying to fight back. A big Sonic Wave out as well. They'll take down FBZ prior to the Rolling Thunder. Meanwhile, Tino, he's still going. The Edict, no, the False Promise was keeping him alive. But he finally goes down. On they go into the Storm now. He'll run out of mana, but does barely zip away. The chase continues, however. They've got Bob locked down. He's trying to get close enough for the high ground, but he can't get there.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Triple,
attack.
rather, a killing spree being given the way of Lewis now. And a big team fight for the side of Execration as Castaway. I mean, they got Tino in the end, John, but you saw how long it took. Once that False Promise came in, it felt like the damage was already done.
It kind of boils back to, again, how your draft works. You have to find the backline first. Palos by himself.
That's a big pick off. Palos getting caught another time with his pants down. Can he get the enrage off? He can. He might have a chance to survive. In fact, he does. The heals are incoming. There's no killing this Ursa now. There goes FBZ. Ice Blast. It's not even going to land on one. As we do see Bob rotating, trying to find the Ursa, does catch him. A very nice pick off here from Bob. He's still got mana to play with as well, so Bob's going to keep it going. That should be just the end of that, though it seems like Tino's making his way over now. But without the Ursa, I don't see them sticking around.
I didn't think you can actually go for the push. Like, they've got the
Dire's
drums
middle
up.
tower
Not the
is
drums
under
to slam,
attack.
but good old drums of endurance here just to help the siege. They know the blast is down for a little bit longer. They know that the roll is down. There's no threat from Castaway. Like, outside of connection with the
Radiant's
Storm, which
bottom
again,
tower
Bob has
is
to kind of
under
reset a
attack.
bit. They won't fully commit and just poke and prod. But that's the one thing for Castaway as well. When they do have to go for these kills,
Radiant's
they have to
middle
bank
tower is
on the
under
blast. They have to bank on the Rolling Thunder from FBZ. And they kind of need to look for the backline with DJ. He's been trying. He's been pretty on point with his movement across the map. But in some of these engagements, if CML is just allowed to do what Oracle does, then you're in trouble. Because going through this False Promise is just a massive headache. Even with the Ice Blast on top, it just stalls the game out for way too long. Opening now for Roshan with the Ursa draft here for Execration. Gonna be a quick one. Inside of Castaway just aren't in position to contest. Gonna have to hand that 3D away. Scans there, but
Oh, Ice
not
Blast?
really doing much.
Ice Master, yeah, it's not close enough for the Ursa. Oh, don't forget the Aegis,
Okay.
boys. See how Palos jumped out and was ready to hand it over to Tino? Look, he already knows. Palos knows that the Tino might just be the carry. It's bottom lane. Shanks should get hunted. DJ's going to see him. You got FBZ around the corner if they want to try. It is very deep though. Maybe not really worth their time for a Tusk kill, but they've got a creep wave now by the tier 2, and it seems like eventually they should have him. Or maybe not. No, he's alright. Never.
There's no
Top lane
point.
maybe? Bob's chasing. You've got help coming in though from CML, and again that's going to make it so he can't really continue. Bob's going to run. And that he...
I like this from Tino, not even bothering what he acts. Just going full AC, just going all in on this attack speed beast that he is with a Wild Hunt. Never seen a player go all in on that facet, but this is how you do it. Just get all the attack speed, keep summoning stuff up, and just push objectives. Tino really just...
I like it.
Not messing around. I love this.
I like it. Get all the units. Imagine he had a Necro book right now, John. Imagine how happy Tino would have been.
Hey, if you'd hit 60 minutes here and go for the Book of the Dead, you know?
Don't do it to
Give it
yourself,
away.
Tino. It's not worth it anymore.
Is under attack.
Here we go. DJ. Nice easy pick off of the DJ. Around the time now where you really start to hunt down this pesky Ricky. They will catch him this time around. 11 to 6 now. 2k advantage for the side of Execration. Still looking very good this game. The one cause of concern, I think, for Execration is naturally the fact that Krish has been keeping up really well in terms of the farm game. In fact, he is just about to be top net worth as well. In fact, is there going to be a fight in that dire jungle? Bob, he's going to zip through, find Tino. Ice Blast's going to fly through, but the Roar has been committed. They'll try to blow up Bob while they have a chance, but it's not going to be enough. Bob, he'll make it out. Tino's still in pretty big danger, should be going down, and does. So they find Tino and they give nothing away. Perfect kind of fight. Say that, they are probably going to give DJ unless they don't have a dust, which they don't.
Yeah, it's been a couple of times now where DJ just either walks away or TP's away. A while ago, just kind of hid in the smoke and TP's out because no one's carrying dust. Someone's got to carry it. One of the melee cores or maybe even just Shanks on the Tusk should carry it. He does have sentry stuff. He does have the dust in his stash, so lesson learned eventually here, at the least. But going back to your points, Mike, I do agree that Krish is going to be a problem, right? Like, especially with how Morphling works now, with how Morph works. Like, turning into the Ursa, staying in the Ursa form, can be quite dangerous for the enemy team. Like, he can easily become a faster attacking, faster hitting Ursa, for sure. But I don't think we've reached the point where the itemization reflects that yet. I mean, he has some stat padding up with a Manta into the Dragonlance, with the Hurricane Pike coming out. Does need that full Butterfly to really have the extra stats to shift around here. Smoke does come out from Exe, looking for that top Tormentor perhaps for themselves. No break just yet, but DJ is in position to try to do something here.
Ryan, chase is on. Looks like they are going to find themselves a free shards here for Shanks. He cast Awake. They've got DJ wrapping around trying to find some victims or some targets, but doesn't see anyone.
Radiant's middle tower
Meanwhile, that
is
tier
under
2 top
attack.
tower going to be forced in by Execration eventually, I think. They're hanging around. They've got Tina with all the units in the world here for this one.
Scanning. Dire's structures
There you go.
are fortified.
Slowly but surely, Jonathan.
Doesn't take too
Dire's
long.
top tower
We
is
got the
under
lovely
attack.
Ancient Prowler Acolyte as well.
Ooh,
Just to make things nice up front. A little bit of Vlad's like
Dire's top
aura.
tower has fallen.
I like that one.
Radiant's
It's pretty
structures
sick.
are
Nice.
fortified.
Yeah. For an Ursa, it's amazing. Here we go. Krish, going to be spotted. But it's an Ursa. You know, you don't have like a basher up yet. He does have his teammates incoming, but they are very far away. Lewis has blinked forward. More TP's coming to help out Krish if he needs it, but he does not. And it seems like nothing really going to come out of this chase whatsoever, though. DJ now going to jump in with a Rod of Atos out onto the Ursa. Maybe... Oh, they
Oh,
can!
that timing!
The timing was perfect!
What?
Perfect timing. The Aegis expires. Palos didn't see it coming. Oh, and now they smoke up. They want to go for more naturally. Question is, can they find it? DJ's going to have a gander. He'll see one. They're going to make the jump in. They found an Oracle. CML, probably the perfect target you could have asked for to start this off. Now onto the Tusk. They'll find another. And suddenly, you've got a 3-for-nothing trade.
Yeah. Massive mistake from Execration. That's quite the blunder from Palos. Feeling safe, maybe not watching the timer or not expecting them to turn on him. But he doesn't have something like his BKB. He has no way of counterplaying through the smoke. And he just... The timing is just insanely perfect. And no one even backing him up. Although... Oh! There you go.
Well, there goes DJ. It's just support Ricky. It's not that big of a deal. You know, like seeing Krish die like that comparatively to say... excuse me, rather Palos die like that comparatively to say Krish, who's still just free farming on the Morphling. You start to get a little bit worried. The only issue for Castawake is the fact that it's literally only Krish keeping up here. Like, Bob's not too far behind, but it really does feel like the weight of the world is going to be on Krish's shoulders in about 5-10 minutes.
Yeah, and I do feel like the hero can deliver the goods. And again, just... We've seen Morphlings just turn into enemy right-click carries and just rip faces apart. Turning into the Ursa is just going to be terrifying for Palos as long as Krish doesn't get kited around as well. Heck, turning into Oracle could be really annoying for the side of Execration to actually deal with. Right, just having self-healing on hand, self-magic res on hand, could be a little bit too much to contend with. Self-dispel on hand as well. Like, I know, there's a lot of utility for Krish that once he gets something like the butterfly, the game does get dangerous for Execration. Like, yes, you're still hitting the scaling. Tino does have that full AC up. He's got attack speed for days coming out here. He's all in on farm. Dude, he went for Tumbler Story with Greedy. he knows it's going to go long.
Why not?
Good old Tino.
Why not? That's classic Tino for you. Oh, he hasn't gone for anything like the Ags either. Just going straight into the Blink. Just trying to play the utility Beastmaster for his side. Group up. Looks like they have spotted out Krish.
Radiant's bottom tower
We've seen
is
this
under
be
attack.
quite a challenging kill before, but if you've got a Roar to lock him down, it won't be that hard. In fact, he's running right past them as we speak. Lewis cannot believe what he's seen. His smoke just broke. There you go. They'll see him now. Jump in with the Walrus Punch to start. They did not wait for the Roar out of Tino. In fact, now the morph into the Quap, but it won't matter. The Roar was there just in the nick of time. No blink away here for Krish.
Big target you were looking for. Finally putting an end to this Morphling's free farm. Follow through from Castawake. They were way too far out. They are still in smoke though, with Bob, DJ, and good old Castaway himself. But whether or not they find a kill now, Ice Blast is on cooldown. You need an isolated target to kind of pick off. Not going to be able to find it easy. Again, ideal here is you jump CML. Like, if you take care of the Oracle, the game does simplify. It can be a little bit annoying dealing with the rest of the heroes, though. Like, Lewis now having a BKB flying out. He went for the Blade Mail build-up. He's really all about that reflect damage now. Starting to be a bit of a menace in front, especially if you can get that connection with the Oracle, which, again, hasn't fully appeared yet. But for Castawake, there's a lot of pressure to play in a certain way. At the least, DJ's been relatively free and walking around. The sentries are starting to pop out here from the side of Exit, but not fully. Do have some timings as well for Cast Awake as FVZ does finish up the Ags. More damage to come in now with a Shield Crash. Going for the Basher next, which can help some of those control issues they're facing. They are ceding a lot of ground though. Tier 2 bot just being pushed in by Tino and Palos. Just like that.
He's got the Ancient Croaker, John.
Yep.
Tino's got the Ancient Croaker. You've seen what happens with these damn neutrals. It's scary. It's spooky, Jonathan.
That it is. You're smoked up
Watch
now.
the Ravage. Watch the Ravage, John.
Radiant's
a
top
croaker.
tower is under attack.
Here we go. They're coming.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Oh, could they find Krish first? That would be such an amazing start. If they could find Krish. They will not, though. They're going to run south. Both teams around the Roshan pit on the west of the river. DJ gonna break the smoke of Shanks. They'll know they were smoked up. In they go. With the smoke screen out, they'll try to burst down the Tusk immediately, and they do. Tino could not find the roar onto FBZ mid-roll. So it's a 4v5 already. Roshan obviously still available for both teams, and it seems like Execration are thinking about jumping in the pit. But they are one man down thus far. Still looking for a target to start on. They're gonna find DJ. Tricks to the trader out. DJ, though, is still going to be able to blink away. Meanwhile, Palos in the middle of nowhere. In comes Lewis. Sonic Wave going to take down one, and it will be DJ. They'll chase down the AA as well. They're going to find Castaway to boot. It's a 2-for-1 trade in the end. More importantly, though, Roshan is now available for Execration if they wish.
And your counterplay in that
Radiant's middle
hit is
tower
rather
under
limited for
attack.
the side of Castaway. The roll will be back up in half a minute. Roshan will not take that long to fill off there. As you've got the Versi, you've got the AC up, and you know, this really is quite a fast Roshan. Whether or not Bob will try to steal as well, probably not, considering that there's just a lot of gold here. So they have to play into another set of 2 lives for Palos. Would want some better usage here from our Ursa for sure. Try to watch that timer this time for our good old carry. Should be able to watch that timer this time around after that. The rather
Radiant's
hard
middle
time last
tower
time.
is under attack.
Bold view to assume Palos knows how to read time, John. Palos? Oh. You deserve that one, Jonathan. That was a bit of an awkward mix-up there last Aegis loss.
Yeah,
it happens.
for sure, for sure. One thing
It
as
happens.
well,
Yeah.
I suppose for DJ, if you can't jump the Oracle, you can always just smoke screen the target they're trying to save, because hey, they can't be targeted for false promise if you're in that smoke screen. So that's funny. Great shard.
Very nice. Very nice indeed, Jonathan. Unless DJ dies, but he does see Palos underneath that that ward. They'll go through the twin gates. Nobody left behind. Oh, Palos.
Okay,
Palos.
that's fine.
You know, it's all right. That's all right. Nobody saw it, Palos. They don't know.
Yeah.
It's
It's
okay.
a bit of a handicap, right? Like, 8 seconds, still long enough. Who needs that extra second?
Radiant's courier
He won't.
has been killed.
He could have used that extra second actually a while ago with the Aegis, but hey.
Oh, see if he needs a BKB, he will. See, he doesn't need a BKB, John.
Yeah.
He doesn't need it.
Ah, nice kill onto FBZ. I literally thought they all left bot, but FBZ decides to come back in. And now the high ground begins from Tino just banging the drums and sitting back watching creeps to work. This facet is just so dumb. Look at that attack
love
speed
it.
in the Boris. Look at him. Look at this ancient granite golem. His animation's
No,
not
makes
built to be this fast.
No. Look at him go, John. Boom.
Yeah.
It's like watching Mike Tyson throwing punches at a wall, you know? It's just, that's what he's doing.
Dire's bottom barracks are under
Yeah, look at that return. The resting state, it's so quick.
Oh, he's
God
quick.
damn.
It's a peekaboo style right there, John, from this ancient granite golem. Shout out to the Hajime no Ippo fans. You'd have no idea, John. You have no
I have
taste.
no clue.
It's a boxing manga, John.
Yeah, sure.
It's a boxing manga. How are you going to tell me I have no taste?
I don't know.
How are you
Just
gonna tell me
watch
that?
the boring. Just watch boxing instead. I guess. To
Are
be
you
fair,
kidding?
I wouldn't blame
Have you
anyone
seen
for
matches?
not watching that. Yeah, no, I know. I've seen, and I'd rather not have seen. That is
Yeah,
fair.
there's only so much watching Mike Tyson bite his gloves against Jake Paul I can watch, John. You know?
I mean,
if I
you
wanted
can
to-
blame yourself for watching that, Mike. I knew it was. I told you it was going to be garbage. I told you.
I mean, it wasn't
There's nothing.
just garbage, John. I wouldn't insult garbage by calling it garbage. No, it's just, oh, God. My kids have swung pillows harder than those two did that fight, John. I'll tell you what.
Scanning.
Here we go. Smoke up. 4 in the mid lane. From Castaway.
Oh, nice illusion.
So, fun fact, ladies and gentlemen, illusions do not break smokes. Meanwhile, the jump in. Oh, nice shards out. They've caught themselves an AA, but a nice push away with the Psychic Headband. In they go now with FBZ, though a False Promise and a Snowball, in fact, is going to save his life. he will be okay to remove himself as now Lewis trying to hunt down DJ. Misses the Sonic Wave though. DJ will finally go down. Meanwhile, they will blink out with Lewis. Bob still trying to hide around this fight, but they're going to lose Castaway. My goodness.
Got it.
Just a lot of mistakes coming out from Castaway. Maybe they need to, awaken as well. Like it does look like a little bit sleepy. Not remembering that the smokes don't pop on Lucians, perhaps. Getting a little bit antsy there.
That's okay.
It happens.
That's
It
okay.
happens.
We've all done it. We've all done it, John. We've all done
That we have.
Not in
we
a pro
have.
game, but we've all done.
Dyer's middle tower
Certainly
is
so.
under attack.
Certainly so. 10k lead out for Exa. They're feeling pretty damn good about this game as they've just been relaxing. I don't think I've seen Tino ever be more relaxed than he probably is in this game.
Oh, he's relaxed.
You know, I'm pretty sure he's even more relaxed than he is when we're playing board games. When we play those board games together in Manila, Sophie tell. He's probably even less worked out in here than he was for those games. He's just, yeah, I'm gonna sit back, I'm gonna farm, guys, and that's it. That's all he wrote.
Well, thankfully, I didn't attend those games, John.
You missed out
I
on some
didn't
good
attend.
fun, Mikey. Some great fun. Look at that. Palos could count his Aegis timer, so he's not dead with it. Outstanding. That's
Very
called
good.
character arc. That's called growth, Michael Phoenix.
Is it?
Yeah,
Well, there you go.
it's a character arc.
Kind of like in Hajime no Ippo, John. Not that you'd know the character arc development that we see there. Mid lane. They're unable to kill Lewis here. They're trying for the Oracle, and they're going to find him. It's going to make it hard. False Promise available. Does pop it. Is just going to make it as impossible to kill him as he possibly can. There's now a big Sonic Wave out. And they're going to take Castaway's life. Didn't I tell you this is the best hero in the game, John? I told you this is the best hero in the game.
Yeah, so damn annoying. Surprised they opt for that without DJ at the very least. It does feel like you kind of want to try to play with that smoke
Dyer's
screen
middle
as much as
tower
possible.
is under attack.
You miss
Well,
out on
they
the chance.
screened the quad. They were trying to kill Lewis with the smoke
Yeah.
screen. Which,
Fair,
in
yeah.
fairness, he wasn't targetable, but he just kind of walked out of it.
It's that lack of control. All you have is a Rod of Athos and maybe the Rolling Thunder out from FBZ. That's it. And the Vortex of Bob. If you connect it properly without staggering too much. Which is difficult, to say the least, in this game. 19 to 11, 13k lead for Exe. As they are, again, just pretty chilled out. Heck, this is the most quiet game I've heard from Bob. No, I'm so bored voice lines coming in at all. Like, it's so strange when you have Bob in
He's not
lobby
very
like this.
bored. He's not bored,
guess.
John. He's got a lot of work to do here, Bob. 13k behind. They're going to try and bait using this creep wave bottom lane. Not going to pan out, though. DJ does break the smoke of CML, which is a great target to try and jump in on. Ghost Scepter's going to save his life, though, so he's not going to die. CML's still alive. DJ the first one to go down. Meanwhile, FBZ trying to roll all over the place, but it's not really panning out for them as they've jumped into the Morphling. Krish is down. Oh, Krish is down. He gets silenced here by our Quap, and he just goes down so quick as they're going to find the FBZ Pango. And I believe things are looking much more precarious now for Castaway, as they will also lose Castaway himself, trying to kill off this Tusk. But guess what, John? Fate's Edict blocks off all magic damage.
Yeah,
How
that
fun's
does.
that?
It's outstanding. I'm a little bit surprised, actually. I didn't think Shanks could snowball in good old CML in the smoke screen, but he could. So that was a little bit funny to watch. Maybe because they were both in the smoke screen, like the snowball was in the smoke screen. I'm not sure how all of those interactions
Dyer's
work, but hey,
middle tower is under attack.
all the saves coming into play. I would say I'm surprised you're not saying this for Castaway, Mike, but it does feel like, you know, a certain letter is going to be pressed soon. It's rough.
Oh, yeah.
It's just so hard to recover with this lineup.
I don't say it, John, because it's too easy this time. I've got to feel like I'm predicting something. You know? This one's a bit obvious. You know what I mean?
Dyer's middle
There,
tower
yeah.
is under attack.
Like, the writing's on the wall, you know, like, what was it? What's the quote from an old book I read in high school? Mene Tessel Paris?
Never
Something?
heard of it, John.
No,
Why
I
do
mean,
you
that's
say
not
it
the
like
book.
I'm meant to know?
No, you're not meant to know. It's for all the Filipino viewers who had to read Noli Me Tangere and El Filibusterismo. Good books, though. Fun books.
Krish,
Yeah,
Krish.
that's it. Just call it. That's it.
Come on, boys. No.
That's just gonna happen again.
Yeah. Do it again. Run it
One
back.
more?
I didn't hear no bell.
All right. This is again, we talked about it in draft. It felt like they went all in for this idea of jumping the back line, but the follow-through control just wasn't there. All right, Ricky, Hangalier, Storm, all really good at looking for that squishy back, but where's your real follow-through? How are you going to take these team fights outside of the rope? Oh,
Gonna try onto the Ursa. Palos, though, only losing half his HP. Not really threatened at all. There's now DJ getting taken down. Even looking for Castaway, but they'll let him get away. They will zip in again here with Bob. Bob trying his best to find some openings for the team. Meanwhile, Tino making sure that this game has 0 openings because he's just finishing it. He is just finishing the game. He could not give a crap.
yeah. Very objective-minded, good old Tino.
Dire's top barracks
Not giving a hoot, and they'll get the Megas. They'll actually back off to show some respect for
No.
what.
There's no respect, John. This is a happy death. This is happy
Yeah.
death, John.
Yeah, but you know, it's like, I mean, I guess the game will just end either way. You'd think for Exit they just want it to end so you can just move on.
I know.
Hey, maybe they're having fun.
Oh, I mean, Castaway could just call GG, John, but they haven't done that, have they? So they can have a happy death. That's how it works.
I guess
Don't want to let us finish? No problem. Happy death.
it's fair enough. They will, I guess, try to enjoy this death. I mean, Bob hasn't died since that laning death, so hey.
I mean, all jokes aside, John, obviously they shouldn't call GG. Like, you know, it's a pretty bad game, but I guess they don't, you know, they don't want to end up in lower bracket because you already saw one of the teams
yeah.
there.
Exactly. You don't want to end up in lower bracket, but with Roche respawning, this should be your ticket to end it on the side of Exa. Paulus will eventually help his team on this objective, and they will. They dodge out the war as well. So the compliments of Lewis coming out for that save from Shanks just to speed us up a little bit more. Aegis, Cheese, Refresh Shard as well, and the banner. You have to see something amazing from Castaway. Like, it has to be some god tier plays, but it's hard to see that when you even have the sight of Vice up for Lewis to jump in. Just so much ways of controlling out here. Do have multiple Lincolns up on Castaway at least. So 2 Lincolns ready to go. See?
They're going. They're going to run right past Palos. Rolling Thunder is there, but he already had the Enrage going. In goes Lewis now. He's found Krish! Oh boy. Yeah, Krish bursted down. I mean, they're not calling it, John. Oh, they have called it. You know, I was going to say,
Dire's middle tower
at this point, boys, I don't know what we're waiting for as the GG is called. Execration confidently taking game 1.
And that they are, and well, we were kind of talking about the potential of these teams. Execration, I'll take back what I said. I don't think this was even the best we've seen from Exit. It just felt pretty laid back. They were playing pretty clean, but it wasn't anything that would push the envelope. They just played like clean Dota. This is a very standard Execration Dota we were seeing. And Castaway, maybe again, just a little bit of a drafting issue, going all in on trying to counteract with all of these picks against the first pick Oracle, picking the Storm up really early as well. Felt a little bit too all in. Like you lacked hold. You had to play very specifically for pickoffs here on Castaway. That didn't really present itself. Your mid matchup for Bob went really slow, leading to a very long period of just free farm for Exa, especially for Tino, who, you know, didn't even level up Roar 2 times into it, just opting to max out the Aura. So I think for Castaway, they're going to have to look back at their draft. For Exa, as long as they don't do anything silly in game 2 and they maintain that same level of play, I think they've got a pretty clean shot at this. It's down to Castaway to prove us wrong.
I mean, it certainly feels like it. We're going to head to a break, and right after that break, we're going to be back with game number 2 between Castaway and, of course, Execration. We'll see you soon.
Three, two, one, go.
something in these eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind, you lie. Time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for our second game of this best of 3 for the SEA qualifiers for the road to the Esports World Cup between Castaway and Execration. It's MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Game 1 proving to be a pretty dominant affair for Execration. Would you like to tell us what you'd like to see changed up here by Castaway?
I think they have to be a little bit careful in how they draft. It felt like they went all in on trying to go against this Oracle first pick, right? Picking the Storm Spirit very early on, leaving a lot of matchups that can be maybe a bit more awkward there. I think Lewis played really well and really smart in choosing his facets as well. For the co-op, going for that return damage, ensuring that if the poke back would come in, he's always got some good damage going back as well. And again, getting that control in the first watch room was pretty massive to move out from Execration, cutting off Bob from any recovery. Even if he got the second one, it's still a little bit late. He already went home to TP and refill his bottle anyhow, so you miss out on opportunities. I think the draft for Castaway didn't do them much favors, which does make it easier for Execration to just figure out what they want to do, because, hey, if you have access to Oracle, again, if it's not first phase banned here by Castaway, why not? Because you were playing against 3 theoretical Oracle counters, right? You were playing into the AA to remove healing. You were playing into the Riki, who should jump backline, into a Storm, who should jump backline, into a Pangolier, who could also just jump backline. None of that ever happened. And the few cases it did, you were ahead enough in Execration that it didn't matter. So I think if Exa wanted open with Oracle again, why not? It still works.
I mean, I like it. I like it. One thing I'd really prefer is just not seeing that support Riki again for Castaway. You know, just enough of the Riki support. I think DJ can do a lot better than heroes like that, and you know, it's just the idea is nice. You know, the scouting potential and whatever else, and the smoke screen's nice. And it's just, it doesn't feel that nice. If they want to pick Riki into Oracle again, by all means, I just don't think it makes that big of a difference.
Yeah. It just doesn't. It's not enough. I think the Storm opening alone might have been enough. He just needed
10 seconds
like
remaining.
more control to follow through into that backline rather than Riki. And the Riki idea was interesting. It's just it wasn't doing enough in lane either. I think that's one weakness that Castaway had as an outcome of the draft. Their lanes were horrendous, right? Like the top lane for Tino was really free. The bot lane for Palos was super free. The Pango into the Oracle really didn't do much, simply because his shield would just constantly disappear into that Dispel. So you had no gameplay there for FBZ at all. We need to see stronger lanes for Castaway. We need to see them just kind of deal with the Oracle with one hero and get enough follow through for it. They'll go to Tusk, pick up themselves, stealing that away from Shanks. So that's one change up already. It's a steady support still. Like, it can do work in lane, as we've seen Execration do quite nicely last time around with Shanks. So I'm keen on seeing what they do with this one on Castaway for likely DJ Tusk coming in. And what kind of lane they'll set up for it. Because the lanes were, outside of just, again, going all in and countering Oracle, the lanes just felt bad. Like, there was no play. There was no early tempo. You lost all your lanes. Mid lane for Bob was the one lane that went even. And the Storm had no one to connect with. Even going at an even trade with Lewis. It's just too slow.
It was too slow, Jonathan. Ban or ban out? Castaway, they got rid of that Undying last. We'll see what else they want to get rid of here.
10 seconds remaining.
Maybe another support ban out to come.
5
Appreciate
seconds
this time as
remaining.
well, Execration. They do not have to be concerned at all about an ancient apparition. So just, I mean, that was the one thing that was pretty annoying for CML, but not so much anymore. Just trying to think of what other counters you can go for against this hero. Like, I always used to like going for heroes like Clock, where you could just close the gap and just lock the Oracle in with the Battery Assault. Like, heroes like that tend to make the life of Oracle a bit annoying, but we'll see what they prefer on Castaway. Lena apparently is the answer for now.
Fair enough. Lena mid for Bob. The hero does work out well. I believe the win rate, again, in Dream League was pretty atrocious. But in the few games where it looked good, it looked really good. Mind you, that was also just mainly Mikado making the hero work. But I'm sure Bob, and we've seen Bob. Look, why do you act like that when that is literally what happened in the tournament? Mikado make it look good. The win rate was atrocious, but in the games it looked good. It was, you know, it made people think that the hero was good. Maybe it is. Maybe people just don't know how to utilize it. I don't know. Maybe Bob knows, because maybe we've seen him play Lena before. Wouldn't surprise
We-
that's the answer. Yeah.
Can we edit a clause into
Radiant
John X5's
team
contract
pick.
that makes it so every
Dire
time he casts, we have a Talon logo on the stream, please? That way I don't have to listen to how great Makoto is and Talon is every time we cast. Thank you. Execration. What is it, John? What is it? I can hear you trying to retort.
What am I supposed to do? That's the story in Dream League. Okay, a player made it look good. I'm never mentioning any specific player again. Watch me do that in this cast. We have the Mars coming out for the off lane here in Execration with a pause 4 being played by the Dark Willow. So you have a strong laning combination on hand already. I'm going to carry through with this one. I'm all in on not saying names. We've got, of course, the mid Lina coming out with the Tusk 4. Rather interesting to see what they'd want to tie in for their pause 5 here and what answers they'd want on their 1 or 3. We'll have to see what the Dire team will want to do here, of course, as they did lose game 1 to the Radiant side, as they keep the sides here. So there's no confusion. I can carry on. We can do it. We can do it.
You made your point.
I'll try. I'll maintain that. Hero names aren't too hard,
Castaway.
at least.
Oh, yeah. Oh, just the names. Castaway. Oh. There's never been a greater business move than you and Talon, John. I'll tell, for Talon's aspect, that is. I'll tell you what, greatest business move I've ever seen is Castaway. They're going to go for a tiny. Shout out to Talon, by the way, John. They have qualified. You know, I'll give them their props. They've qualified, John. Shout out to Talon.
Yeah.
I like Talon. They're nice people.
They are nice people.
10
Should be a
seconds remaining.
interesting time running this tiny 1, it looks like, as well for Castaway. Unless they run a
5
Lina 1 and a
seconds
Bob
remaining.
Tiny mid. Like, they can flex around there. You can kind of shift the positions, because running a Tusk 5 Tiny 4 sounds like a sad time. Double melee supports who need items up, both need blinks to really feel effective, especially the Tiny. Chances are you will want to spread that load by shifting one of them, or shifting at least one of these heroes into support, the other 2 into core.
Oh!
Warlock comes in,
there
Black
he is.
Grimoire is in play. Outstanding facet. Great hero.
Oh, there's no way Castaway can lose now, John. Like, come on. There's no way, dude. Think about it.
How do you think the Black Grimoire works? Does
10
Warlock
seconds
eat the
remaining.
book? Does he read the book
No.
then burn it?
5
He reads it,
seconds remaining.
He reads
it's
it and
black
then
magic,
burns.
you know. It's
And then the book burns.
well, what happens? Well, he's a warlock, Jonathan. So I'd imagine what happens is it's a one-time use, as the tooltip would describe to you, if you'd read it.
No, lore-wise. Lore-wise. Does
I'm-
he eat it?
He's a warlock, John. Think about it.
What's
he
the
reads the book,
implication?
one-time use.
Yeah.
But well, yeah, he gets a
But why
boost in
can't
power
he keep the book and read it again when he kills more people?
because it's too powerful, John. Think about it. It's a black grimoire, John. Think about all the XP he's getting. It's too powerful. He only gets one time. The book sets a flame every time he uses it. It's
you
too
know what?
powerful.
I would accept this.
Radiant
I would
team
accept
ban.
this facet if the book could be reused after like a 5-minute cooldown or something dumb. like that.
No.
I would accept it. It's interesting. It's more interesting than this stupid thing where it's either you get 6 fast
team
or the
ban.
book really has no impact until what you get a level 10 talent, a level 15 talent faster, level 20 talent faster perhaps if the game's going that well that you're not rushing for anything. It's just design wise just so it works me up every time. It works me up every time because it's just it's such a bad design
10
choice.
seconds remaining.
I just don't know.
Best pass in the game. Best
Such
pass
a
in the game.
bad design choice. It's so
5 seconds
I'll say it. It's like
remaining.
it's like a league solution to a Dota problem. Why? Why are we doing this to ourselves? Why?
Dire team ban.
I mean, it's
You
right
can't
there.
say that, John.
It's right there, man.
You can't say that.
How can I
You
not
can't
say it?
say
It's right there. It's a dumb answer. It's a dumb answer. Pangoli is not so dumb. There is flex for Exe, likely now running a Lewis mid Pango, expecting perhaps Tiny mid Lina 1 as a flex here
10
from
seconds remaining.
Castaway. So Pango into Tiny is a pretty decent lane. Into Lina,
5
not so.
seconds remaining.
So I'm curious to see which way Castaway will want, because right now Bob Lina looks a lot better. And run Bob on Lina, give Krish the Tiny safe lane core to scale. The matchup against the Mars for Tiny, I mean, it's kind of annoying getting God's Rebuke. Having some easy spears to line up here for Tino can be quite the thing, especially with a Bramble Maze follow-up here that you'd expect from Dark Willow or to set up. So it's not going to be the smoothest for a melee hero matchup, which does kind of force you to make that choice. Do you want a crappy safe
Radiant
or a
team
crappy
ban.
mid to come out here for the side of Castaway? We'll have to see which way they'll kind of want to lean, as they are looking for an off lane to close out as well. Some sort of FBZ here to clean things up. Timbersaw looks pretty damn good here. You've got Mars, you've got Pango you can rip to shreds.
Radiant
You are
team
really
pick
tanky. They banned out the
Dire
Dawnbreaker as well. I'd say an FBZ Timbersaw looks pretty hot, especially into the Gyrocopter and lane. Sure, you're going to need reactive, but you rip all of these heroes apart. There is some control on hand, but nothing too crazy for a Timbersaw to have to deal with. I think maybe the lane partnership isn't great.
10
Tusk Timb is
seconds
not
remaining.
particularly impressive. You could go for something like Enigma as well,
5
with Black
seconds
Hole
remaining.
for FBZ. As it's left in the pool, there's no easy cancels, especially if the BKB comes out here. So it does look like a decent enough game to just go for Black Hole and play with Eidolon, so the lane is not as good. We'll go to Razor instead. So which way do we go? Alright, off-lane Razor for FBZ it looks like. We will get the Krish Tiny and the Bob Lena. But the off-lane Razor coming in, not the one not the pick I'd expect. I wonder if he sticks to Dynamo as well with a Spell Amp on attack damage over Thunderhead, which feels maybe better as well on offlane. Like the Spell Amp is nice. Yeah, there you go. Back to Thunderhead. Lane matchup against Gyrocopter is fine. It's not amazing, but it can play nicely with Tusk, so that's probably what you're gunning for. You can kind of max out Static Link or go for like a 2-2-1 build just to control the lane a little bit better. But Palos should be relatively okay as long as he doesn't step too far out, gets caught in like the shards, then there's no threat of big Static Link to really push him out. So I think it's still playable for the Gyrocopter. I think Castaway could again have a very interesting draft cooked up. It does feel better than game ones. I think the weaknesses are a lot more manageable in comparison. They have some good team fight here. You're kind of reliant on your Warlock for a lot of that AoE control, or stable AoE control to be fair, but you have a lot of things that play nicely with the Fatal Bonds, and it does make it maybe a little bit better. For Exe, it's a very straightforward draft. Like, this is not too weird at all coming out from them. A very standard carry for Palos, standard offlane for Tino, which maybe is less common with Mars offlane, but still kind of pans out, and I'm curious to see how much Krish can get out in the melee versus melee matchup, because again, that can feel a little bit awkward for sure.
It certainly can, Jonathan. We'll go into it though. Game 2
Prepare for battle.
between Execration and Castaway. Again, Castaway currently one game behind Execration, and well, naturally this is a best of 3, so Execration looking to secure the series win here in this game 2. Castaway looking to force it to a game 3. Draft-wise, I mean, I'm not sure how I feel about what Castaway's got here. I don't think it's too bad, but my doubts are really with this laner mid. I just don't know what to expect here from Bob. Not to say Bob's going to play it badly, I just don't have any faith in the hero itself.
Yeah, it's a very weird hero right now. Like, I feel like the burst damage is still there. The damage values might not be as insane feeling, and picking Lina into Oracle also raises some questions, considering that Fate's Edict pretty much ruins your game.
30
So you're going to have to find a
battle.
backline consistently here from the side of Cast Awake, which they were somewhat struggling with in the last game. So as long as CML stays safe, he doesn't even need False Promise. Just the Edict alone should be enough to save for the most part. At least that initial onslaught from Bob. I'm curious to see how they decide to clean that up. Again, you've got this Tusk that might be more consistent catching back, especially with Blink. And if Krish goes for a Blink as well on the carry time, which he is queuing up, then those are two solutions that will have enough burst to handle the back. It will take time, though. So for a long portion of the game, as long as, again, CML plays it safe, Fate's Edict should do enough that even the level 6 might not feel fully necessary to have that saving potential. DJ not really able to go for any sort of cheeky blocks, as the side of Execration walk with a 2 in quite early. And in fact, maintain an early tri lane for now. Shanks could opt to take the gate early, but they could also just line up for some movement across, and he is going forward. I mean, level 1 Razor is really not a big threat, along with level 1 Tusk here.
No, I'd say that the bigger threat is this Gyrocopter with Rocket Barrage, John, and as you're seeing, it's proven to be a little bit problematic as they do find First Blood. DJ may as well turn around and try to kill off Palos, but he tries to run instead, and will go down to CML. So the brighter side is, all the gold went to both supports. No real kills happening here for Palos. The negative, John, is you lost both heroes in this bottom lane already. That's not good news.
No, definitely isn't good news. And again, we were talking about the weaknesses of Castaway in the last game. The laning phase was a big part. And it looks like that start hasn't improved, at the very least for FBC in his lane. Again, Tusk Razor does have some play. I'd say level 3, maybe level 4 is when you're comfier with it. Let's see if that gets any better down the line. Top lane, of course, we've got Krish and Castaway playing together up against Tino and Shanks again. And Tino he's a Mars. He's fine in the melee matchup. He's not going to be under threat from Krish early on. The healing spam from Shadow Word could be annoying from Castaway. But melee to melee, God's Rebuke's always there. Spear's always there to threaten. He's a tanky hero. Already has 1 full bracer flying out. So even more HP you have to dig through. And it's going to be a little bit slow going. Krish should at least be able to free farm well. Castaway can also land some good pulls if his timing's right. Kind of maintain a lane control. But you're also not going to be able to shove Tino away. Like, we've seen what happens when you give Tino a free lane. He does itemize correctly for just even more tempo and more farm to flow in. Same thing can happen with his Mars. And chances are he will look for maybe a faster blink in comparison. Certainly a lot more activity on the Mars, but again, not the kind of player you want to hand a little bit freebie towards.
Castaway and Krish trying to be as annoying as possible here up against Shanks. Shanks still able to contest the small camp pull nicely. You know, I can't believe Black Grimoire still has a cooldown for when the game starts. Like, you can't use it for 420 seconds.
Dire's top tower
Yeah, that's actually crazy to me. Like, why can't he just use it?
Why would you want... I mean, it kind of lines up
think
with
about
when
it.
you tend to get level 6 anyway. Like, what are you expecting? Like, 2 kills off the back, 3 kills off the back, and you suddenly want to pop it ASAP?
Well, if
That
you
it?
can hit a power spike, like level 3, yeah, I do expect that, John. What's wrong with that?
I think
Hold
it's
on.
just badly designed.
I'm trying to find ways to improve it, John. For your sake. Because I know
I'm
how
telling
much it
you.
hurts you.
I'm telling you, you get to use it multiple times. It just stays there. You can put it in your backpack. That's it. That fixes it. Or put it into an active item slot. Right? Give it like
I
the
feel like it's
same
too
like 400-second cooldown. It would be, but it makes it more interesting.
Uh-oh.
You know, instead of a one-time
FBZ.
use.
It's so scary for FBZ here in this bottom lane because like he gets the static link, he gets Fortune's Ended. You know, it's just it allows you to break the link every time here as Palos, and you know if he doesn't have the link, he's pretty much screwed. Like he's just dead if he gets rooted without the link up. For now,
He
he's
does.
okay, but it's not an easy lane for poor old FBZ.
No. I would have actually maybe been happier for FBZ if he went for like a 202 build. We've seen some Razors kind of go for that in a bad lane. They're finding
They're trying
some
for
room.
a kill here. They're not catching CML. In fact, CML's going to hit the Blood Grenade and the Purifying Flames. One more will do the job, and he gets it. It's a very challenging lane to try and find kills in if you're Castaway. I don't think they should even be trying.
Yeah, I agree. I think they had this idea with a Tusk and trying to get shards off, but you might, again, have been happier to just have Plasma Field and Storm Surge leveled up a little bit more, so when your turn, there's a little bit of a slow, there's some spacing you can buy for yourself. You can kind of get into the farm a lot faster as well when you hit 6, because you have Thunderhead, you're going to have more Storm Surge pokes back on the peak waves when you're farming, or on the stacks if you're farming stacks up. Instead, this is kind of all in for laning aggression for FBZ, and it's not really panning out. Palas is still finding farm. Still no answers for CMO in the back. At least he's out of mana, so some of that threat is mitigated, but overall, again, a strong start for the side of Exo with no clear answers out from Castaway. The only good thing happening for Castaway is that mid lane. It's Bob. He's just been finding farm in that arena. His mid lane matchup against Lewis on Pango has been going phenomenally, which you would expect for the Lina matchup in that lane. The question is, can he translate that to a big win? Can they take control of the power runes? Because that's going to be a key part to allow Bob to maybe swing around to another lane as well and start to open up some opportunities here for his team.
Looking down bottom again, seeing if they can trap FBZ in a nice brambles here. FBZ, I think, has got the right idea. She realizes that the Dark Willow's been missing a little bit too long and probably understands that she is bottom, but they are still slowly inching up towards FBZ.
Huh.
The thing is, if you land the initial brambles, he might just be dead.
Why did...
And they're not going to land it. They'll get the root anyway. Rocket Barrage to move in here with Palos. Do they have the damage output? It looks like they should, and they do. In fact, rotation even from Castaway. Which, to be frank, John, not the best
Radiant's
rotation
turret
considering he's
has
playing
been
Warlock.
killed.
No. I mean, there's really nothing you can do. Maybe apply a heal. Can't do much else.
Didn't even have mana.
Nah, not even. It's a little bit curious. Castaway went mid to help with a rune control for Bob. He picks up the shield rune himself. Like no one was there. Bob could have had a top up, play with the shield rune, rotate, take a little bit of a risk. Instead, he's back farming jungle instead because he didn't get his rune. Like it's not lining up for Castaway. And yeah, it sounds like a minor thing, but when you're 4-0 and your only good lane has been mid, then you kind of need that mid to snowball harder. You are finding good farm for Krish with all that action down bot. At least he has been given a free lane. The levels up now on this tiny. So there is that to consider. This tiny timing into the full Echo Saber blink shouldn't be too bad. But you're just missing opportunities you should have on Castaway. Mid's just being ganged up now. They've got good vision here.
Who are they going for? Looks like they're going to have to settle for the Oracle, but it's not going to be that easy of a kill here. In fact, the turnaround is coming. Aulina could be in a spot of danger here, John. She's trapped in the staircase now. Bob going to try and find a way out of this one. Does get stunned again. They'll kill CML off eventually. But it's a heavy cost. Castaway now in danger. Does stick charge up. Not that it's going to really matter too much as it looks like he's also going to die. And now DJ. Well, DJ's out of there. This is my thing. Like, you can't aim CML on the Oracle of all people first like that. Like, you can't just Laguna or an Oracle and hope for the best.
No. You need that follow-through control. Like, if you had a quicker snowball, if you had maybe Krish around with Avalanche Shaw, sure, that's a lot more feasible. But you don't have a blink. You don't have even the Echo Saber yet from Krish. Like, you have to wait.
Not done yet either. They have an arena here for Tino. The Tino unable to break the gap. But we've seen this before. A lot of teams pressuring the mid-tier 1 towers very early. A lot of pressure being applied here in this mid lane. I mean, they are at least going to be able to defend quite easily here with the Dragon Slave spam of Bob, but yeah, it doesn't seem like Execration intend on backing off. They really want to set up something. In fact, Palos is here now. There's no siege creep yet, boys. They just want to kill. There's no siege creep, but they're all here.
I don't think they care. I don't think they have to care either. They know how strong they are on Exe. They know how scattered Castaway's response is. Like, what do you expect them to do for defense? Like, they have no clean initiation here.
Root out. Try for DJ. DJ going to be okay with the heals of Castaway coming in. Krish now going to join in, but he's only got a level 2 Avalanche to use here to defend this mid-tier 1 tower. I guess that's about all he can do is he's going to throw it out, but there's no real follow-up, and Krish surely is not going to die like this of all ways. But it seems like he just may, as he was not anticipating the amount of pressure in the mid lane, so they will save him for now with the snowball. He'll go right back towards the loving arms of Tino, but Krish will survive as they'll jump in trying to chase the Pangolier now, but it's just not happening. Thankfully, at the very least, for Castaway, nobody dies.
Now, nobody dies. A lot of ults were thrown out. You hang onto the Laguna here on Bob, and the mid-tier 1's still alive. So that somehow works out for the side of Castaway. They don't manage to nail the Arena Spear from Tino, which means they miss out on the kill. And they stall for time on Castaway at the very least, giving a lot of free space out for FBZ.
Hate to call this out, John Lewis was camping the top rune spot. He's got an Oracle. CML was down bottom waiting for the rune because he knew it was spawning there, John. But his teammates didn't go with it. So they gave a free Arcane rune away to Bob. I don't know why these calls do this. And speaking of not knowing why they do this, John, Krish dies. Like, he's got an innate that tells you exactly where the power rune's going to be, and they still go the opposite way. In a pro game.
First, we see good old Castaway steal the shield rune away from Selena. Now they give a freebie on Oracle. This is an interesting game. A very, very interesting time. It's at 7-1 going into the 11-minute mark. A little bit of a siege down bot. At the very least, you didn't really maximize the Arcane rune from Bob outside of farming Triangle. So there is that. And you still have room to defend. You are opening up the map a little bit more. Again, one last shove onto mid should clear that mid-tier 1 as well. The thing is, you are getting room to recover. Again, FBZ, He is at level 7 into 8. I'm still surprised that... Okay, he gets a value point in Storm Surge to have some utility with the Eye of the Storm. And in farming, whenever Eye of the Storm is up, that should speed things up. He's poking the bear a bit forward here.
Is he? But now is okay. Golem is forced to be dropped to ensure that FBZ will remain safe. So there's your Golem committal. Not really going to amount to too much. I guess he gets to farm a little bit.
Yeah.
But there's no camps actually for Castaway to farm, so he's just walking through the river. He's gonna wait. He's gonna wait for the camps to respawn.
You can dream of
Where's he?
camps or shove mid.
Oh, the power
Camp
rune.
rune.
Oh, there it is.
Dire's bottom
Okay.
tower is under attack.
There's the value.
That's
You've done a
huge
Castaway.
value. You just need... Oh, you know what? It lines up with every power rune as well, right? Every 2 minutes you get Chaotic Offering. Oh, and 2
True.
minutes plus. So you know,
What's so
if he
broken?
times it right, you can just...
What's so broken?
All because
we
of
not
the
be
Black
strong?
Grimoire! Because of the Black Grimoire, Mike!
How can
Ah.
he be this strong? Oh my
Amazing.
goodness.
What a hero. What a facet. Outstanding.
Smoke up top lane. This is why we're never going back to TI, by the way, John. I think Valve staff don't want to talk to you anymore about these
Dire's
these
bottom
changes.
tower
Is
is
that
under
Tina?
attack.
Black Grimoire and Gris.
Tino? Can they actually kill him? Oh, I mean, he's tanky, John. He's a tanky boy. Yeah, it's happening, Jonathan.
No.
John, if I know what's about to happen, if I can see it, you know, it's not a good sign. It's not a good sign if I can tell you what's about to happen. As here we go. They're on to Castaway now, who's just trying to de-ward.
Radiant's bottom
Can they get in
tower
range?
is
Yes,
under
they
attack.
can. The inhibit will connect. Can they actually kill him? The answer is no. Castaway is okay.
Too strong. What a hero. Obviously. That heal going on,
strong.
Mikey. Way
Too
too much. I'm a Warlock player too. I'm mocking my own hero. Suppose I deserve it.
You may as well.
Dire's middle tower has
Well, I mean, I've
been
been mocking Earth Spirits since like 10 years ago, John, so, you know.
I just look. I miss when you go upheaval with Tombstone. Okay, those were funny days
bottom tower.
when you would drop Tombstone with upheaval up at level 1, and people would say, "What the hell is happening? I can't move." And then they die, and you do it again and again, and it's hilarious.
It
You know?
was hilarious, John.
Instead, we get Black Grimoire. It's not so funny anymore. It's just sad. It's just sad. It's just sad.
Imagine, though. Imagine Warlock could get a shards that upgrades Black Grimoire, John. Think about that. What if that's the key? If he holds Black Grimoire and buys a shard, then he gets unlimited charges on cooldown. That's the way to do it. Think about it, John. It's a genius idea. It really is.
Honestly, in a prolonged match, that's not terrible. It's not
It's just
terrible.
shards. It's just shards,
Yeah.
John.
Can
Not
you
even
imagine?
axe.
Like you actually get to rush your level 20 talent for one, your level 25 talent as well. Like it's actually
Amazing.
pretty big. It's not
You're
bad.
welcome.
I'm still not happy about this conceptually being his facet, but I mean, just think about it, right? Like, okay, Earth Spirit's dead somewhat, but his facets all are kind of interesting, even though they're not great, right? They do different
How
things.
dare you?
Dire
Right?
are
Dare you
scanning.
I mean,
say
look, they do different things. Right? What does Warlock do? Either you go for a beam build where you can build Heart Refresh in a turbo match,
Radiant's
or
top tower
you
is
read a
under
book.
attack.
Yeah.
What
Dire's
is
bottom
that?
tower is
What
under
is
It's a great
that?
book, John. It's a great book, John.
Oh, you know what it is? You know, I get it now. I get it. I
What
get
is
it.
it,
You know why? You know why Warlock gets experience reading it? He's reading the last book in a Song of Wind and Fire, whatever the hell it's called.
Ice and
He's reading the
fire,
last
John.
book. Yeah, whatever.
Bottom
I don't
tower
care.
is under attack.
He's reading the last book. You know, that's why he gets the EXP. That's why he needs to wait. He needs to wait 400 seconds. In game time, that's years, Mike. Several years he has to wait.
I'm not sure if it makes the joke less or more funny that you got the name of the book wrong, John.
Dire's
I feel
middle
like it's
tower
more.
is under attack.
Thank you.
See how much I care about that.
Have you
To be
read
fair-
Oh, you have.
No, I
You
really
know,
don't. I
it's
really
too
don't
mainstream
care.
for
Dire's
you.
bottom
Yeah.
tower is under
You know what?
attack.
I've read a book, King Killer Chronicles, that's never getting a book tree. 3 books!
Never heard of it, John.
2 out of 3. Never getting that book tree. Thank you, Pat.
Good.
Good stuff.
Mid lane. Mid lane, they've got the Pango. Nice attempt at the juke. A big terrorize out, but it's not quick enough. Lewis does go down. That's a huge pickup now for Castaway. Matter of what they can actually do with it, though.
Yeah, I mean, they also dropped Golem for that, which felt really unnecessary from Castaway, but at least he can actually farm enemy triangle. That's
Well, I
something.
was thinking maybe they were going to start pushing T1 mid tower with it at least, but yeah, just everyone kind of backed out of there, John. But he is farming. He's definitely farming.
Radiant's top tower is
Top
under
T1
top?
tower maybe is where he's going. Not for long though, John. Get it out of there. It's worth too much gold.
That it is. A little bit unfortunate.
is under attack.
Alright, 9-2. That's Warlock gameplay. Thank you, Castaway, for enlightening
He's not going
us.
to feed it away. No, he's not going to feed it.
Surely not. It's gonna. Yeah, no, it's dead.
It's gone.
Yeah, good.
It's gone.
Very nice. What if Warlock had a facet where you don't get your Ags upgrade, but you can detonate your Golem early, so it explodes.
I
for
like it.
its total HP damage.
I honestly like that. I genuinely like that. I think that should
see?
happen.
You see, it's like something interesting. Please,
Radiant
instead of
are
read book.
scanning.
Oh, read book. It's like, what is that? Why? I feel like I've harped on too long, but I'm too invested in this now, Mike, to let it go. I'm never
It's
letting go
alright,
of it.
John. That's okay, John.
You know what? You know who got a cool facet from this patch?
What's that?
Witch Doctor. The Maledict facet, it's kind of cool. Because they buffed up Maledict talents anyway. Like, it feels like that hero is all about just laughing, look at me, this goes through debuff immunity for whatever reason, you can't dispel it. Have fun with Maledict. Oh, you die with your plus 8 second Maledict 25 talent. Guess what? You go kaboom for so much damage. It's so fun. It's so
great
so
spell,
fun.
John.
Yeah. That's a cool facet.
It's a great spell.
Dire's
It is a cool
top
Seed
facet,
tower
money's
John.
not.
is under
You know,
attack.
I'd accept seed money if you had to make a gamble at the start of the game. Like, choose a hero that you think will win lane. If it wins lane, gain 1,000 gold. You know what? I'll accept that. That's fine. Instead of seed money, you could call it the Angel Investor.
Radiant's bottom tower
Angel
is
investor?
under attack.
Yeah.
Well, what's that reference to, John?
No, it's just how startups work. You know, you get seed money. You have angel investors come in.
Oh, I see.
Radiant's
Well
bottom
done, John.
tower is under attack.
Well,
Why not? More interesting than, oh, you get 200 gold. Whoop-de-doo. Have fun.
I always
Great
felt like
stuff.
Alchemist should be able to generate interest. I still feel like he should be able to generate interest on the, just innately. It'd be fun.
That'd be interesting. It still goes back to that one podcast topic we had where there should be like scaling item prices in the game.
There should
depending on
be.
supply and demand. Smoke instantly
smoke
broke
up.
up.
Radiant's top tower
That's
See,
sad.
they wouldn't be able to smoke with demand too high, John. That's the point. A smoke would cost like 500 gold because demand's too high every program. It'd be amazing.
Dire
Can you imagine
are scanning.
BKBs costing even more?
Radiant are scanning.
I mean, the item is
Yes, I
already
can.
kind of terrible, but you increase the gold price as well because hey, people are buying BKB. Supply is low, you know.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Surely they
How are we
find
talking this much garbage and nothing's happened this whole time? What are these teams
nothing's
doing?
happened. Well,
What are these teams doing?
Okay, they smoke, they miss, and they don't get a push on tier 1 because apparently a Pango's enough to scare them off. They might lose a tier 2 top, and they will.
Dire's top tower is falling.
Yeah, they go back to farming.
Radiant's bottom tower
Well, I mean,
is
look,
under attack.
to be fair, being serious for a little bit, Castaway are, after all this time doing nothing and dropping a lot of kills, they're only 1k behind. Considering the state of the game, it's not as bad as it could be. Could get worse now with a smoke out from Execration, perhaps. Got that blink on Tino.
They coming. Smoke broken though on Tino. Quick blinks
Why?
away. Oh, Roshan!
Why?
Roshan! Well, why'd you do that?
No, why'd he walk into Roche?
I mean, true, but... Oh, Roshan. Oh.
He's had enough of this
I'd-
game, Mikey. He's bored.
I'd like to request a replay of that moment if we could. Mid lane. Terrorize is going to land very nicely. BKB out from FBZ just in the nick of time, but it's not going to help Krish too much as the roll away. And the TP is going to be there. It looks like they will have to leave their Dark Willow behind. So they do at least kill off Shanks. So Tino's back in. Here comes our Gyrocopter. Tino, though, maybe gone too far, but the false promise does save his life. They'll move in for more, looking for at least FBZ, and they do catch it. This Lena almost dying to some Wolverine Rippers in the meantime. Spear actually hits, but is not enough damage.
Oh, that was a couple of unfortunate things happening there for Execration. Tino in that re-engage, missing out from the spear to the tree on Bob, still does get that bailout from CML. And for Castaway, a very early BKB committal out from FBZ just leaves him again a tough position as that fades away. Not able to really
Dire's
turn
middle
around
tower is
too
under
well
attack.
there for the side of Castaway. So 12-3,
Dire's
3k
middle
lead coming out
tower
now
has fallen.
for Execration. As, again, a while ago, Castaway was doing a great job of mitigating losses, keeping that lead wide, working the map. Now it's starting to get a little bit rough. 3k lead at 22 minutes again isn't too bad, all things considered. Most of that gold is on Palos. He is pretty much the entire reason that gap exists. He is 3k ahead of all the other cores. And the investment on the Gyrocopter is panning out. Crystallis already up, Ag's up, along with the Dragonlance up. Could go straight into the Daedalus, might want the BKB first, goes for the Hurricane Pike, just to ensure that the link from FBZ won't matter too much at least. So we do have that safety net now for the Gyro. For the side of Castaway, one big thing for them is every time Chaotic Offering is up, they should try to make a play. They've been trying. Mind you, the Chaotic Offering usage has not been impressive just yet, although
They're coming. Not for long though. Oh, Tina. Arena, he's caught two of them. FBZ has a BKB. Obviously, Castaway does not. BKB now forced out by FBZ. He's going to try and actually turn around with the static link out. Not amounting to too much. In fact, too much damage coming out from Palos. He does get stunned up here. Swashbuckle, but a nice toss away from Krish. The spear not actually going to land. Nice blink now from Krish. Terrorize is going to connect onto DJ, but that's about it. Meanwhile, Bob's just moved right in onto Palos, but does no damage towards the Gyrocopter as he's just trying to run away. In they go once again, and there goes Bob and Castaway. In fact, there goes FBZ on top. Here they go. Here comes Krish. It's a bit too late though, I think. Krish, they can't kill anyone. The Oracle's just going to keep everyone alive. And that is a full team wipe, Jonathan.
and it is 17-3. Timing not panning out for Castaway. They had a few more seconds to go before the Chaotic Offering was up. It's just Shanks deciding to blink in like a maniac. And then that further invasion from Tino as well, forcing the early BKB out from FBZ. That was pretty sick for him. Drops the arena, holds the spear, wants to see if he can bait out the BKB, and eventually does win that game of chicken. Which again leaves FBZ in a weird spot where you have BKB, you need to stat flip, he's not finding the angle. Big opportunity for Roshan presenting himself here for Execration, as the side of Castaway are just not able to really find anything this match. And there's no team fight coming out from FBZ on the offense. It has to be kind of all in on Krish and DJ to find the heroes they want to pick off. Easier said than done when you also have to be aware of the Oracle in the back. And it's just a tough game right now for the side of Castaway. Again, kind of boiling back to just allowing Oracle true and picking the Lena very early as well. Into Oracle, mind you, who, again, with Fate's Edict, just saves anyone's ass without having to commit the false promise. And it just feels like the angles for Castaway to find are very specific. You have to kind of work double time to work it out. Again, it's just so much easier to play Execration Draft, which we are seeing when you're 17-3 at 25 minutes with a 9k lead. It certainly does reflect just how easy it is to execute here for Exec.
It does. Easy peasy so far.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Daedalus now up on Palos just in case he was lacking a bit of damage. This Gyrocopter's just been hitting like an absolute truck already, and you're starting to really feel like you're lacking some answers here once again from Castaway. I mean, Krish on this tiny, like, yeah, he's been farming, but you're not at a stage where you can actually just stand there and fight. Not anywhere near that stage, in fact. The Palos, he's just gone ham onto the tier 3 tower. You can hope for a toss. They're going to try for the toss back play. Nice stun out as well. Maybe they can blow him up the first time, and they do. But now, here comes the cavalry, and this is where the problem starts. This rolling thunder from Tina causing so many problems. They do still move in, trying to block the gyro, but the false promise. It's all over. The team fight is well and truly over. They're trying, but they're going nowhere, Jonathan.
Bottom barracks are under attack.
That's the thing, right? It's just false promise comes in. You've got no answer.
Yep.
It's just that easy, John.
Dire's bottom barracks
That it
are
is.
under attack.
And I'm just surprised Execration get to pick up Oracle again after game 1.
Dire's bottom
Like,
barracks
it's not banned
has
out.
fallen.
And that's the most curious part. Castaway went all in with 3 counters for Oracle, didn't find anything. Let the Oracle True have, like, an instant Tusk pick as an answer with Alina,
Yeah.
which still doesn't answer anything. It's like, I'm not sure what they were expecting here on Castaway. But for Exe, well, they're having a good time. 21-4, 14k lead, 1 set of racks up. Managing to get good utilization out of the Aegis. And CML, I don't know if I can even say his positioning's perfect, because he's not even having to worry about his position at all. He just literally stands at the back. That's it. There's nothing fancy here from CML. He just plays at the back and he's fine. He gets these saves. I think Castaway, they've got to find a way to jump CML, man. I mean, I get it. You know, you have to take care of the 2 lives on Palos, but this Oracle's just doing too much work.
Oh boy.
Ah, there you
Rashad's
go.
as well.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah.
That
This is the big problem for me during the draft for Castaway is, yeah, the first pick Oracle and then you just don't counter it at all.
Yeah.
Like, you found 0 counters towards it. And now, like, I feel like at this stage it has to be Krish or Bob that just jump him somehow. But Bob doesn't have anything like a blink to really give him the mobility. So it really has to be Krish. But then it's like, if you don't burst it immediately, your combo's gone and you're in the middle of nowhere. So it's pretty rough no matter how you try to approach it.
It really is. I think... Honestly, I mean, again, this is thinking it back to the draft a bit. I'm surprised that Doom is something we saw in Dream League be banned out even post-patch. Doom could have been a solution. Right? A very easy solution. Like, yeah, you know what, that doesn't really stop Oracle per se, but you see someone get False Promise, you Doom after. And then the healing's gone, he's gonna die, he's still gonna be alive during False Promise. Sure, it's annoying, but at the least you don't need to worry about as much, or you just do more. I'm surprised that wasn't consideration at all here. For Castaway, for FBZ, who we know plays a pretty mean Doom from his peaks in Boom Esports. But again, they have this idea. We'll have to see if they can execute. Some damage is starting to flow out now. Krish does have the Crystallis up, so the right click is shaping up. And there is scaling here for Castaway if they can start to reel in this deficit. They just really find openings.
Okay, toss back on Palos, but a big rolling thunder out right away, and the false promise is there. Sorry, try it again next time, they say. As I do not believe Palos is going to die, and he will not, of course. And, well, with that, I can't say the same for Krish, though a nice blink away, but the Curse Crown and the homing missile still just chasing him down. Eventually, I don't even know where this homing missile is. There it is. Krish is gone. 3 for nothing. And you bet your ass, Jonathan, there's another axe coming. In fact, it might be a 4 for nothing. In fact, it is a 4 for nothing. Yeah.
To be fair, that fight was pretty cleanly executed from Castaway. It's just a hard game at this point. Like, they managed to get the jump on Palos. They managed to also simultaneously get the jump on CML. DJ did jump the backline, get the punch, get the snowball off. It's just not enough time before they found a kill on Palos. Palos is too tanky. That's what being 7k beyond everyone else in this game does to Gyrocop. He has so much stats, he has so much sustain, he has so much damage and HP. And that finding even a fraction of a second to stall that Oracle save, it's not enough. That's the key part. That was what Castaway needed to do maybe 10 minutes earlier. That kind of initiation. Split it up. Jump the front and the back simultaneously with this double blink you have on Tiny Tusk. Now they have to play against Megas. Execration again walks back and says, Happy Death. They call the GG instead on Castaway. And Exe, get a clean 2-0 here, Mike.
No Happy Death this game, John. I mean, they're still going, but the game is well and truly over. Execration taking a pretty convincing 2-0 victory, John. Can't say I'm overly surprised, but I thought we'd see a bit more of some fight from Castaway here up in this series up against Execration, but maybe it's just a matter of back to the drawing board and try to work things out before your lower bracket run starts.
Yeah, I think it felt like they could execute. There were moments there, especially as a team. Again, that last fight where they got the blink onto Palos, they got the blink as well onto CML. That's the right idea they had to play with. Just a little bit too late to kind of execute with that kind of opening, but Castaway certainly are a team that can execute. It just feels like whatever draft ideas they have are certainly not panning out. I think this also should highlight Oracle as a very viable pick for a lot of teams, as we have seen it just be really strong. Again, the changes to healing and healing amplification being an overall thing now, and being additive does boost the value of Oracle, especially with Reign of Destiny on hand. And we can take a look at the brackets as well off the result of this series, see where our teams are on the road to the Esports World Cup. That does leave Boom Esports going up against Tech Free Gaming, along with Execration facing up against either Ivory or their sister team in IAP, which that series is still running in EWC _Platinum _EN2, if I recall right. So it should be live there if you want to see. And of course, our teams aren't eliminated yet. We still have the lower bracket left with Kukuis very early into the lower bracket up against Yangon Galacticos, and Castoic again up against either IAP or Ivory. So already shaping up to be a little bit spicy here in our qualifiers, Mikey. It's going to be interesting to see how the teams adjust, because I feel like now, after seeing that, a lot of teams should be saying Oracle, if they haven't run it in an official, if they haven't run it in a scrim or tested it at all, it should be on people's radars, because that was the biggest change of this patch. Healing amplification and the way it interacts with each other from different sources. Having your shard, having a holy lock it up, that hero is busted. Completely busted.
Yeah. Very, very strong indeed. Jonathan, we are going to have to go to, I believe, an extended break, as we are going to be going into our final series of the night, where we go back to the upper bracket semi-finals, where we will see Boom Esports versus Tech Free Gaming. So don't go anywhere. We're going to head to a short break and run a break. And after that break, we're going to be back with our third series of the day.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire are scanning.
3, 2, 1, go.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
3, 2, 1, go.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
3, 2, 1, go.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Are you ready?
structures are under attack. Dyer's bottom barracks are falling. Dyer's middle tower is under attack. Dyer's structures are falling. Radiant are scanning.
chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper la-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and nor will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of life, antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. We can do anything we decide. We can do anything, it's our time. We can do anything we decide. We can do anything, it's our time. It's our time. We're taking over. Time is ours. We're taking over. We are stars. We We can do anything we decide. We can do anything, it's our time. We can do anything we decide. We can do anything, it's our time. It's our time. We're taking over. Time is ours. We're taking over. We are stars. We
3, 2, 1, go. 3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and nor will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of life, the antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're
2, 1, go. 3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Don't let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Looking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. We can do anything we decide. We can do anything, it's our time. We can do anything we decide. We can do anything, it's our time. It's our time. We're taking over. Time is ours. We're taking over. We are stars. We We can do anything we decide. We can do anything, it's our time. We can do anything we decide. We can do anything, it's our time. It's our time. We're taking over. Time is ours. We're taking over. We are stars. We
3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down side. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and nor will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of life, antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. If you shoot, I'll take
2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper la di da di da da.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are into our final series of the day here for the the road to the Esports World Cup for the SEA qualifiers. It's Boom Esports up against Tech Free Gaming for the semi-finals of these close qualifiers. Jonathan, what a series we have to end things off. Obviously, you've been seeing these players talking non-stop in the lobby. Are you excited?
I'm very excited to see this. You know, we were talking about how Boom Esports did against Kukuis. Tech Free Gaming is the team that knocked out Kukuis a couple of times in, you know, the open qualifiers to the road to elsewhere. So this is a team that on paper should be stronger than Kukuis, which means if Kukuis versus Boom was a close matchup, this one should be fairly close as well. And should be fun to see. Of course, things to note, this matchup is technically an Indonesia versus Indonesia match. Boom Esports is, you know, an org based in Indonesia. Jackie is the honorary Indonesian, as we've lost FBC. So
Naturally.
Bang Jackie's all that we have left up against the full Indo stack. Somewhat of the equivalent of the streamer voice, I believe, in Indonesia. Maybe just a little bit. You know, Mamindaya, Jakoy, DB, the Loverish, vets in the scene that haven't had a stable team in a while, but have been playing together in some form for the past few qualifiers now. So this should be a good one. As you mentioned, Mike, a lot of chatter in the lobby about playing a different game altogether. I think Varish was calling out along with Mamang Diet or saying, you know, jump onto PUBG, Jackie. And and everyone, if Varish comes in and says, don't play with Jackie, he's too heavy to carry. So I don't know about that. And I told Jackie, he said G to Dad. I was like, Jackie, you can't play that game. Otherwise, Mushi's calling you upstairs right now. You can't do it.
Absolutely.
Play some Dota, Jack.
Well,
No,
why
you
are
can't.
these kids playing other games? Oh, Jesus, let's get serious, Jonathan. If there's time for other games, you're not trying hard enough, is what I say. That's what I think. If there's time for other games, you're just not trying hard enough, are you, Jonathan?
You know what's funny? I was playing with Lane last night, and he was talking about his mid laner grinding to 16k. So I'm like, all right, he's streaming it. I opened the link on YouTube. Instead of watching the mid lane, Mr. Makoto playing, you know, pubs to grind 16k, I saw him playing Repo. I was like, this isn't a grind to 16k. I'm being scammed. What
What's
do you
even
mean?
Repo? What's Repo?
Oh, it's a fun game, Mike, but you have to have friends to have fun with it. It's a fun game.
10 seconds
It's a nice little
remaining.
horror game. You know, you pick up stuff, you put them in a cart, it's
5
fun.
seconds remaining.
It's fun.
I
think
I looked it up.
it's
It doesn't
super
look that fun.
actually. It is
I looked
actually
it up.
super fun. The thing is, it
Radiant
requires friends,
team
Mike.
ban.
Friends! Oh, what a strange concept, Mike.
Well,
Oh,
if you did want to, you know, buy Repo, it's currently available
10
on Steam,
seconds
ladies and gentlemen.
remaining.
Do go ahead and try it out if you know
5
feeling
seconds
like John
remaining.
Expo.
we didn't need to sell the game on Steam. I mean, I
Yeah,
know
right.
Gabe's gonna be happy for more sales on Steam, but we didn't need to go that hard.
Dire team
Jesus
ban.
a fun
Christ,
game,
John,
though.
TI's in a few months, Jonathan. I'm trying my damn best to get us in. All right, just give me give me a bit of leeway, John. I'm trying. I'm
Yeah, but the
trying.
Esports World Cup is coming up, Mikey, and we've got the qualifiers right now. We've got
That's
the
true,
bans
John.
for this match.
Dire
But
team
chances are we're not going to be at the
Radiant
Esports
team
World
pick.
Cup, Jonathan. That's why I'm trying for TI right now. Is Tech Free Gaming going to go for the Shadow Shark? I'm not going to hide it, John. Right? We all know who's going. It's all the big dogs.
That we do.
You
That
and
we do, but
me,
we-
John. We're just the ants in the Dota 2 ecosystem, right?
Yeah, that is
We're
true.
just
But what
ants.
we don't
You and
know,
I.
Seconds
what we
remaining.
don't know, Mike, is who's going to qualify from Southeast Asia. And again,
That's true.
starting with that
5
draft,
seconds remaining.
That's
the
very
Shadow
true.
Shaman comes in for Tech Free Gaming. So here we've been talking about good old Colonel Sanders himself coming out. Boom Esports did ban out the TA, the Bristle, the Pango, and the Morph. Most of the strong heroes there. The Morphling resurging in terms of ban because for a while people forgot Morphling was a hero off the fresh patch in some of these qualifier games. And
Yeah.
they do show respect for it on Boom. Tech Free for their part, Undying, DP, and the Tusk. So maybe seeing a little bit of what Boom Esports did to Kukois, but the tanky heroes for
Dire
Zhao being
team
banned out
banned.
in that Undying and the Death Prophet do get the Naga Siren out,
Wow.
which is rather interesting. I'm not sure if you still lean to support Naga nowadays with the Deluge. It could be a viable choice for Jackie. I think you and I have seen Core Naga come out in a couple of the studio tournaments we've seen. So it can definitely work in that
10
position.
seconds remaining.
And it's also here that maybe doesn't care too much about Shadow Shaman. You've got
5
the song to
seconds
break up if
remaining.
an important target's held down with shackles. You can kind of set up for these fights. You can
Dire
juke out the
team
Shadow Shaman
ban.
quite nicely as well. You don't mind it too much. So I do like this coming out from Boom. It can be flexed. John Newell can play Deluge Naga support. I just don't think it's valued too highly right now.
Neither do I, John. Now, I know Jackie, from memory, there was a meta where Naga was semi-decent, and Jackie did enjoy playing it literally every game.
5 seconds
Because, you know, the man loves to hit creeps, John. And Naga Siren's one of those heroes that just loves to hit creeps. So, I'd assume it should be a position 1 Naga we're looking at, but it's a bit early, isn't it, John? To just be jumping into pos 1 Naga. Maybe, I guess the flex potential's there at least with this hero.
That it is. You know, considering that your offlane is jabs, you could also maybe think about an offlane Naga or a build. And kind of similar to like a support Naga. Maybe you can scale up a bit more, but it's the stranger choice if you're flexing that hard on the side of Boom. You know what I'd like to see would say a support Naga, if it does end up being like a Zhao support Naga. I want to see like a Tim's Mirana. And I think that's a very natural combination to tie it in with. Even like an Armel Ember Spirit could be one way to go, right? So there are ways to kind of double down on playing support Naga Siren or playing around the net, which we've seen even safe laners start to pick up a value point in just because it can be really strong. You see the rest of the bans though, Enigma being banned out with the Dusa here from Boom and from Tech Free, and Boom banning out TB, picking up the Gyrocopter. So now really keeping it up in the air what they want to do with Naga, because you run safe lane Gyro plus Naga Siren 5 or Naga 1 Gyro 5, you kind of get the same results in the lane. You've got this rundown potential with a Rocket Barrage, with the net, with the Deluge that can come out from support Naga, and that is a painful lane. I like seeing this coming out from Boom. And it's funny they pull out the Gyro with that flex potential as well, because Varish is the prolific Gyro 5 player. In fact, he's probably the one guy I've seen non-stop draft Gyro 5 for himself in every single match. Like, he never stops. So they steal that away from Varish. They have that flex for Jackie or Zhao. And they have a really good lane lined up just off the back of these two openers here.
Oh, I like it. I mean, it's starting to feel like the Gyro is going to be pos 1 at this rate. I think chances are they're just going to give Jackie the Gyro. I think it's still arguably the better position 1 right now in the meta. I don't know yet though, John. We'll find out. Tech Free Gaming, they've got a Shaman, they've got a Kunkka. Oh, they've got a Silencer. Okay. I mean, I guess the threat of the song with that amount of regen, it does kind of suck if you're winning a team fight.
And it does. Strong presence in the lane coming out from Tech Free Gaming here as well. And some flexibility on the Kunkka. We've seen some Kunkka ones when you play much more carry-like mids here. You can also go off lane either way for the side of Tech Free. So there's a lot of potential in flexing this. Say a Kunkka Shadow Shaman lane can be quite oppressive. Easy setup for some early torrents. Easy setup for free hits on your Tidebringer as well. Don't mind us at all for Tech Free. And like you mentioned, the Silencer to break up that song potential from Naga, especially with a Shard, does kind of simplify these engagements for the side of Tech Free. For Boom, it's time to kind of hammer in what you want to do with Naga. And again, if you are looking to support Naga, really strong way to maximize that is a support Mirana for Tims. And Mirana has kind of been in the meta. We saw it a little bit in the tail end of Dream League Season 26. It is a viable enough hero. Let's start with the Tiny first, as that has been left unbanned. So this could just be our Armel. It's safe. It could be a Tim's hero. And if you are going really left field, it could still be your Jack here, but likely not now with the Bane pickup as well. So you're locking in this Tiny as likely your mid, and you're planning on probably just running the Jackie Gyrocopter on safe, which is funny considering Armel did point out that Natsumi's the best Gyrocopter in C. So what does he think of Jackie's Gyrocopter, I wonder? You know?
I mean, it's a good question, Jonathan. What does he think of Jackie's Gyrocopter? We're going to find out. I mean, maybe Jackie's got a point to prove. Maybe, maybe he saw that, John. I mean, he definitely saw it. He was in the game. Tech Free Game. Razor's picked up. Razor, I mean, we saw this earlier from FBZ. And that was against the Gyro, was it not?
Yes. They picked up
and it did not work
lane
very
Razor.
well.
No, it did not. I think the best position right now for Tech Free to run that is probably a Jikroy safe lane. Like, you run Razor safe, you run the Kunkka on off lane, you try to play around this Kunkka Shadow Shaman combination more, or conversely, you run the Razor Shadow Shaman safe lane and try to play around that potential a little bit more in comparison. Because the Razor is a much more solid win condition than the Kunkka would be from safe. Like, from offlane, it kind of does the same thing. You go for Radiance, you go for durability anyhow. You try to sustain these fights. You do some damage later on. But it's all about maintaining presence with your durability. And it does that job probably better in the offlane. So I would like to see this be a Jacroy hero on the Razor pick. And in lane, I don't think the Razor is going to have a good time into the Naga Gyrocopter that potentially comes out. Right? Like, you are likely
10
running
seconds
Bane
remaining.
5, but it could fit in for Tim's. A Bane with farm is not too bad.
5
So again,
seconds
Zhao
remaining.
on the Naga with the Gyrocopter, it's just a net, a deluge, and a rundown with a barrage. It's not going to be fun for the Razor. So you might as well try to keep that in the Kunkka. He's durable anyway. You can keep him with Shadow Shaman if you want to be defensive, the Silencer if you want to be a little bit more offensive, and give the Razor the Shadow Shaman lane. There are ways to throw these lanes around for tech free. My concern with the Razor pick is, again, whether or not it's safe or off, your issue is your team fight is lacking now. Because I think the ideal for Kunkka is, especially if you're playing him as a tempo core on, say,
Dire
one of the
team
side
back.
lanes on safe, then the ideal is your win conditions harder on mid, and you have stronger team fight on off lane to tie in. You don't really get that now with Kunkka. So if you run Kunkka mid, it can still work. You can flex Razor onto one. Last pick, something with more team fight, which Boom Esports are. Cover your bases. They're banning out the Ember
10
along with the
seconds
Dawnbreaker, so
remaining.
expecting that flex with Razor 1, Kunkka 2, which
5
can come in.
seconds remaining.
Tech free for their part, banning out some Jabs heroes. Again, already taking care of the Enigma earlier. Beastmaster gone now. Brewmaster still available, which Jabs does enjoy quite a fair bit. Very disruptive in these team fights. Might not be the easiest game if the split isn't popped before the global silence, but otherwise no problems here for something like the Brewmaster. Could be annoying for the Brewmaster to play into the Razor lane, though. That's one thing you have to consider here as well, but none of the heroes feel particularly amazing into Razor. Maybe something like the Mars could be nice. You have the Spear back, you're going to be fine. Sustaining could be a safe ban for tech free if they are wanting the Razor to really win out its lane.
Let's see how they finish things off. Boom Esports, for me, John, already looking like they have the superior draft, but then again, against these boys from Tech Free Gaming, you never know what to expect from these guys. They do surprise you. Definitely not to be underestimated here in these qualifiers. Tech Free Gaming, one final ban. Still looking for another offlane ban here for Jabs by the looks of it. It's just very challenging against heroes like the Bane. Just the amount of control you're going to have with this Naga Siren. Like, a lot of emphasis on this silencer to make sure these silencers are very good, as we do see the Lycan final ban. Which I suppose is a nice final ban, considering you don't have any counters towards it. Apart from maybe the Kunkka.
10
Tech Free Gaming.
seconds remaining.
I don't know.
5 seconds
I mean, they have to reveal if they're running the Kunkka mid, if they're running the Razor 1, as intended, and last pick a offlane for DB here. The same choices kind of make sense. Mars is pretty good. Gyrocopter lane might not be so good early on, but the arena is going to cause some issues there for some damage coming into the arena. For Jackie, could be one way to counteract it. And does provide some good team fight here for DB. They'll go with the Axe instead, which we've been seeing a little bit more of. I don't think it feels amazing into a Gyrocopter lane overall. This is not a lane that Axe feels particularly comfy in. So you're going to have to maybe just kind of surrender that lane, try to get some stacks going, get your build up that way.
10 seconds
But once you hit the
remaining.
blink, it can be devastating. Like, the Gyrocopter is just going to proc that counter
5
helix so
seconds
often.
remaining.
Even the illusions of the Naga, this is hellish for a Naga Siren if you're just playing around your illusions as well. The Axe just gets a blink call, easy kill. Very easy to identify the real hero, no problems here for the Axe. I like this from Tech Free. It's a little bit more left
Now
field.
select your
It does a
heroes.
lot of work. Boom will keep to a very, very standard combination, though. Naga Siren plus Center War Runner, Song Stampede in play. And it is a Zhao Naga Siren coming out with a Deluge. So that strong lane we talked about is there. For the side of Tech Free, I'm a little bit concerned that their lanes might not be strong enough. I think the mid lane matchup's your best bet. This Tiny versus Kunkka lane should be decent for Mamang Daya. He has more uptime. Tidebringer, once it's level 2, is going to make it a lot simpler to clear out the creep waves against Omel. But this Axe plus Shadow Shaman lane doesn't feel particularly amazing. It can be. Chances are you should never be in a position here for Boom where you just get shackled into call anyhow. And Zhao should be able to cut them off, try to use illusions up front. There is a rundown potential. I do love that G-Croy is switching around his facets. Thunderhead is the preferred, of course. And for once, again, the Lula's staying on massive serpent wards, Mike. We're not getting the magical chicken hands here. He's not going foul play. Oh, never mind. Never
There
mind.
you go. I was going to say, don't speak
Nah.
too early, John. You can't do that.
I should just suffer in silence.
You should suffer in silence, like every other man out there, John. You suffer in silence, you smile. That's what you have to do, John. Anyway, at the very least, I wanted to say, John, I do like Axe. One of my favorites. I don't get to see it that often, so I'm happy that it's slowly making its appearance back into the meta. Do I think it's a good game for Axe? No. No, I don't, Jonathan. But I do like that I get to see it.
Yeah. Legitimately, Axe is the most fun hero I've played in the last 2 patches. I've had a lot of fun with Axe. There's something about him that just feels more satisfying nowadays. I don't know what it is. It's fun. What is it?
You know what upset me? When they made it so spins was a attack count rather than a chance. I just liked it better as a chance.
True. I mean, it had that je ne sais quoi, kind of come what may attitude when it was by chance. That's fair.
Like
I'll accept that.
Imagine Spirit Breaker could bash you based off the amount of time they hit you. Wouldn't that
No,
annoy
that's
you?
just Lardar. That's just Lardar.
Okay,
right?
but wouldn't that annoy you though, John? Oh, here we go. You guys.
PUBG after Erangel for Java. See, the streamers are playing. The streamer boys are playing it again. I'm pretty sure.
Well, on the
It's,
bright side, I believe they do run PUBG at Esports World Cup, don't they, John?
I believe so.
I think they do.
I'm not sure if it's
Jackie.
it might be the mobile. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's both actually. It might be both.
Are they trying to sweet talk the side of Boom Esports here, John? Lull them into a false sense of confidence here. Maybe Boom Esports wanting to finish the game quickly so they can play PUBG with the tech-free gaming guys. Maybe that's the idea. Is that what they're trying to do?
Meta.
Well, guys, if you try really hard to finish in 20 minutes and don't screw up the game, we could play PUBG soon. Just win.
It's like, yeah, I don't want to play Dota. Let's play some PUBG, boys. Just like the Kukuis are all about CS2 as well, I believe.
I mean, Boom can still make the LoL bracket run,
The battle begins.
You can't go back in time and play PUBG the same night, can you, John?
I don't think any of these talks are making Gary happy.
Nice Nightmare. Gonna lock down 1. Stomp is on 2. And it seems like First Blood will be drawn. The question is who gets it. And the answer is probably Tech-Free
Is it?
Gaming. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
Oh my god. Another one. Oh, Varish. The big brain. Goodness gracious. 2 to kick off.
It's just as you said, Gary wouldn't be happy to hear that. I feel like Gary was happy hearing about PUBG, John. I think he was happy with the PUBG talk. There's Varish going down. Oh, Varish, he's so smart. Already 2 in, dude. He's so smart.
See, this is why I take issue with the gyrocopter pick of Boom. If you just give Varish the gyrocopter, you wouldn't have this. The man loves to pick that gyro. Just let him have it. Now you have to deal with a big brain player. Still, taking a look at the other lanes where we have smaller brains or stonier brains, in the case of Tiny for Armel, up against Mamang Daya and Nakunka. I mean the hero, not the player, Mikey. No?
I mean,
It is. He is stone brain. He is a stone.
you say
Right?
he's got rocks in his head, John. Is that what you're trying to say?
I am insinuating that Tiny has rocks in his head. They get into big rocks later on. And right now, he's going to have to wait until the rocks are bigger.
Enough.
I don't know where we're going with this. Mamang Daya should have a better time on mid, as we talked about. And Tidebringer just wins out. The 3 cleave with grab is kind of nice for Armel, but Daya shouldn't be zoned out whatsoever. Rune control, not so important for Daya. A lot more important for Armel, but you are still going to look to control. I'm curious to see if the 2-minute rune is in... No, it's not going to be in contention. A little bit too early for the sports you have and the side lanes you have set up. Should be an even 2 for 2. The power rune is going to be the big one, of course, to enable that aggression. We'll see if any sorts of moves can happen.
So they might have a kill here for Jackie. In fact, there's your chicken out, the one you love, John. Looks like we will get Jao to pick up the kill. Jackie in trouble, though, being chased down. Will be okay. Doesn't have the 1 charges to go back to, but they do find a nice kill, at least for Jao.
That they do. Nice little pick off. And again, you have to respect just the damage output of having the Naga Siren up with a gyrocopter. You've got the Deluge. That added damage that can come in is pretty painful. They do manage to at least trade away teams with the TP out from below off of that debt. So you find some instant punishment up top. That can just get the ball rolling. I am concerned about how good Jikroy's lane is.
He's going again.
Like your Eraser into Centaur. Like this lane is not something Center deals with. We were talking about the Axe not going to have a good game. Same thing kind of goes for the Centaur in laning, at least. Easy static blink target. You don't really care for return damage on Jacroy. You've got a slow and plasma field. There's not too much you can really expect from a Bane 4 here for Tims outside of stalling with Nightmare. Unless he goes for the early points in Enfeeble, which would be really cool. We just don't tend to see a lot of Banes go for that. I feel like it's pretty undervalued how much that Enfeeble does here, Mike.
It's just... You know what the problem is, John? You can't lane without Brain Sap, and Nightmare is just the best spell. That's the problem. His kit, like, Bane's suffering from being too successful. Which means he's not successful at all, John.
Yeah.
You see? All his spells are good. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's fair. I just want to see a player kind of try to use Enfeeble over... Like, imagine an Enfeebled Razor. Okay, he's going to stat the link, so what? With a 55% attack damage reduction? Like, what do you care, right? Like,
I've tried it, John. I'll tell you what the problem is in a second. Stomp is out, Nightmare duked out here by our Silencer. The problem is the mana cost, John. Why does Enfeeble cost 130 at max mana? Like, you can't spam it. You can't spam it.
It is pretty bad. That's pretty awful. With a mana pool starting at 400, yeah, doesn't feel good, but I don't know. I feel like Bane needs a little bit more love. He is strong as it is, but I don't know. Something about him just doesn't feel fully right.
I agree. I agree with you on
like,
that
not
point.
satisfying. I mean, in a pro perspective, yeah, and like in this game, it makes a lot of sense. But just as a player, it doesn't feel fully satisfying.
Nah.
You know, maybe it doesn't matter. Who cares about player satisfaction, right, Mike? If it works, it works. Who cares?
You know, I guess. I guess.
Like Earth Spirit, it's not satisfying, but you know, if it works, it works.
Oh, it used to be, John. It used to be. Hex out. Zhao's still moving forward. Gets a deluge off. Shackle gonna lock him down. They really can't hope to kill him though. In fact, now the turnaround is here as they do drag back the Shaman. Jackie was trying to go after the Axe instead though. So nothing really to pan out of this engagement either. Just a bit of trading between these two. How's that mid lane? I mean, we haven't talked about mid at all, John. How's that going? Seems like it's gone pretty well here for Armel. In fact, it could go even better in a second, John. Because a tossback play is about to happen right into the tier 1. And you see, that's why they level up Nightmare, John. Because you can make plays like this happen. Where you die. Because you get caught by a torrent. He's going to be alright, though.
Didn't seem too satisfied there, Mikey. Daya is a tanky hero. The block's not quite good from Tims. Daya does get to walk out. The mid lane matchup has been working well for Armel. Surprisingly, I feel like Daya should have gotten a little bit more, but this is a matchup that's somewhat workable. You're not too far behind here on Mamang Daya. We do have all the supports coming in as well for these power runes, trying to ensure that Armel doesn't get that much needed bottle top up as level 6 starts to approach near for the Tiny. So they are putting more numbers in from the side of Tech Free, which is nice to see. Like, they know how important this is for Armel. They need to try to zone out and hope that they're lucky in the RNG here.
Oh, and they kind of are, but Zhao's going to take the shield rune because obviously Delol was there to contest. So, at the very least, Mamang Daya nor Armel will get a rune from themselves. And, you know, as much as Armel probably would have really enjoyed that bottle refill, like, he's still finding plenty of CS. Like, I really did believe that the Kunkka would be able to win out the matchup, but it turns out Armel's just proving to be a little bit better here in this mid lane.
Yeah, he's working the spacing quite nicely, and I think him working around the interval of having to regrab is pretty on point. He's just allowing the shove out from Daya and clearing out the creep wave when it's right by the tower. So he's always got the free farm, or the safe farm. He's not being heavily pushed back by Daya. He does have to go back for his bottle top up, but he has already hit 6, has the grow value point up, and can maybe look to set up elsewhere if he'd want. The lanes aren't shoved into the direction, so it's a little bit harder to use a TP rotation in. And you are getting some free space for Daya now to try to work his way across the map as well into the bounty room first. No excitement, looks like, as the Shrines of Wisdom just goes to both sides, 1 for 1, and Armel just heads back to mid. But Daya's still committing for this deeper chase down block.
Bottom. Yeah, I mean, they're moving in. The axe is getting a little bit low, but Mamang Daya just around the corner now to help out. Does get the boat out, though you do have a Nightmare you could use to dodge, but no! He runs within range of the boat! Oh, that's a bit unfortunate from Tims. That's a bit unfortunate, Jonathan. Ends up giving a secondary kill away, and Jackie, he does not survive anyway.
No. They do manage to get the big kill they were looking for. A little bit unfortunate, right? Like, it doesn't look like it's going to hit you. The AoE's a little bit wider than you'd expect. You do get punished nicely here. Good rotations out from Tech Free. Again, down to the fact that Dio is left alone on mid, with Armel having to walk back, having to TP back to mid to form. Get that opportunity lined out bot.
Mid lane. Armel's just cleared out the stacks. They're trying to move in to steal them, but Jabs is here now to intervene. In fact, even Zhao moves over. They'd really love this Kunkka kill, but he's got plenty of help coming in. Even more, in fact, the Bane will start moving in now to try and move into this Kunkka, but Jabs is actually the one dropping a little bit too low as Mamang Dai continues to run away. Avalanche will land or get the kill. They will find Jabs as a trade. Here comes another now in DB, so they will just chase down Armel, trying to find the trade onto the mid laners, but Tims, he'll take down Varish. Armel surely goes down and will do so. 2 for 2. The whole team from Tech Free Gaming ended up being here.
I kind of like that response, even though it does bring all of the heroes out of lanes. Right? Like, you are getting some important stacks going for every single one. You get more int coming out for Varish. You get your first dunk, a little bit more armor for DB to play with. All very important, even though they're not the biggest numbers right now. These do start to stack up, and a strong start can kind of help to just get that build-up going for yourself. You still have your own triangle control as well. Jakor is alone right now, though.
Nightmare out. They need a bit more. Armel's going to move in, but the Nightmare was taken. Still, they'll get the Stampede off. Moving in onto that Razor. And there's no chance of survival here as Jikroy will go down. Varish trying to go for a run, but the chase does continue. And it seems like Varish eventually should just die. Though he's actually done a pretty good job of juking them out. They can't find him. He's okay. For now. For how long, I don't know, John. But he's okay for now.
You're using the courier to scout a little bit. Don't manage to find him off the scan. Oh, very cheeky.
Oh, it took a while. They got it. Armel's here. Zhao's going to intervene. Armel really wants the kill. We'll be able to pick it up nice and easy. Nice little bit of time wasted, at least from Varish's end.
Yeah, it's freeing up that bot lane quite fully for DB. The Axe does need a lot of prep time to get online. It's the typical Blade Mail into Blink buildup, so you're not going to have the initiation anyhow. You're going to need to wait longer. The Blade Mail will allow a little bit more presence to come out here, of course, for DB. Game state is pretty even, 6-7 overall. Slight net worth advantage for Tech Free early, but you are staggered quite nicely in terms of net worth on the side of Boom. A little bit slower for game for Jabs, but he does have a rough lane up against a Razor, so that is to be expected. Jackie can always farm back into a leading position anyhow, as he has room in the jungle now to start that build-up. Is rushing the Chrysalis first, which I do enjoy seeing. Just allows a little bit early presence before the Ags build-up. You can actually afford to join in.
Very deep for DB here as they just look at him drag him back. The Bane Naga support, like you just get dragged back infinitely. It's DB. Unable to escape, does get away, and I'll tell you, I didn't think about this, John, but they've actually got a pretty disgusting combo with this Nightmare and the Ensnare with the Reeling. It's pretty stupid.
It is dumb. Oh.
Stampede. Oh, Jackie. Mid lane, he was farming the area. They caught him with the shackles. Or a nice Nightmare, going to buy a bit of time as he tries to run away, but not enough. The song even came out, but it was a bit too late. And so Jackie ultimately going down. Not good news for Boom Esports.
Certainly not. And again, finding that kill on DB is pretty nice. Losing your Gyrocopter, who again, he's still having to recover here. Not the best bit of news. You're gonna have to stall for longer. The crystal is, again, that we're talking about, not even up yet. And that just gives more time now for Tech Free to feel stronger. Right? Jikroy is getting this nice ramp up to the Maelstrom, into the Mjolnir that we've been seeing from the Razors. They've got room to shove in mid. No wards though. Have to be a bit cautious as the boat is down, but they know the counterfight in Song is gone as well. And you do have that level 6 up on Varish, so Global Silence is set to go if an opportunity presents itself.
It certainly is. It seems like Tech Free Gaming have hit a bit of a nice spike for themselves now. It certainly feels like they could kind of just run at the side of Boom Esports once their cooldowns are available. Now Boom gonna just kind of take a seat back and relax for a bit. Oh, I say that. They've got an amp damage on Armel. They want to move in. They found the axe once again. DB being caught, gets a call off, but I don't think it's going to help them too much. They've got plenty of control for DP, as he will get reeled in here by Zhao. And Armel, of course, will happily take the kill.
Just standard Axe gameplay until you get your blink, trying to farm aggressively, trying to take the more risky routes. And then you do end up punished quite often on this hero. Good opportunity for the follow-up smoke from Boom. This gate swing around as well. If they run into top jungle, Jikori is the prime target, but they want the one showing itself. Not the biggest priority in the lull. They could use this chance as well for some vision. Tim's does have wards. So they're setting up nicely onto top. Let's see if Jikori manages to bail out in time here or not.
Dire's bottom tower
Never mind.
is under attack.
No. No, they'll head down towards the mid lane. Keep in mind, I mean, Amel's got the blink up. He's happy to just find literally anybody apart from perhaps among Dire on this Kunkka, who's just proving to be too tanky. There'll be a smoke out now, 3-man smoke from Tech Free Gaming, looking to head towards the south. Smoke from Boom Esports does end up expiring. Oh, and they're gonna find Jackie! Again! Jackie gets caught out another time. Global Silent's gonna come out to ensure there's no follow-up help. My goodness, Tech Free Gaming, they just continue to be able to find the opposing carry.
They are, and that's why I'm surprised Boom didn't opt to go further towards the tier 2 up top. Right, like Jikori was in the same spot, farming a little bit isolated, but in a very quote-unquote defensible spot. They didn't manage to swing. They dropped the ward in a much safer spot without risking that forward movement towards the tier 2, and that misses them an opportunity. Jikori is still hanging around the area surrounding you, though.
Where's the avalanche? There's your toss, and it seems like they are going to find the trade onto Jikori. Thing is, like, you look at the farm disparity, like, Jikori's had a much better time so far. And that's a Razor versus a Gyrocopter matchup, so it's not really spelling out the best of news here for Boom. They've got to give Jackie some space to catch up in the farm game. And that's going to take a bit of time. Meanwhile, I suppose all the heavy lifting's onto Armel, and he is moving once again towards the south where he's going to find DB very soon. DB in the exact same position. He's going to get caught out, though a nice call this time, catching out at least the Bane before he dies. But there's no help incoming. He certainly is going to die. But does get a little bit of something for his trouble.
I mean, you get more, again, a little bit more armor off the dunk with a coat of blood. You're happy enough. You actually do gain gold, 700 away from full blink now for DB. And you buy space. Like, this is just so much space coming out for that build-up from Jikori, who, again, is going for the greedy build. Varish, maybe? Oh. Zhao.
There we go. They're going to move on to the Naga Siren. Zhao should just be dead, and does. End up dying, that is. As we even have a blink already on our Shaman. So they're all having a good enough time to have the blink up early on the Shadow Shaman now, which is going to make life even more challenging for Boom Esports. And, well, for Boom, still sitting back, still just trying to secure some farm, but you look at Mamang Dire and you look at Jikori. Things are going very well right now in terms of the farm game for these calls.
That it is. It's kind of worrisome how much Jikori's been allowed to build up. Yeah, he died 2 times, same amount as slightly less than Jackie, but within the same realm of being, dived on a couple of times. It's just this timing of Mjolnir on Razor's devastating. Tied in with Thunderhead as well. Let's see the blink reveal here.
They do move in. What they got, it's going to be Armel. Armel, though, perfectly okay for now. They'll throw the X out. He's got some help nearby. There's your song committed now from Zhao. Global Silence will eventually come in, but it's too late. It will allow Armel to freely escape. And ultimately, nothing will come out of that engagement here for Tech Free Gaming, as it seems like now Boom starting to cluster up in the mid lane, thinking about jumping in. Do go for an avalanche, but do not get the toss back. Armel, he needs some help. Nightmare's going to come in, but he's gone. Oh, Armel trying for the quick, cheeky toss-back play, but doesn't quite get there.
Not quite. And even if he did, Daya is really not the target you can afford to toss back. He still had the boat. It is a little bit of a strange choice to get the global silence off from Varish, but he also respects the fact that he doesn't want jabs to try to come in to set up, or that song to set up for the call down from Jackie. They just blow the global silence as well, trading a big ult for a big ult just to ensure no one gets caught out. And you get a bit greedy there, and boom. Again, not positioned properly. You're not able to really burst down to Kunkka. You have to look for the backline. And even killing off the lull can kind of open up these 4v5 opportunities for you quite nicely. Not finding that yet. DB now showing that blink aggressively here.
There he is. There you go, top lane. Find Jabs. Nice hex out here from Delol, and well, ultimately Jabs. I mean, he does not even have Stampede. He's just gonna stand there and take it. He'll go down again. Bruce will pick up some free in for himself. That's 10 for the support silencer now. Happy days for him. And I guess, yeah, again, Boom, they're kind of just stuck at the moment farming because they've fallen a little bit too far behind. Tech Free Gaming not really relenting at all either. They're just more than happy to keep the farm going on Jacroy and Mamang Daya. And I'll tell you what, with the way this game is going, John, like this Kunkka Razor, it's going to be a pretty big issue. Like, these guys are looking rather unkillable, and Jackie's nowhere near the stage where he's going to be able to have the damage up.
No, not quite. Jackie's having to go back for the BKB. We're seeing even some durability issues. Like, DB did get a jump in by himself while Jabs was dying. So there's an offlane for offlane trade. He gets a jump again.
Certainly does. Got the axe this time. Maybe gonna be able to retreat. They just wanted to retreat here on Boom as well. So it's just kind of the avoid game right now. But they have noticed Jacroy farming the north side because he is underneath the Radiant Ward. Well, he was. It's about to expire. So they could head over towards that area and see if they can find the Razor, but it looks like they gave up on that as well. Meanwhile, Tech Free Gaming, they're just slowly keeping this mid-wave pushed out over and over again. And in fact, they're picking out Roshan. And they're going to try for it. Wards dropped, nothing else is happening on the map. They may as well give this a crack.
Yeah. Does go fast when you do drop those wards. Nice and safe objective for the side of Tech Free to go for. And Boom doesn't expect this. They don't have the mid-river wards to watch. They do have the triangle wards to at least let them know something's up. No one's playing in the triangle. No one's shoving out these waves. They're not going to make it in time. Secondary life coming out for Daya. So this extra tanky Kunkka can be even hard to kill off with 2 lives. And they're still stuck in this area, Boom.
There they are. They're coming as well. Tech Free Gaming, they want the fight. Jabs at least going to catch our axe out before he does go for the blink in. Looking for that Bane. They'll get the X off. It looks like Tim should be set to fall, but the call does not really end up, rather the dunk doesn't really end up working out. Meanwhile, Song has been popped now. Tim's, who'll buy back, looking to come back into this fight. They'll drop the call down. Big avalanche up from Armel trying to deal with this Kunkka. Can they take him down though? He's still walking away. In fact, that was just the Aegis. Shackle catching out Jabs. That'll be a dunk out now, connecting from our axe. And nobody's dead here from Tech Free Gaming. In fact, they're the ones continuing to hunt as they're going to find another, and that's going to be a dieback on Tim. Oh, the team fights just get worse and worse, and Boom. I mean, they saw Roshan go, and they just held their position up top lane.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that call was for. It didn't look like they were fully set for the fight either. And that was already a very awkward opening for Tech Free. That was not the ideal jump in for Tech Free, right? Like, you get the blink out from DB, still getting stunned up with Centaur. You're not able to get the big call on, say, the Gyrocopter at the least, so Jackie's safe. And you manage to get the Nightmare. Like, it's not the ideal for Tech Free. You're still in a spot where you can't maximize that awkward initiation on Boom. They couldn't get the counter fight going the way they'd want. Your position on Zhao on the left flank left you exposed on the right flank where Jabs was alone, still being held by that shackle. You didn't get the full coverage you want utilizing this Naga Siren. And yeah, you did take care of the Aegis. That's a pretty big takeaway. No secondary life for Daya is massive. But they're still having access to the Torn Mentor themselves. Who should be aware, Zhao has micro illusions out, so they can take a peek at the Torn being taken. They're not in position to fight. In fact, Zhao has to be careful about standing in this area of the map.
Zhao. He's going to be just fine. They haven't really spotted him out. So Naga Siren able to walk away. Smoke is going to be committed though. Tech Free Gaming, again, they're just so potent right now. They're so powerful. There's no reason to stop just running at Boom Esports, and they will continue to run. They are going to scan out Jabs here in the triangle, and Jabs is not going to be able to get away. A nice hex out immediately from Delol. Nightmare does buy a bit of time here from Tim's, but it really just won't make the difference. They'll take down Jabs now on the Centauran. Have we even seen a Fiend Script yet, John? Have we seen a Fiend Script this game?
There
We
was
did.
one Fiend grip down bot while Jabs was dying top, DB was dying bot, and the grip was used for that. So we've seen at least once. I think that was not on the main feed, but it was used. We've seen one. It's a hard game to get a full grip off, though. You're playing into Shaman, you're playing into a Silencer, of course, with a Global Silence. There's always counterplay here. They've got a good clump up
Croy.
here from Boom, though.
This would be a nice one if they can catch him. Jacroy, he knows they're around here somewhere, but he hasn't backed up quick enough. Armel not able to get the toss back, though. Nobody was nearby. Jackie was trying to get there, but he was still out of range. They'll have to settle instead for a Varish silencer kill, but I mean, you would have much preferred to see that Razor die if you're Boom Esports, I'll tell you what.
You would have really quick fingers out from Varish just to get the Global Silence off, covering, preventing that toss back from Armel, and giving that spacing out for Jacroy to run off. 12-17, 6k lead still maintaining here for Tech Free. Boom, though, not relenting. They still have all their ults. They know Global Silence is down, even if the Silencer respawns. So they've got an opportunity and an angle to work out, but they need to find a squishy target. DB has proven to be squishy enough. The issue is he is pulling back, and no one's playing under the wards that Boom has set up here.
No, they're not. Mid lane, I mean, they're looking at this Kunkka. Mamang Dai, though, going to retreat. Armel caught him with a Yule Scepter, going to get an Avalanche, but sees the Silencer and, again, has no help around him. There's no tossbacks he can really go for, as this Tiny right now. They're looking again at DB down bottom, but he's right by the T2 tower. I don't necessarily think they can burst him down that quick without the rotations incoming, and he backs off anyway.
Dire's bottom tower
Just farm
is
the jungle instead.
Keep getting that build up. You do have the smoke out from Tech Freeze. Global Silence still about 30 seconds away. A little bit surprising, Varish is opting for the Ags build up as well. Wants to go for the damage with the Arcane Curse being applied over something like a Refresh. We have seen a lot of players starting to go for Ags first over Refresh first. And there is some good utility, good damage to come out from that. I can respect that choice now. It does feel pretty damn good to play. And just kind of make you think twice about trying to cast a spell following through from that Global Silence. It can provide a little bit more window where you don't have to worry about some of these big teamfight counter controls to come in because of the Arcane Curse. Once that's finished up in Varish, they're starting to take control in that bot area coming out from Tech Free, getting their own forward wards planted up. And they've got the BKB done in DB. So you've got the triple BKB lining up down to, of course, 8 seconds here for Jacroy. Nonetheless, you still feel good. You're not going to be fully entrapped by that Global Silence, by the Avalanche Toss, or by the Song. You are mainly concerned now about whether or not if Tims can get a grip. And that is the big tool, but we just haven't seen a good grip in the multiple team fights. The decision making to get the grip off is very difficult in this kind of game. Perhaps simplified with the Aether Lens up could start to provide some help. Still just willing to give this tier 2 bot tower away. Trying to make inroads up top, but not fully committing yet. And Tech Free is just building a lead off of this, right? Like, they're 7k up, nothing offensive's happening from Boom. They're not really taking map control away. They're losing objectives. They've got to kind of stem the bleeding here somehow.
Gotta do something. Tech Free Gaming. Looking like a pretty good position here to take game number 1 with the way things are going. Just no real action across the map, and they're just slowly chipping away at everything that Boom has. Boom, just no response at the moment, just trying to completely avoid the side of Tech Free Gaming. Everything's just gone so poorly to start. At the very least, they've got Jackie, who's getting to a state where he might start to be able to fight back. But even now, you're still 5k behind this Razor. You know, and that's without him static linking and taking all your damage away. So it's not looking too good at all right now. It seems like Boom Esports going to continue to just avoid Tech Free Gaming in the meantime. Going to continue to be the hunters in all of this. I mean, they already control most of the map anyway. They're just going to take the whole map off them and Boom. They've got to... It seems like they're stuck patiently waiting for perhaps a more advantageous team.
It's just hard to see these team fights break out. I think where Boom shines the most is if they can get a smoke off and kind of look for that solo pick-off. Right? That's where the lineup is really strong. Their counterfight in Song Stampede is good for engage and disengage. Just the follow-through from that area control isn't particularly amazing. You might be better off just finding an opportunity, finding a way to set up for that grip and getting that big kill off. Or if you can pick off Varish, then looking for the grip becomes a lot easier for your Bane. Still aggressive moves from the side of Tech Free Gaming this time. Maybe it doesn't look like they'll be able to run into Armel, but with a nice juicy target. The Lull is in a bit of an interesting spot, trying to play off of his ward. Armel?
In a spot of danger here, Armel getting shackled up. This is a nice setup once again from Delol, who's keeping tabs on for Mamang Dai to get an X-Back, but he can't get within range. A little bit unfortunate that time around. You see, the Shaman of Delol has been so terrifying to have to play against here for Boom, because he's just always around the corner ready to blink in with that Hex, and we've seen it consistently pay off here for him. Not this time though, as it seems like Boom just trying to again avoid Tech Free Gaming altogether. Tech Free Gaming smoked up, might run right into Jackie, but Jabs will actually break the smoke for him. Global Silence immediately committed to ensure there's no follow-up here to save Jabs, though Jabs, he's a pretty tanky boy. He might have the time. In fact, a nice song now from Zhao does set up onto 3, but it seems like they still just want to retreat. They're not seeing. Call is out. They catch the Naga. Should be at least one to go down. Toss back though is out onto the Axe. Maybe they can find a nice trade, but Armel will go down for this. They'll find DB. Now the Fiend group out from Tim's catching the Razor, but it's not enough. Jackie's going to try to move in now. The wards, the Serpent wards are blocking in the Razor. Oh no!
Oh.
So they,
Oh.
I mean, they didn't lose the team fight. In fairness, John,
No.
they still kind of won. It was still a 2 for 3 and 2 buybacks were committed, but that's kind of an
could've won more.
unfortunate way to win a team fight.
Yeah, they could have won more. I mean, they did manage to get the good stagger earlier, right? We saw the early Stampede being committed by Jab to bail out Armel. So they know they have this opening on Tech Free.
Dire's top
And then
tower
just
is
in
under
conjunction with Song, it doesn't feel good enough. And it's a beautiful toss back to catch the Axe off guard, at least. But if this Razor was able to just run around while still having that BKB, get an actual static link off,
Dire's
without
top
being
tower
trapped by
is
the
under
wards, you would have had a very different story. The buybacks might not have worked out, or it could have actually baited out Jikoi in an awkward spot. Either or. I mean, those buyback commitments out from Boom probably would have led to Tech Free playing the retreat game anyhow. So perhaps that ward blockage in the grand scheme of things isn't as bad as you'd expect. So maybe a little bit more forgivable there. Good old below. 14 to 29k lead for Tech Free. And my concern going into like a late game scenario here, Mike, is we're in the middle of, well, the mid game. The late game scenario for Boom doesn't get that much prettier. Right? Again, you're kind of stuck on relying on the grip for debuffing T-Pierce here. You get Stampede off for no discernible reason. And that will leave a very free Roshan now for the side of Tech Free Gaming as well. With no Stampede to worry about. That's an interesting one.
That was an interesting one, John. Roshan now being taken. I mean, Boom, they're kind of in a position where you might not really be able to afford to just let this go down. In fact, it was all a bait anyway.
Dire's top
Smoke
tower
immediately
is
tipped from
under
Tech
attack.
Free, expecting Boom to try and contest, and they're going to catch him with their pants down. They found Tim's already on the Bane. Tim's will end up falling. In fact, they found more.
Oh, the call.
They found Jackie with a beautiful call out. Jackie's going to go for a run. The chase continues here, though, and it seems like Rish is just not planning to let him go, but no. He does still get away. TP is there. The song does save. Jacroy unable to quite finish off the job he started.
That's
But they
the
can go
opening
back
for
for
Roche now. Yeah, no Song to try to steal. Stampede down for 40 seconds still. They do commit another smoke out from Boom. They can still get this blink angle out from Armel. But this fight's a little bit harder to contend with now. Roche does fall fast. The scan is there. They do manage to dance around the scan. Or at least that was Boom's scan.
Jacroy's got a Satanic. He just got it off the courier. Toss back is there. They're going to find a silencer to start things off, but do they actually have enough damage? Oh, no. They kill off finally Varish. Jabs might die for this, though. He's being healed up, and now the drag back onto Jackie. Oh,
Jackie.
my goodness.
Amp damage as well. Come on.
And it's just everything for Tech Free Game. Are you kidding me?
Haven's Blessing. Passive buff. Good old Tech Free. Why am I seeing the Lulz chat? How am I seeing the Lulz chat and Allied chat? He's not all
I think-
chatting this.
I think he's doing the
Is it his
ping-
pinks?
Yeah, it's his
Okay.
ping. Yeah.
Naga Siren Heart. It just looks like
I'm-
soft trash talk.
I've also been wondering why he keeps putting hearts down. I must admit, I'm like, why does he keep putting hearts down? It's enough hearts.
Yeah.
There you go. You can pin hearts now for whatever reason.
Oh, that's amazing. Thank you, Gaben. Thank you for the buffs. Thank you for the gift of amplified damage. I'm sure Tech Free Gaming is highly enjoying. Boom Esports or not, as the one Indo stack, honorary Indo stack, up against, of course, and Indo Org up against all Indo stack is certainly not quite panning out in Boom's favor right now. And again, the late game scenario. Ooh,
Uh-oh. Maybe this could be a problem, though. Like, you're giving kills away like this, it could be problematic.
Is
But
it?
he's not even giving kills away. There's no kills happening here apart from Tech Free Gaming finding kills. Geez, they got there quick, John. My goodness.
yeah, just that quick. Cost him a BKB and Global Silence, but very well worth it to have Daya still live through. And you still have so much time to say. Just fresh pickup, of course. 3 minutes, 40 seconds left. Refresh next. For more items to come out here for Jacori for sure.
Radiant's top tower
With that
is
Satanic
under
that you
attack.
mentioned, going for the refresh next, having the double link, the double BKB, massive power spike for the Razor, and again, just the late game scenario for Boom does not get any easier. But it is a hard game. You've got infinite scaling in your silencer support as he saps away brain matter from your team. Doesn't even have the shard yet. DB can always get more armor with more kills, with more dunks, and double static link ruins your game. Like, we're not seeing the value in that Stampede song, especially when you stagger out the usage like that. You've got to find a way to get that jump in, to get a good toss out from Armel. That feels key to it. The toss back into the grip has to be clean, but it's easier said than done here.
Oh, it's very challenging. Tech Free Gaming. They're going to find a tier 3 tower. Things are looking very good for them at the moment. Here's with the Enfeeble can start to get a little bit annoying, John. We found a use for this spell. Very good. Toss back.
Oh!
They've got a big target. It's going to be the Razor, but he's got 2 lives available. There's one. Can you do it again? That's the big question. Jacroy pops the BKB. Happy to turn around now with the Eye of the Storm. But it seems like they're going to have to leave without taking the melee barracks. Now Armel, a nice toss back once again with the Stampede setup. They're on for the axe now, but he's got a BKB of his own. Looking for Jackie. In fact, he'll turn back onto the Centaur. Jabs. Jabs will actually end up surviving as DB goes down. Meanwhile, with the song set up, maybe they can move on with this Razor. And I think they can here, John. Though he's still going for the fight. Jacroy, he's just so hard to take down. The Satanic healing him up. And never mind, Tech Free Gaming. Too good, John. Just too damn good.
You have issues playing into the Razor even with all that control. You're running right into the Eye of the Storm with Storm Surge up. You know, that damage is not to be scoffed at. That synergy with all the lifesteal you get with your level 10 talent, not to be scoffed at. It's a lot of recovery for Jacroy, having the Satanic on hand as well. And that was all of the heroes in. You have to remember, Thunderhead, you proc your Storm Surge on everything in the AoE. 10% spell lifesteal seems small, but when you're hitting that much damage, quite often with a lower cooldown on Storm Surge, you recover a lot, giving you that window for Jacroy to just feel safe to pop the Satanic. And the side of Boom, that was their best bet initiation. It looked really awkward for Tech Free. Jacroy could not look for a static link target at all. Like, he never used it. Didn't find the angle to. And now you have to deal with no Aegis in Jacroy, but refresh up. Double BKB, double Satanic, double Eye of the Storm, double static link. Pain coming out here from the Razor.
Absolutely. Looking for the Mega Creeps now, Tech Free Gaming. Such a strong performance here in this game 1. Certainly deserving of a pretty big win here against Boom Esports. They do go for a hoof stomp. They're going to try one last time here, Boom, to try and salvage this game 1, but it's, again, looking rather impossible. It's just nobody is dying here from Tech Free Gaming. They're just playing with jabs. Jabs able to get away. But now Mega Creeps officially incoming. Happy death time.
Happy Duff. For how long? Who knows? Love the build-up that we're still getting up here from the side of Tech Free. Octarine for DB. More uptime on the call. More battle hungers you can pump out with a shard, which is actually kind of ridiculous. 3.8 second cooldown. Lots more overlap. Lots of easy poke from afar, just with battle hunger up. And they are set to go again. We're just going to look for the smoke. One last engage. Boom needs to find a way to break this one apart.
Looking to move in one more time. Tech Free Gaming, smoke broken, but they just could not give a crap. They're moving up completely blind. Just doesn't matter. Look at the drag back as well. Catching Tim's on the Bane, though he is alive for now, but not for long, as the song is just not helping. They'll buy back. They've got a buyback on Jabs as well. He'll commit it now as they do toss in one. Fiend's Rip was there, but the Global Silence, it wasn't even committed. Jackie just melts. They'll buy back one last time on everybody. Try one more time as Jackie getting dragged out of the fountain. GG's cool. They've had it. That is a dominant Game 1 victory here from Tech Free Gaming. And if you're Boom Esports, Jonathan, you might be wanting to have a small discussion, or maybe a big one, as to what you think went wrong.
Yeah, I think it's hard to pinpoint. I don't think this was an outdraft from the side of Tech Free. Maybe the Bane didn't quite deliver the goods.
Oh, they
it was very
outplayed.
hard. Yeah, they definitely got outplayed. The issues feels like it kind of stems back from the laning phase that we've seen again. Boom kind of struggled with. It felt like they didn't win out the lanes hard enough. The bot lane sure was doing pretty fine for Jackie, but DB was still finding farm. The mid lane was the big issue. I think the fact that Armel was slightly ahead, but only ever slightly so, means that Daya still has a game to play. And it's that decision he made at around maybe the 6 minute mark where he had to TP back, right? And you get that rotation from Daya bot. Some of those decisions just didn't pan out for Boom. So I think that's one thing that, Mushi's going to have to call up the boys for that next game.
I mean, laning stage has been rough. It really has been rough, Jonathan. We'll head to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with game number 2 between Boom Esports and Tech Free Gaming. See you soon.
I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going into our game 2 here between Boom Esports and the side of Tech Free Gaming. And Jonathan, I'll tell you what, I was not expecting the first game to go the opposite way, but Tech Free Gaming proving to make it kind of look easy. I'll be frank with you, Jonathan. Boom Esports, what do you think they need to change up to force us to a game 3?
I feel like individually they weren't quite doing enough, and I feel like the lane setups were a little bit better than the last series, still not enough to really win out, right? So the top lane was maybe a little bit of a nightmare for Jabs having to play into a Razor. It felt like they did not expect the Razor last pick to come in, and that's what we worked out here for the side of Tech Free. You need to be able to win your lanes. I think the margins well for mid on Armel, and the decision to walk back instead of maybe just grabbing a Bounty Rune, hoping to reset, and then making that decision to TP mid, kind of set that tone early on from the tempo for Tech Free when they were able to get that successful rotation out onto the mid lane. So I think it's small decisions like that aren't panning out for Boom, and again, the laning presence needs to feel a bit better. We always talk about this with teams with Jabs, but when his offlane goes slow, the entire team suffers because you don't have that tempo setter on your team. He's going to have to sit back, he's going to need to recover. He needs a good, if not dominant start to really get the ball rolling. So that's what Boom have to kind of achieve, especially in the offlane here.
Oh, I certainly agree with you on that. I mean, again, the laning stage has been looking rather poor today from Boom Esports, so we'll see if they can rectify these issues and at least ensure those side lanes go semi equally, because it has been pretty one-sided in most of the games we've seen. I think Armel's usually having to carry the team throughout the mid game because the lanes have gone pretty badly every time. So let's see what they can get done. Obviously, Tech Free Gaming not messing around here, Jonathan. This is the semi-final of these closed qualifiers, and winning this one will just help you proceed straight through to the upper bracket final, where you're one series away from qualifying. So it's a nice position.
It would be a very strong position, especially for the story behind the Indo stack. There's been a lot of rumbling around for the Indonesians. The Indonesian scene has not felt the healthiest. We haven't seen that many top-level Indonesian players. We've lost a lot of Indonesian teams. Army Geniuses is gone. A lot of the smaller teams have not been consistent, like Carlston's. So a lot of hopes is riding here for the Indo stack in Tech Free to kind of carry through in all the qualifiers going on. So we'll see if they can carry through. It has looked promising. Again, if there's any team to look out for as the favorite in these qualifiers, it certainly is Boom Esports. And they made game 1 look rather simple on the side of Tech Free. So I want to see what adjustments Boom will make in the draft to kind of try to reel that back in. No changes in the ban so far. Bristleback, Morphling being banned out by Boom. Tech Free taking care of the John Yuel tanky heroes in the Undying and the DP. See the TA being banned out now as well. We want to take care of... Yeah, they just take care of the Pangolier on top of it. So they do leave some big options on hand. Like, say, Doom, Brewmaster, Enigma, if you want Enigdos early. You don't tend to ban stuff like Storm, so Storm is still in the pool as well if Tech Free want to open with that. And they'll just start with a Shaman, why not? Did so much work anyhow. Nice and safe pick. But Boom Esports get to snag away the silencer themselves. So it's not going to be a simple time to just hold and shackle here for Tech Free. The goal of silence will put a spanner in the works there.
It absolutely will. Boom Esports maybe taking a page out of the Tech Free Gaming book with this one.
10 seconds
More bans to come here between these two sides. I like seeing the Tech Free Gaming just go right back to the Shaman this game around, because again, Delol, he was making life absolutely miserable for Boom last game. So I'm very happy to see the Shaman making its appearance once again. Let's see what follow-up we're going to have here with these drafts. Of course, Tech Free Gaming looking to make one final ban out. So far, getting rid of the Monkey King. They'll get rid of the Storm of Armel as well. Boom Esports, one ban for themselves before we can see what the draft's going to look like. Happy to see as well that they haven't just gone ahead and first picked, 2 carry potential heroes for Boom Esports. That's always nice.
Yep.
10 seconds remaining.
That does help a little bit, and you don't have to reveal the foundations of your draft early on. Take care of the Brewmaster on top, and we'll go into the Conquest. They do snag away 2 tools from the side of Tech Free for themselves, and I don't mind that too much. It's still flexible enough on where you want to run Kunkka. We've seen Jabs play it before. Maybe the least likely is Jackie on safe, but certainly can happen. It just doesn't quite fit his playstyle. Armel can run this mid as well. So you do leave quite a few options open on the table here.
Remaining.
Tech Free, for their part, kind of have to try to read this. And they could double down on the supports right now. It can be a little bit annoying, but just having the Foundation of Shadow Shaman is good enough. They they do go for the Doom pickup that we were theorizing, especially in some of those series earlier on, where it felt like a viable choice into counteracting the other side. Doom is going to do some good work here. I will say that his impending Doom facet is just kind of dumb. Like having 6.66 more seconds of Doom, 0.66 seconds of Doom, 0.666 more seconds of Doom every
5
time
seconds
does
remaining.
stack up. It's a stupid amount. It does take a while, but it is a funny facet. You're likely not going for that, but I would be impressed if DB did
Radiant
decide to go
team
for
picked.
impending Doom somehow. I like that. There goes the gyro that we know Varish loves to run. So we do have a little bit of that flex kicking for Tech Free. I would prefer this for Jacroy. There's no reason to run the support gyro yet. And a Gyrocopter Shadow Shaman lane does sound pretty
10
potent here.
seconds remaining.
It certainly does. It's tech-free gaming. I mean, they're just kind of running their own
5
thing.
seconds
Meanwhile, Boom
remaining.
Esports, they've kind of taken the silencer, taken the kunka
Radiant
from
team
game one
picked.
from tech-free gaming. Now they'll go into a TB, which you do like to see. These TBs still proving to be pretty potent, and of course the flexibility of the POS 1 versus POS 3 is still there with the Terrorblade. Does tend to work well against heroes like Gyrocopter as well. You know, high base armor heroes,
10
always very nice
seconds
against heroes like
remaining.
Gyro. What do they follow up
Dire
with?
team
Surely a support. And it is going to be the Dark Willow of Tim's now being brought up.
I like this from Boom. I think the answers are pretty solid. Terrorblade lane into Doom is pretty nice overall, especially when Metamorphosis is up, so you can kind of still run aggressively there. You can always try to save
10
the Doom
seconds
target as
remaining.
well, as it's the direct HP swap. Can kind of
5
bypass
seconds
at the very
remaining.
least. But whether or not you want to do that in TV, you probably don't necessarily want to put your life at risk. So there is that. As you mentioned, core to core is pretty nice for Terrorblade. High base armor, not something Gyrocopter deals with easily early on. So you can, again, have this tempo that can come in from Jackie. And we do know that he loves his illusion here. So he's highly efficient in utilizing the illusions to farm. So it's very much in the comfort zone right now for Boom. Their team fight potential looks good. They've got some decent turnaround potential with the boat coming in to stall, along with the global silence. So it does make a lot of sense right now. For Tech Free, you have to see how they dig in. Should also be a support, or if they want, they could just opt to pick their mid lane matchup now, as it does look like Boom are still able to flex the Kunkka off, but can
Dire
also
team
flex it
back.
onto mid. Whereas Darkseer comes in. So what are we doing here? Maybe Gyrocopter support comes
Radiant
out.
team back.
You run safe lane Doom for Jacroy, and you last pick the mid lane hero, probably at this point.
Let's see what's going to be tech-free gaming. I mean, again, looking pretty good with their draft. Final bans to come now. I mean, Ursa was
10
removed here from
seconds
Tech.
remaining. 5 seconds
Boom
remaining.
Esports. Oh, he's still looking for what appears to be a support banner. I mean, you assume that the Vrish Gyrocopter's coming out. Never mind that, John.
Yeah.
You assume
Yeah.
to be a
Team
carry
back.
pickup that we're looking for here for Tech, but rather they actually ban out
No,
the Ember
I think it's a
Spirit.
mid. I think it's a mid. You're looking at Doom safe lane, right? There's no other lane for Doom. You're not going to run mid Doom.
Oh,
So you
you're
are
right.
running the core Doom that you see every now and again. We saw it in Dream League a couple of times. And Darkseer off lane.
10
I think the
seconds
more
remaining.
interesting thing, the implication from Tech Free banning Ursa is that they're expecting off-lane
5
Terrorblade for
seconds
jabs,
remaining.
with Kunkka committed on mid. Again, if they were expecting that, maybe they should have been better off just
Dire
picking the mid
team
already, as all the bans are coming in. Ember and Puck being taken out of the pool. No Storm Spirit either, as you banned out yourself. So, what are big options on mid? I mean, this does look like a decent Lena game. You're not playing against something like Oracle. Nothing to block magic damage. If you lane into Kunkka, it's manageable
10
for Alina.
seconds remaining.
You can rip through the Terrorblade until the pipe buildup is there. Even then, you
5
still have an
seconds
overwhelming
remaining.
amount of damage anyhow. So that can work out. I wouldn't mind it. If not, something like the Queen of Pain could be nice as well. Although, at the least, you have X-Mark and Silence to catch something slippery like that. But something like the Quap can still do a lot of work. And you still have some viable picks here for Tech Free. For Boom, if you are going to last pick a Jackie hero and just give jabs Terrorblade, I'm not sure. I don't like it as much. I mean, you're doubling down on like this durability and potential scaling. But if you lose out in the early game too hard, which, with a high tempo Doom looking to be aggressive and the Gyrocopter support, you are going to be able to run out quite fast here in Tech Free, especially with a highly mobile mid that can come out still. I would prefer Terrorblade 1 and just last pick a
Dire
Jabs
team
hero.
pick.
They'll ban out the Quap themselves in
Radiant
Tech Free, maybe
team
expecting
pick.
some weird flex. Let's go with a Tiny to close out here in Tech Free. So taking that away from Armel this time around. I'm going to have a good time on Mamang Daya, depending on his matchup. If it's the Kunkka matchup, again, we've seen the Kunkka kind of go slightly ahead there, if not equal for the Tiny. You have to kind of put the
10
double effort in
seconds
for the Tiny to
remaining.
equalize. For Boom, they have to make that choice. Are you running
5
something like
seconds
offlane
remaining.
TB, or going to run it pause 1? Are you running Kunkka 1, Kunkka offlane, Kunkka mid? They do have a lot of ways of just throwing these heroes around here.
They certainly do. Boom Esports, how do you want to end this one off? Take their time with this one. Could be a Jabs hero, could be a Jackie hero we're looking for. Take Free Gaming, not really sure either. With their final banouts. Boom Esports, they are going to go for a
Choose
carry.
your
It is going to
hero.
be a Jackie Sven. It will be the Jabs TB in the offlane. So interesting, they do end up with the Sven once again. I like this, especially of course against these heroes that you do have on Tech Free, but you're not worried about the Gyrocopter Pos one. So this TB Sven, it's not quite as great as it would have once been, because you are up against this Doom Pos one. How do you feel about the Doom Pos one, by the way, John? I know you said we've seen it a few times, but do you like it?
I do like it overall. I think it's kind of interesting Doom gets back to carry every now and again. Every other year, it feels like what, a year ago or 2 years ago, we had Doom Pause 1 already on hand as well. Then it faded away in very short order. We see it again popping up in Dream League 26 a little
seconds
bit,
remaining.
and now into these qualifiers. And it does feel nice. I think Doom is a carry that can use the investment nicely. He can right-click pretty hard, all things considered, and his innate does allow some good damage to flow, especially as you approach like late-game scenarios where everyone's level 30. Doom still gets that bonus damage off, so you do feel good about that. For Jacroy, he is making choices between what he'd want here on Facets. Does stick to the bargain right now, but he's going back and forth with the Gluttony. No impending Doom pickup, which is making me a little bit sad, because I think it's the funniest facet out of them all. But gonna be sticking to the double Devour, it looks like here, with the Gluttony out. I will say this draft from Boom Esports should be easier to play. Like, you have straightforward scaling from your Sven, from your Terrorblade, from your Kunkka. You have durability on hand. You have this pipe buildup for jabs. You always have the War Cry from the Sven, along with a boat from Armel. So theoretically, no one's going to get bursted down once the aura is in play. For Tech Free, their scaling's a little bit awkward. With Doom as a scaler, it's not straightforward whatsoever. You kind of rely on DB to get a big vac wall to use that farm against him on the side of Boom, but they can also take care of illusions just fine overall, so it's not going to be a major concern. And the Tiny for Mamang Daya, it feels like it's going to be pigeonholed to a little bit more of utility, right? Like, you have two heroes here on the side of Tech Free, which will soak up a ton of farm. Darkseer and Doom tend to need
Prepare
space to
for
farm.
battle.
You're just going to vacuum it away. So that means you're looking at maybe like a Blink Yules here from Angdaya if the game goes slower. Just have some ways to bail out of Global Silence, set up for some kills, kind of run around that way. And again, that just takes away scaling. I think if the game goes too late here, Boom Esports just has an easier and easier time as the game goes on.
Oh, absolutely. I certainly have a lot more faith in this draft from Boom than, say, last game around. Definitely much more stock standard here from Boom Esports, but I could say the same thing for Tech. The only question mark for me is the Pos 1 Doom. We'll see. Smoke from Boom through the Dire jungle, not really finding anyone quite yet.
30 seconds.
They are going deeper though. They might run into Varish if he isn't too cautious with his own positioning. They'll see him with the vision. Varish not really moving an inch though, and it seems like Boom are just going to leave the area. They got to, well, I say leave the area, they are still hanging around, but they got what they came for in that deep ward. We'll see if Varish wants to try and contest that top side, or even,
The
more importantly,
battle
Jacroy,
begins.
who is moving his way up to think about it, but he does see a Dark Willow, and that'll be enough for him to retreat. It is going to be a 2-for-2 trade nonetheless, so nothing really to come out from this for Boom, apart from that mid ward.
Not too much coming out, which is fair enough. Let's see how these lanes break out, of course. You do have Jabs getting a good block off, trying to get the creep wave shoved in his favor early on. You are getting that same movement out almost from Jacroy, but not going to be able to block for much, as Tims is holding him back a bit. And he is forced into the level 1 Infernal Blade to trade with Tims. But that does line up with what you want to do in this lane. You want to gap close, you want to play with Rocket Barrage, you want to run down, try to get that stun from the Infernal Blade. Once you have Scorched Earth, this does simplify. Of course, Jabs, when he has Metamorphosis, will win out the first half minute of the lane every single time. Once that's up, that is something you have to be really cautious of on the side of Tech Free Gaming. But so far, so good. The big thing here is that you will want to get this Midas ASAP. Right? Jikoi wants to get max value very early on, get the Devil's Bargain going, sell it out, get the Radiance up, and have presence that way. And just kind of try to get scaling done for his team in that fashion. Unfortunately, you aren't going to be able to have so much presence in this lane, as you're already seeing Varish take so much from the conjure image illusions coming out when he walks up. So it makes it a bit rough to try to look for the Rocket Barrage angles as well. And that is giving quite a fair bit more presence here for Jabs, even without the meta. Just zoning out the gyro from the rundown is already nice.
Oh boy, I mean, they're going. They're trying. Varish unable to really help too much, but he does keep Jikroy alive. But like you said, John, this lane is not going to be too easy here for the Div. There's already Boom Esports really just establishing that dominance here at this top lane. Going again now with the Brambles. Just unrelenting. They won't be able to find the Shadow Realm damage though. So Jacroy's still going to survive. But certainly a very scary time up at this top lane as they're going again now with the Reflection. It feels like eventually this is going to amount to a kill on at this top lane between either of these two on the Tech Free Gaming side. And in fact, Varish, he might be feeling like he wants to just donate it now. So he kind of moved in, and in fact, he does go down to Tims.
Yeah, hands it back. That top lane is just hellish for the output. And you don't have that durability yet on Jikroy, so you're going to be able to run down. Does give us a little bit of a chance to look elsewhere. Down bot, probably the most static lane. Jackie's just going to be farming up in that Sven. Zhao is there to back him up. Your aggression here for DB, not really on hand. The lull is just trying to pull the wave back. Not going to be able to snipe the next one. Your combination of Darkseer and Shadow Shaman isn't particularly strong either. You know, it's not a natural Iron Shell lane, so you're not really going to be looking to apply too much pressure onto Jackie. And that is a concern. We have seen what Jackie can do with free space. The Sven does so much with very little farm. Just 2 mid-game items in Echo Saber, Mask of Madness, and you're set to go. And that timing does look good here for Jackie, considering that this is a no-contest lane. Like, DB's just going to have to try to farm up as well, but you can't stop the Sven from getting what he wants here. And that's the most concerning part, as your own safe lane for Jikroy is just not going smoothly, so the core deficit is certainly going to show its head later on.
No, I mean, Jacroy's just being fed regen at the moment. Like, he just cannot sustain himself without a bunch of salves and tangos being handed over. A tough start here for Tech Free Gaming, because Boom Esports certainly waking up with their own kind of draft. Let's see if they can catch up, but Jackie's well and truly taken off. He's already 11 CS ahead of this Doom, which I suppose is to be expected based off the start we've just seen, but my goodness, it's not a good sign if you're Tech Free Gaming, because they're moving in again top lane. Bramble's going to land. Blood Grenade also there. And Jabs really can't be taken down at the moment. Not by Jacroy. Jacroy will survive another day once again. More tangos to be handed over by Varish.
Yeah, this is a rough go. Down mid at the very least, trying to make some aggressive plays.
Shackle though. Ensure that Armel cannot continue moving on to the Tiny. But even the mid lane, I mean, Armel's had a great old time, John. Like, he's not that far ahead among Dire, but he certainly hasn't lost the lane by any stretch.
No, kind of reminiscent of the last game as well, right? Where he did have the Tiny in Kunkka. Armel was slightly ahead on the Tiny. This time he's slightly ahead on Kunkka. Dire is not too far behind. But that early tempo for Kunkka is a more concerning bit. You have to be on point here with Daya. You have to be able to get through his runes every time. He did manage to get both water runes, so that does allow him to sustain true into 5 into 6. Should be no problems for him to just hold that lane. And that's going to be key. He has to watch if Armel gets that rotation, because the same movement Daya did in Game 1 is what Armel's aiming for here in Game 2. And the side lanes are ripe for pickings, right? Like, again, the top lane weakness of Jikroy and Varish is showing itself. The bot lane, where there's not much that DB can really do with the lull, to stop Jackie is there as well. And once you get that mid swinging into either side, things start to take a turn for the worse here for Tech Free. Like, it's not too bad just now. At this point, you are just struggling in farm, but it's somewhat fixable later on, especially if you do manage to get stacks, which Delol is trying to set up for his team here. But again, that can go away quick if Armel does start to eke out some small advantage, and, you know, if Mamangaya does lose out on some of that regen here.
Radiant's
I think we're
courier
actually
has
across the
been
map
killed.
quite yet. Zhao does lose a courier to DB, but that's not too big of a deal.
Radiant are scanning.
It's this top lane that's got me really interested, right? Because I'm wondering what the idea from Jacroy is now on this Pos 1 Doom, considering how much pressure's been applied. They're bringing in Zhao as well. So you've got 3 heroes up the top lane now ready to go at any point. And in fact, they are going to move in as soon as they see the Doom. All the slows being applied, and this time they'll find Jacroy. Well, you've got Varish trying to find a trade, and he does actually get one. You even got Delol here to try and help out. The chase will continue for Varish, but it seems like they'll eventually let it go. They already got what they came for in the Doom Pos 1 anyway.
They're just doing so much punishment out as Tim still gets the dunk out. That little Shadow Realm. So it finds another. This lane up top is just hellish.
Radiant's
At the
middle
least,
tower
Jacroy can
under
recover.
attack.
Again, he can sit back in jungle, he can devour, and go for the Midas. So it's not as rough, but it doesn't feel good. Even Daya now gets picked off.
Boy. Armel finding a nice easy one onto Mamang Dai with the help of supports. Certainly, it's a very opposite kind of story to game 1 thus far. All lanes being won by Boom Esports now as Tech Free Gaming. It's getting kind of slaughtered here during the laning stage. I mean, not one lane's been won apart. I mean, you could argue DB's had a decent time, but Jackie's had an even better time. I'd be much more concerned about the Sven than I am the Darkseid, I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Again, we talked about the timings of Sven. All he needs are 2 tiny mid-game items, and he's fully online to join fights. Just Massive Madness, Echo Saber, and that allows a smooth build-up into disassembly for BKB as well. So it's just smooth sailing for that constant build-up, constant tempo from Jackie. And the fact that DB can't really contest is concerning. At the least, their triangle's still secure, so you can keep building up some stacks to try to get some farm. But the time you have to wait to be online in Tech Free is massive. Like, there might not even be a mid-game to hope for if Boom just never relents with his pressure, which they aren't. They're still keeping constant aggression up top onto Jacroy, still making this lane as hellish as possible for the Doom. He does manage to get the speed aura from the Kobold creep at least, and could get the Kobold's cup, but ends up with a Sister Shroud. Would have been funny to have the cup as well, and you have the aura, the same icon used on both as well. Pretty funny stuff. Not quite this time.
No. Well, a very quiet game here between these two sides.
Radiant's middle tower is
Group
under
up, down,
attack.
bottom. Delol maybe looking for an attempt onto Zhao. You have got help coming in from Vrish as well, so it looks like they are going to go for the group up, down, bottom. That will be a nice easy one onto Zhao.
Radiant's bottom tower
Delol and DB and Vrish, in fact, will share that goal. We'll get started on that tier 1 bottom tower. Meanwhile, the top lane, they kind of left their carry behind. And it seems like they've got him. Jacroy will go down. Meanwhile, though, Jacroy actually kills Jams before he dies. So I guess in some sense, the Doom's probably happy at this rate.
Radiant's bottom tower
It's a little bit more worthwhile for sure for Jacroy, considering how slow that lane is. That's his first Doom flying out, but he does manage to get that kill first. He soaks up some of that EXP, and he's kind of fine. That's a rotation out as well with Jackie hitting up top. So they'll be able to find a tier 1. That's a little bit of extra for Boom as the bot siege does slow down from Tech Free. Their tower taking ability, not the quickest in the world here in comparison. So we'll have to just sit back and relax, but they still maintain control, again, on the triangle. Despite all of this movement from Boom, it has not led from a, say, mid-swing into bot, and that has left the triangle catch-up farm intact for the side of Tech Free. You haven't been able to stack up from Boom Esports because of all of that aggression, so you don't have that flash farm in your pocket. So again, there's still some opportunities here for the side of Tech Free. They just have so much to stall out for. Like, the Midas is still 800 gold away from Jacroy. It's going to be a long while before the farm pace really kicks into gear. Blink timing for Mamangaya is just kind of out the window now for a fast one. Just wants the phase boots to come in
Oh,
so he can at least
Oh,
try to
I don't
chase.
even know why you're still here. Jacroy going down top lane. Tim's basically soloing him for that one. That's a big concern, as Tim's already level 7 and he's actually out leveling this Doom. Meanwhile, mid lane, Osback is going to be onto the Conquer, so they're going to try and take down Armel, but he's got help incoming. Terrorize is going to land very nicely. Barish still trying to move in, does secure the kill just barely. But it took them a long time to get that Conquer kill. But right now, for Tech Free Gaming, every kill is a huge kill. They need everything they can get.
You don't feel good about having Jacroy die while that happens, though. Again,
No.
like, this Doom is just so far behind. He was already catching up, falls behind again with that death. And you just have to stall it so long. And the carry Doom does take some time to build up. And
this is
it's gonna take
dangerous.
just so much time.
So this is where you can't venture now. You can't go here.
He keeps going here.
He keeps going, John. But there's no T1. There's nowhere to rotate to for your teammates. They'll kill Jackie, though, down bottom lane. So Jackie does end up going down. That's a huge kill here. Now Doom committed. In fact, maybe he can go there, John. Jacroy setting up onto Tim.
Radiant's bottom tower
Will
is
walk
under
away
attack.
with what looks like maybe a kill.
Radiant
Is it?
structures are fortified.
No.
Oh, it's not.
Need one right click.
Unfortunate. But like I said, John, I mean, I really feel like he should just stop going to that area of the map at this stage. It's getting a little bit
Yeah.
risky.
I'm with you. I think
Radiant's
playing the top
bottom
jungle is
tower is
fine.
under attack.
He
Radiant's
keeps
bottom
working into the
tower has
lane,
fallen.
being a little bit greedy. It is drawing attention away. Like, there is, again, this room down bot. They managed to take the tier 1 trade a little bit later on, but they even out the map control just a tad bit.
Jackie.
They're allowing a lot of room.
I mean, they just killed him off here on the Sven. Vrish might find him again, but I guess they don't really have the numbers. Like, they've got the VAC wall on DB, but it's not going to really prove to be enough. Meanwhile, mid lane, Boom Esports, they do group up for a 3-man smoke. And it seems like they're looking towards Mamong Daya, who's just trying to work towards that Blink Dagger. Can they get the X out? They can eventually. He's got a Shaman nearby to try and help him, but Tim just casually moves in with a Shadow Realm. But maybe he's gone a bit too far now, because the backpack is there. Toss back into the Dark Sea.
Silence.
Boat's going to be committed, but Global Silence was also there. It's all just a little bit messy here from Boom. Nobody actually ends up dying from either side. Though it did feel like Boom committed a little bit more for that. And that'll be the end of that.
Yeah. And they commit way too much more. No global silence now, no boat for minute 10.
Varish.
A few openings now.
Shadow Realm's going to come out. Call down will land, of course. Tim's still okay on 200 HP. Terrorize also committed into the Brambles. Armel, he's also still there to help out. But it seems like they just want to escape. And so Tim's will leave. He's okay.
He is, but again, it's a lot of time being bought out. This investment is mainly working into DB right now for Tech Free. Has the Mech Cup going for the Guardian Greaves. Has a way to dispel the silence in a little of these fights for himself. Get the back wall going, which did hold him back in the last team fight. With that commitment out from Zhao. But not going to be a concern for too much longer once those Greaves are up. Still about 300 gold away. You also managed to stall out long enough for Jacroy to finally farm into the Midas. So the Doom's catch-up is on its way. Already eclipsing Jabs in farm. Which is good news. I mean, you still have a ways to go, of course. But that build-up is coming in. The Radiance shouldn't be too far off. And then you go into the Sanjin Yasha. You can start to chase down. The damage starts to get a little bit concerning. You have to respect all of this utility the Doom can have. And he's got Tendrils of the Deep up from our Marshmaid, our little water creeps there. And eventually you'll have the Call of the Deep, of course, with that mini Ravage on hand, which is also equally funny. Kind of messed up how he gets all of that, but is one of the big benefactors of the water creeps being added into the game. And all things considered, I mean, Boomer building out this Doom. Boomer constantly on the aggressive, a 2k lead at 14 minutes in. It's not unplayable for Tech Free Gaming. It looks pretty bad. Again, you lose your core. Half of those kills were your safe lane, but you are working that space up nicely. Again, this Guardian Greaves as a solution is nice. The Blink Dagger finally being up for Daya as well allows some aggressive plays to come in. And for the side of Boom, it's a matter of when are you comfy with throwing Jackie up front. He's got those 2 mid-game items, the Mask of Madness and the Echo Saber up. Still looks like he wants the Blink BKB first,
Dire's middle
so we'll
tower
just sit
is
back and
under
get that further build-up, allowing Tech Free to play the slower game, which might work in their benefit.
Surge. There is a blink on Mamang Daya. He's looking for a toss-back play on somebody, but I don't think he really wants Arm. They could try for Armel, but no, the toss-back's not going to land. 'Cause they also have Jacroy there, so they've got plenty of damage here with the Doom.
has fallen.
Bramble's going to catch out Varish as he TP's in, but that's about it. And Boom will indeed get away with the tier 1 mid tower. And once again, they just look to retreat. No needing to force this. They've got Jackie just free farming on the Sven right now. They feel no pressure to try and make anything happen, apart from these small objectives. I do question whether you are allowing Jacroy away back into the game, though.
Scanning.
You know, like, that question does ring in my mind a little bit. Is like, are you giving a bit too much time? Because it is still a Doom, you know? It's still got Devour, it's still got the Devil's Bargain. In fact, here we go. They find Tim's, but Tim's with a nice Shadow Realm TP. And oh no, the Tendrils of the Deep missed. He was out of range. He was out of range. You gotta be closer than that.
It could have been a little bit closer. Jacori did have some time there. A little bit of a missed opportunity to find a freebie, and Boom's going to be nice and
Unfortunate.
happy, of course, for that happening. But it happens sometimes. Still, the scaling, again, there is an opportunity to catch up, but Jackie is working to the Blink already. Blink is pretty much set to go. Does buy it out. So can start to jump in if he wants. Probably, again, still feels comfier with a BKB to be farmed up. So no rush here from the Sven. For Tech Free, it's at this point where you want to see them play. You want to see that smoke to come in. You want to see Daya getting some dives out, tossing back onto the lull, getting the chain control, getting damage out, getting some big pickoffs if you can. They're not really on the hunt as aggressive as you want. Maybe with the swing down bot, things can start to open up. And Guardian Greaves on DB can help.
Oh, and Daya, he's actually going to spot them out, though. He does break the smoke. It does take a lot of damage here from Jackie. In fact, Mamang Daya is already down. They were unable to get in range to get the Guardian Greaves off here onto this Tiny. And a very nice pickup here for Jackie. They should be looking to commit for that bottom tier 1 tower now off the back of that as well. I doubt Tech Free Gaming will really try and commit for a defense. Not the biggest deal, not worth throwing all your bodies at them. You really, for Tech Free, like, you're playing this game of when's my Doom going to be ready? That's what it feels like. You know, it's
It does
just
feel that way.
the game's just not moving without the Doom. And for Boom, I think they're playing the game of we're just going to be stronger anyway. You know, so I
Does feel
think
that
their
way.
idea is Jackie's just going to outcarry the Doom anyway.
It can work out that way. I feel like for Tech Free, this is a slightly wrong read. I feel like you can play as 4, and they did try that. It's just they're not going the right angles. They'll find one, and that's kind of what we need to see over and over again, right? With this Blink, this feels like the first time you've successfully connected for a gank from Mamandai with a Blink. But they need to do that over and over again. They needed to do that like 3 minutes ago, or 2 minutes ago when Blink was up. We'll find some space to siege onto the mid. You need to find a way to try to actually just connect with DB, because he's your most farmed hero. He's the one that can connect outside of the Doom with the aura play. Still get the
Jump
toss
in.
back.
Tim's going to get caught. Armel's going to move in. They're going to try onto Mamang Daya, and that's another great target here to just focus down as Mamang Daya getting caught. Guiding Greaves keeps him alive.
Oh.
A back wall out as well onto 3 actually allows him to run, though he is still burning out for the Arcane Curse, but he survived. No, he doesn't.
Ooh.
No, he doesn't, Jonathan. The Searing Signet is what got him, I believe.
Yeah,
That's
I think he had one
unfortunate.
last tick on the Signet and the Arcane Curse right at the same time. Did manage to, unfortunately, tick out. It looked like he should have survived, but I'm not sure how that was calculated in the end. It does fall, so they still managed to find that kill. But I think you are buying that space in Tech Free. Radiant's now up for Jacroy.
Yeah, they've got another one. Jackie happily taking the life away of DB. The DB was one of the only players in the team having a really good game on that Darkseer, but it's not good enough to put up with the physical damage output of this Sven at the moment.
Certainly not. Maybe something like a Heaven's Halberd could help the cause. He's going for the Shiva's first.
Dire's top tower
So
is
wants to
under
have that
attack.
healing reduction on hand, that little bit of slow to try out. Help with a chase down here. And Jacori with the Radiance is nice. They're still going for the movement up with Dai in below.
They've ran into Armel. That's kind of the issue. Is Armel's just not going to die that quickly. Like Armel has the full Radiance up now on the Kunkka, so even harder to kill him off on this hero. You do have the Radiance on Jacroy, which is allowing him to really start to skyrocket in terms of that net worth. It's still a matter of he just needs so much more time. If we're going to see a Torment to take, Boom Esports, no pressure, they'll take it freely.
Are scanning.
Although I say no pressure, Mamang Dai is still moving in. A big avalanche as well, onto 3, but he's just completely surrounded. They're going to toss in Jabs, but Jabs won't mind. Meanwhile, Jacroy's going to come in now. He'll commit the Doom onto Jackie, but Jackie's just casually running away. They'll surge him up trying to chase down the Sven. Maybe they could have him. Jackie, he'll have the Doom run out pretty soon. He does pop the BKB, but he does go down. So Jacroy able to just chase him down, but now he's going to deal with Jabs. Jabs able to just finish off the kill. Jacroy does eventually die as now the Darkseid being chased. Has Surgeon 2. Armel does not have an X-Back for this. Curse Crown is there, though. A nice vac back into the Roshan pit. Trying to avoid the vision game, but it won't matter. The Torrent does land. And it's still a great fight for Boom Esports, even with the loss of Jackie.
They're outplaying the side of Tech3 for sure in this game. Look like they have shaken off whoever was on there for game 1. Playing a lot sharper in this game too. And for Tech3, they're having to take such massive risks now just to kind of try to work some opportunities in. They jump in instantly as the vaults, hoping they're all squishy, but with the durability that you're getting here from Jabs to the pipe, that magical burst in time really doesn't exist. The vac wall is good, but the follow-through's not there in time. Like maybe if you had a vac wall tied in with the tendrils of the deep, getting that follow-through stun, holding them down, getting more Scorched Earth off, some value out here from Jacroy, could have been a different story. Instead, Jacroy has to chase a solo Sven. They can't play with that clump up control. 10k lead now for Boom, 21 minutes in, and they are in command of this game. Smoke out as well. Global Silence is back up. Boat's ready to go.
The lull. Nice blink away. Jacroy is still there though. They have a blink up in 1 on Jackie. He's going to jump in into the T2 tower rather. Jacroy forced to try and find a way to fight back, but it's not looking good for him as he just ends up going down. Wall is dropped as well, but it really is not making much of a difference. They drop the Serpent Wards on top, trying to set up something, but it's just so messy. So messy. Avalanche is out. Mamang Dai going to try for the toss back, but can't even get that. No one was in range. And by the time he got the toss, the BKB was popped. It's just very ugly. Very, very ugly.
It is good positioning out from Boom though. Zhao right in the right spot to get that 4-staff save on Jackie. And to bring this Sven out of the wards would have been probably a trade at the very least for Tech3 if they managed to get that control off. Just doesn't matter in the end. And this vac wall is just not doing enough from DD. Again, the follow-through just doesn't feel like it's there. They're having to start with Avalanche first, so you don't have like an Avalanche onto the big plump up. You're not able to get Jacroy into safety. This Doom is still struggling in this game. And might struggle again as he's holding ground in the same spot that he's died in multiple times.
He's going to try and fight this one out. See how this one works out for him. Not looking like it did pretty well. It's always that top lane that gets him, it seems, and this time is no different, as Jacroy will die another time, and this pos one Doom, I mean, sure, like, once you land a Doom onto Jackie, you can chase him down and kill him, but, you know, it's once that Doom's on cooldown, he just does nothing. Nothing's happening.
Nothing does. He needs that BKB to even just hold his ground and get that chase off. And that pulls away from that tempo S and Y, which allows you to play with your right click, get the chase down, play with Infernal Blade a little bit more. Not going to be there anytime soon. The lull does pop his foul play just by, I believe, from cleave damage coming out from Jackie. Maybe a little bit unfortunate there as well,
Dire's
but
middle tower is under
he's being
attack.
poked by Zhao. He's at least live. But you're just losing control of this game. It's a runaway game for Boom already. They'll go for another smoke. There's really nothing to be scared of for Jackie. BKB down to 7 seconds, but that's more than enough time. And again, they're playing off the
Radiant
cooldowns
are
here.
scanning.
Global silence is up, boat's up.
Well, they're gonna
Dyer.
find themselves Mamang Dyer, and yeah, Mamang Dyer just really has no chance in this as he does get caught
Under attack.
and just trapped. Tim's now picking up another kill, this time on the Tiny, and naturally Roshan's being pinged out, John, because there's no way to contest this as tech-free gaming at the moment.
Not this time around. Freedom coming out here for the side of Boom. Should be able to get that secondary life onto Jackie nice and easy. Not to be too worried about any sort of toss-back plays any longer here once that's up. And for Tech 3, I'm not sure which way you go. It does feel like all the pressure in the world's down to probably just landing a toss-back and just getting an easy Doom kill off of that. Like, you have to just look for separation here. You have to look for pickoffs when you're this far behind and try to catch up that way. It's not been simple for Tech Free. Boom Esports has their number. They know their movement. They're in the right spots. Jacroy again. Come on. Can't be again up top here.
Again? No, not this time. He's the hunter this time, John. He's the hunter this time. Oh no, they miss out. They miss out completely. I mean, on the bright side, I guess you could make the argument that Jacroy didn't die here. That's kind of cool.
Yeah. For once.
I
The
guess I
clump up
shouldn't
top,
speak
he
too
doesn't
quickly,
die.
John. They're coming, John. I guess I shouldn't have said anything. Hold that thought. He's got Doom up. He's got the BKB up. He wants to try and make a play with it. Jump in. They're going to find a nice kill onto the silencer if they can secure it, but they cannot. The force staff is there. Doom, meanwhile, committed on Jackie, but he's just casually running away. In fact, he's looking to turn, maybe. He's got God Strength going, so he's not really minding just fighting this one out, John. Terrorize won't land there. The TP away from Jacroy gonna pan out. They'll move on to the easy Varish kill onto the gyrocopter instead. It's just so sad to watch this pos one Doom. It's just like, you you pop Doom, you get rooted, and you can't do anything.
Pretty much. Pretty much. It's been a rough go for Jacroy this game. At the least now he has his BKB, but it's just not enough. Like, he needs the SNY. He probably needs something like an AC just for more armor as he's getting ripped to shred from right clicks right now. And it's so long to see any of those items come in. You're playing from 16k behind. Again, Doom is like Alchemist. If you're behind, it doesn't feel good. You kind of want to be ahead on this hero. At least he can try to sell back the Midas with Devil's Bargain. Get some of that gold back into the SNY. Can certainly help the cause, but how much longer will you take? You know, we're 27 minutes in. We're trying for a smoke on Tech Free. There's no Doom, so there's no point in bringing Jacroy. He will follow the general direction he's playing. Back wall is still ready, and they've got the full Shivas. Might be enough to make a difference here from DB, but
Dire's top
I don't know.
tower
It
is
still
under
feels like
attack.
you're going to have a damage issue without that Doom on hand.
Dire's structures are falling.
Finn, they're going to try here for Armel. It'll be a nice start to the fight if they can get it. Armel, though, has a BKB, just casually walks away. In fact, moves back in, looking for this Tiny. Mamang Dyer just gets taken down so quickly by Jackie. You know, the chase does continue. Jackie's going to find Barish. BKB pop just in case. And guess what, John? They don't have Doom available. What's the point of this hero?
Yeah. It's not doing much there. I'm a little bit surprised Jacroy was joining in on that 4-man smoke without the Doom. Like, they knew this when they were running in. They saw the cooldown. Jacroy sees his cooldowns. Maybe hoping that it's a much simpler kill.
We have
Sadly, it
revenged
isn't.
him
At the
with
least,
honor.
they will take out Tim's. The lull has managed to snag that one away, and now having
Ring
to
around the
dance.
rosy.
Is under attack.
Here we go. Delol's going to carry the team on his own here. These Serpent Wards, John. Oh! He's done it. He has done it. Delol, he's got no
Doesn't have
idea.
TP.
Oh, Jackie's going to feel so silly later on, John, when he watches this replay.
Dire's
Oh
bottom
my
tower
goodness.
is
Delol,
under
what a
attack.
legend.
Yeah, finds a kill, gets to back off, waste some time. Fortunately, they are still clumped up for that siege, and there's really not much you can hope here from DB. Doom is up, though, if Jacroy was looking to join in, but he's also in the wrong part of the map.
What's up on Jackie? I mean, they're trying their best to find a way to kill this Sven. He's got Aegis, mind you, so
Dire's
2
top
lives you got to
tower
deal
has
with.
fallen.
Tech-free gaming. Still trying to find openings here with these tossback plays from Mamang Dyer. So he's been trying very hard to make them happen. They just really haven't been working out because they just don't have the damage to kill anyone quick enough once the toss back is there. And I guess they're still in the game. Jacroy is still farming, John. He's still in the game as the Doom. Mid lane, though, Boom Esports. Looking to try and pressure perhaps mid tier 2. Though a nice little back on Armel. Drag him onto the cliff. I believe there is a 4-staff, and there you go. Zhao's got one. He's alright.
Yeah, just being annoying.
Dire are
At the very
scanning.
least, wasting again a little bit of time. Means they don't clump up as hard for a little bit longer. You have some room to try to farm. Still trying to work into that Sanj now for Jikoi with Yasha up. It's still not going to make the biggest difference, and it still feels like he needs something, at least with a plate mail. The physical output coming in from Boom is ridiculously high, and this Sven has just not been contested whatsoever. And for the side of Tech Free, yeah, they have to show us what they can do in a team fight. It's down to tying in the back wall with the avalanche, with the toss, or just looking for pickoffs with Die, which he has been trying for, just not successfully finding the targets he'd want to for an easy pickoff here.
Oh, and they found Jacroy again. Among Daya is there, but look at the damage from Jackie. Oh boy, I mean, this is one of those games, I'll tell you what, John. I would have called it 20 minutes ago. It's just too much.
He'd called it 10 minutes.
I mean, did you see what happened to Jacroy, John? He had like 8 CS by 10 minutes.
True.
I would have called
That
it.
is fair.
Oh, no, this is it. This craft doesn't work. Call it.
Fair enough. It's still not working for his Daya.
Among Daya, he's still alive. Oh, that's a big vacuum. Problem is there's no real wall. In fact, there was a wall to follow up. It just did nothing. It just really does nothing, does it, Jonathan?
No. I mean, you're playing against Konka and Sven. They can both just clear off these illusions quite fast. It has to be more. It really boils down to that. Like, wall illusions do nothing. Daya again. It's being spotted out every single time.
Daya. I mean, he's going to remain alive, but I can't say the same for this this bottom racks, as it does go down very easily. And they have no worries, these guys. Like, I don't think there's any concern whatsoever about this dude. Even if it gets the farm it wants, it just doesn't seem like they care at all. Back to wherever, I guess, for Boom. It seems like they're gonna head for the twin gates, head up towards the top lane perhaps, and start working on that other side lane.
Yeah. Or get the Tormentor first is available if they'd want it, and they will go for that nice, easy objective first. For Tech Free, I mean, you're 24k behind with the Doom. And this kind of stems back. I mean, they did get outplayed by Boom, yes, but it also stems back to this decision-making from Jacroy. Maybe some of that inexperience coming in, but constantly going back to the top lane, dying 3 times in a row. Certainly didn't help his early game. He had so much jungle to take. So much safe farm that he could just juggle himself around. And just place himself in the firing line way too often. It kind of cost that tempo in the game for Tech Free. And now just this back wall avalanche combo feels unimpressive. It has to just be the toss back from Daya. Toss back onto one into a Doom. Wait 2 minutes, rinse and repeat. Almost feels like you kind of have to play that way. Like, just look for the pickoffs, that's it.
Jackie's
Jackie
still
doesn't
fine.
care.
This is the thing. Like, even if they toss Jackie back, Satanic DKB, I just don't see him dying that quickly. It's what they got now. Jacroy's moved in. They have killed off Zhao. This could be the fight that lets them actually kind of make a comeback here, but they've lost the LOL. They've lost Farish. The LOL will buy back. Meanwhile, Jacroy still hasn't really found an angle for a Doom out yet. Mamang Dai is going to toss in Jackie. In fact, that was Armel that got tossed in. A nice terrorize will ensure they can't really follow up, and there's a Sunder from Chaps. So, once again, Jonathan, nobody really apart from Zhao is going to die here. And the thing is, if you can't chase down any targets with your Doom, you've always got Chaps with the Sunder.
That you do. Not the biggest fan of this build-up as well in Jacroy. The blink is fine. The full committal for overwhelming at this point is a bit much. I get that he feels like he needs more HP just to survive true cleave damage and kind of, you know, have that barrier for himself, but I know. You could just stop at the blink for now. Maybe opt for the Ags build-up, and, you know, that kind of provides some protection from the Sunder to an extent, although you should still be able to get far enough practice underway, but it does provide more control, more threat from Jacori jumping in. I'm not sure if this overwhelming blink is going to provide the same, outside of just surviving for a few seconds more, considering the output of the side of Boom. And Boom should be feeling comfy now. They should know Doom's down for a minute still. They've got a window of opportunity here. There were 2 buybacks committed. If you find a support kill, it's, you don't have control on Tech Free. They're in a very perilous spot right now.
Go again. Mamang Daya caught another time. And they're gone, of course, into the mid-tier 3 tower here, Boom Esports. Again, nothing really to be afraid about. They don't have a BKB on Jackie, so I suppose that's one thing they could be somewhat concerned about, but there's no Doom for another 17 seconds. I mean, what are you even going to do? They've just got to wait for Doom to be up and hope for the best.
Yeah. They can just, as Silencer's facet says, suffer in silence.
Yes, that's true.
Just sit there. Just suffer. I mean, look, I kind of want to just talk about... I'm wondering right now what the mindset was for Tech Free to go for that flex in the first place. It felt like just running the Doom off lane didn't look like a bad idea here. You probably come out with the same lane outcome for DB in this case. You could give Jacori something else to play with into the Sven and Terrorblade. And that scales a bit better. You still get the teamfight presence out with the Doom. Like this back wall, this Darkseer pick just doesn't feel like it's really doing anything. We were talking about a lot about the Doom, but even when DB gets a big back wall, even earlier on, before BKBs, it just hasn't done anything. I'm just not sure if the Darkseer was worth that last pick overall.
Again, Global Silence committed. Jacroy is trying to at least kill off Jabs. A nice back wall will mean Jabs will eventually fall, but here come the cavalry. Jackie, the big problem, takes down Jacroy. Jabs will finally die. Zhao also going down apparently to Vrish, but it really won't matter unless they see Jackie Boy die with them. It's just not really going to pan out unless the Sven is gone. They'll move in again, trying to deal with Tims. Maybe they can find Tims, but the Shadow Realm comes in, and he will be able to escape. I mean, all in all, really not the worst fight in the world here for Tech Free Gaming. But it just doesn't change the game at all for them.
Not quite. It does at least force Boom to take a step back, but they've still got Roshan to go for anyhow. No contest can come in here from Tech Free. Aegis plus the Roche banner is set to go, so the high ground siege does simplify here for Boom. And for Tech Free, I'm not sure what to do. Again, it feels like maybe toss back play is your best bet. That isolation play on Jabs is pretty much what we were talking about. Just avalanche toss, try to Doom one target down. And you find that, but you can't take a 5v5 afterwards. You have to sit back, you have to reset. You don't have much leeway to reset with 2 lanes of super creeps coming in, potentially megas coming in as well. So, I don't know how you stall this for the side of Tech Free to get everything you need. And to the side of Boom, they have no worries. Like, Jackie has not died since the lane phase early ganks. He's been basically handed a free game without lane matchup into Darkseer. And he's just going for the full Daedalus to look for just very fast kills. Heck, he has the Giant's Maul to help things out as well with some free crit damage to come in. Yeah. See what they can try here.
Tossback is there. Can they get him this time? It's a quick hex out. Maybe this will be the opening, but no. The Lotus Orb does come in. It does completely nullify the shackles, and well, Mamang Daya obviously going to die very quickly here to Jackie as he'll commit a buyback. One last ditch attempt to try and make a comeback here in this game. And Boom are playing this so carefully as well. Just look at them, just allow Jabs to just go at it with the illusions. Jackie's going to jump in. This time he's got no BKB to play with, but he still has an Aegis. Who do they actually deal with? They're trying for Jabs. Jabs will eventually die, but so will Jacroy. He's going to buy back. Meanwhile, they're on the Darkseer now, so DB's going to do it. He's got buyback available, and he'll commit immediately. They really want this Sven, but they're not really going to get him. Instead, they're going to find Armel now on the Kunkka. Going in for more. The Silence are also caught out, so Zhao going to drop. I suppose you could consider this a defense, John. They've still held on to the melee barracks as well.
They managed to hang on. It does cost them a lot of buybacks on the side of Tech Free, and that's the concern. You did have to get 2 lives out yourselves to look for those openings. You still haven't found a secondary life on Jackie either. You are getting the right targets. I think Jacroy is just understanding he has to doom up jabs. There's no way you play this game if Sunder's available. So he does have to go. I'm a little bit surprised the lull went for the Ags build-up on the Shaman. The Shackles, increased cast range, I suppose, can be quite useful. The secondary effect is a little bit of a meme, but it is a funny
Radiant's
meme
middle
nonetheless,
tower
I
is under
suppose.
attack.
Well, they're gonna find DB again, so that's a dieback immediately for the Darkseer. They're gonna find as well the Shaman, though it seems like the Shaman's found him. Delol locking him down with the Shackle so far, is now they're gonna move in with Jacroy, but without the Doom, I just don't know if he has enough. They're still just trying to just kite around this Fen. Hex is out again, Shackle to lock him down. Jackie's still looking pretty healthy though, and still has the Aegis for another 2 minutes. It's not like he's really gonna be too afraid to die in the first time. As Mamang Taya will fall, die back immediately. Jackie getting tipped by Armel. GG's called, they've seen it. Enough's enough. Game 3 is where we're going, Jonathan, here between these two teams.
Radiant victory.
Props to Boom Esports, they fixed what was wrong.
That they did.
That's for sure.
They come out with much stronger lanes this time around. Again, Jabs has this dominant lane over Jacroy. Our Doom just really had nothing to play with. I'm a little bit surprised again that they go for that Doom flex onto pause 1. It felt unnecessary, and the hero they did it for in the Darkseer just had no impact. Let's face it, DB really didn't get much done. He had some big vac walls, but it really meant nothing. Like it was a nice show. The effects were cool, but it really did nothing. It accomplished nothing for them in these fights.
Yeah, they had all the answers, that's for sure. It's just nothing was happening there for Tech Free Gaming. And look, I don't think Pos 1 Doom's a bad idea, but it just it's to me it's like if you're ahead in game 1, why you want to risk it with game 2? That's my thing. It's like why are we risking it? Well, why are we taking this weird risk where we're gonna have to wait for the Doom to be off cooldown every single time we want to fight? Like it's an interesting choice from Tech Free Gaming. I'm not saying it's bad, John. Obviously, they had a plan. They know better than we do. I just think it's an interesting risk to take. Anyway, what's not very interesting and what's not very risky, Jonathan, is a break, which we're about to head to because we'll be back with Game 3 between Boom Esports and Tech Free Gaming. We'll see you all again very soon.
go. 3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, 1, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand up from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win.
Welcome back,
5
ladies and
seconds
gentlemen. We
remaining.
are going into our final game of the night between Boom Esports and Tech Free Gaming to decide who is going to be proceeding through to the
Radiant team
semi-finals.
ban.
Or rather, the upper bracket final, I should say. This is the semi-final, Jonathan. How you doing?
Doing great. Great turnaround
10
from Boom
seconds
Esports. Looking like
remaining.
they've woken up from game one in that game two, taking it 1-1 now.
5
Tech Free
seconds
Gaming
remaining.
going a little bit left field with her draft, pulling out the Doom. Pause one that really didn't pan
Dire
out there for
team back.
Jacroy. It didn't feel necessary either. I don't think the Doom lane into bot up against the Sven would have been all too rough anyhow. So a little
10
bit curious as to
seconds
why
remaining.
that decision was made there for Tech Free. We'll see how they change up the
Dire
draft here
team
for
pick.
game
Radiant
number
team pick.
3. So we do have the bans all done, and Tech Free Gaming do get access to that silencer that they had in game 1, prioritizing it over the Shadow Shaman. They snag that away from the side of Boom, which Boom did utilize to a very strong degree as well. Maybe not as crazy as Varish getting the early instacks at the level 1 early game
seconds
1 team
remaining.
fight that we saw over the bounty runes, but nonetheless, lots of efficiency coming out there from
seconds
Zhao
remaining.
and really good usage of playing around at tempo here on Boom. See what they'd want themselves. Do you want to pick something like the Shadow Shaman? Probably not the best feeling into the Silencer, to be fair. It also makes the Bane a little bit awkward that
Dire
we saw
team
from game
back.
1. Not likely a consideration. They'll pick up the Slark instead. So here that can just dispel off all of the debuffs from the Silencer. This is a pretty handy support to have. We have seen teams try to utilize this and fall flat outside, not quite replicating the performance we've seen from
10
9 Class and
seconds
a few other
remaining.
supports. So I'm keen on seeing if this does play better now for Boom,
5
whether or not
seconds
we get this
remaining.
as well for Tim's or Johnny Well. I feel like it could play nicely for Tim's, but it is a little bit more sacrificial as a 4 than you normally see that from Tim's. You know, he tends to like playmakers. Slark isn't one of them. He's more of a saving pause 4 if you run it that way. Can fit into the 5, so that flex is there. But again, we have to see some adaptations here from Tech Free. I think their ideas were solid enough in the draft until they flexed away to Doom, which, again, Jacroy was just killed like 2-3 times over and over up top, so would want a better lane coming out for him and would want more of a struggle to come out for the sake of Tech Free onto Jabs. As when Jabs is a free game, whatever team he's on tends to have a pretty good time, Mike.
Certainly is. Tech Free Gaming. Happy to have the silencer back. Boom Esports. Already scaring me a little bit with that Slark opening pick. I'll be frank with you, John. I know these support Slarks are a thing, but you know, I still have my doubts unless it's 9 class that I'm watching playing it. It's Boom Esports. I'm assuming it's a support Slark. John, obviously it could just be a carry Slark, but I can't remember the last time I saw Jackie playing Slark Pos 1.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem like a Jackie hero to me.
Not quite. That could be our Jackie hero. Again, flexed onto Jabs. So you have the Terrorblade coming back once more. We saw how effective Jabs was with it in the last game. He did have a really good lane to go into up against a Doom, of course, so might not be the same case this time around. Let's see what side of Tech Free will try to adapt.
5 seconds
the Doom idea was good. It's just that early on they were getting the Dooms off onto Jabs, so hey, Sunder was still available. No kills were coming out. I wouldn't mind that again on off lane. I think it still works out fine here. They'll go to Dark Willow pick up first, so they snag that away as well from Boom. So they've got some good control. They've got good magic damage to run down this Turboblade early on, especially pre-pipe. You have some good answers here from the side of Tech Free. Wondering how they want to tie that in.
10 seconds
Like,
remaining.
they do lock in supports really early on. That leaves a lot of leeway for Boom now.
5
And looking at, say,
remaining.
a mid here they'd want to pick. The lockdown from Tech Free, not the hardest. Kind of tied into Global Silence, which kind of is dispellable anyhow. If you get a BKB, reverberating silence is no longer there. So it's a little bit easier to play into the silencer nowadays, I'd say. We'll have to see. Tech Free do have to start to show some win conditions here. And again, some big options are still there into Terrorblade. Razor's there, Morphling's there. They'll go to DK pickup, which we haven't seen much in the Southeast Asian road to EWC, but it is still a stable hero to have. It doesn't reveal too much about your draft. You can flex it to almost every single lane quite fine. So it does open up some
10
safe
seconds
possibilities for
remaining.
Tech Free at the very least.
5
The Esports
seconds
are intending
remaining.
here. Third pickup for themselves. So very curious to see where this draft is going with Boom. I mean, it feels like both teams have run some experimental stuff in game 1 and 2. Yeah, it makes me wonder whether we're going to see the same here for game 3 for Boom at least. Because again, this Slark scares me, and we are going to see a Batrider popping up now. I have heard ramblings of Batrider being pretty strong again. Jonathan, what are you thinking?
It's pretty good. I think the hero has some funny facets. I feel like the Sticky Napalm and every other stack is actually quite nice at
10
level 5.
seconds remaining.
Once you hit level 5 on Sticky Napalm. And Stoked is pretty good as well. That added
5
move speed,
seconds remaining.
that self-burn damage is somewhat workable for a Batrider. So either facet is good. So I'm keen on seeing which way they go here for what is likely our Tim's hero, and you're sticking Jiao on the Slark. So another pseudo-tanky hero here for
team
Johnny
pick.
Well, especially if he gets a shard. Get the puck out now as well for the side of Boom. Armel puck makes its way out. And as we saw in our earlier series today, Armel says, don't poke the dragon. And
No.
he's going to be having a good time this time around with a point to prove. For Tech Free, again,
10
you kind of
seconds
dug your
remaining.
hole here by picking your 2 supports ASAP. Silencer can still be
5
annoying for a
seconds
puck, but
remaining.
whether it's annoying enough, hard lockdown enough to catch a puck out,
Dire team
remains
back.
to be seen. The Dark Willow, of course, with the Bramble can actually hold them back quite nicely if you have that ready. And they will go for the Morphling that we were just mentioning there for Tech Free into the Terrorblade. So you do have a nice form to turn into. You keep your stats. You're going to be able to right-click like a maniac here for Jacroy. And that should shift our DK
10
now
seconds
for our Mom and
remaining.
Gaia mid. Into the Puck matchup is pretty stable. It's a 50-50 lane.
5 seconds
More than
remaining.
likely, Puck doesn't lose, neither does DK. So you should be fine in keeping up farm. You
Radiant
can't
team
contest
back.
runes that well on the side of Tech Free, so you always have that to fall back to for Armel. 2-minute, 4-minute rune shouldn't be a problem, unless Tech Free finds some room to work the map. We'll see what else that Boom and Tech Free are worried about. Tech Free, for their part, do ban out Doom, as again, you have the flex for Jackie to just play
10
Terrorblade,
seconds
and the
remaining.
Doom to come out in the offlane there for jabs into the Morphling. So just trying to
5
protect that win
seconds
condition
remaining.
on Jacroy. There's no room for an AA at the least, so now that they wreck
Radiant
counters
team
out of
ban.
the picture, you don't need to waste a ban. Both sides will have to focus in on those off lanes. Beastmaster being banned out now by Boom, taking that away from DB. You do still have a few options. Centaur is still there, Mars is still there. Timbersaw is there as well, which looks pretty good for Boom, more so than Tech Free.
10
As you have a
seconds
DK you can rip
remaining.
apart, along with a Morphling. Wouldn't mind that too much here for Boom if
Dire
it does
team
slide
ban.
through.
Final ban to come, Boom Esports. They get rid of the Tide. Tech Free Gaming still arguably looking for an offlane ban for Jabs. We don't know yet because he could just play the TB as well. We saw this last game
10
around, just the
seconds remaining.
offlane / carry being kind of left mysterious here for Boom Esports.
5 seconds remaining.
I wonder what facet we're going to see with this Bat Rider. I'm kind of imagining they're going to go down the Stoked route, if it's going to be a support Bat. I guess if it's a
Ought to
support
be.
Bat, it doesn't really matter what you go.
Yeah, I feel like there's value for the Napalm facet on support as well. It does take an extra level out on the sticky Napalm, but honestly, the damage output's pretty sick. Being able to solo push still is pretty nice because it is tied into the old hit tower with sticky Napalm. So it can actually be quite nice for just taking space for yourself. But likelihood is you're going to be seeing more Stoked on the support role. If it's core, there's an argument that you're always going to go for the sticky Napalm one though. But that kind of reminds me of when his shard first came out. Remember when
Dire
that
team
was
pick.
introduced, where every right click did give a Napalm instead of every other attack, or like 50% chance? I think it was every other attack, yeah, instead of a hard 50, so you couldn't lose the dice roll. And you just right click down. That was a funny time.
It was.
With the, what was it, the fairy grenade? What was it called?
10 seconds remaining.
The Flay Grenade, I think it was.
Yeah,
Was
the
it
Fey grenade, yeah.
5
Fey,
seconds
that's right.
remaining.
Fey.
Fey,
That's
yeah.
correct. Yeah, Fey Grenade.
That was a
Kind of
funny
missed
time.
that item. I missed that item.
Was
It was a
fun.
good
We
item.
kind of get it back with somewhat with Searing Signet, but it's not a projectile
Eh.
you launch. You know, it's like, was
It's
funnier
nice.
with the Fey grenade.
Yeah. The Searing Signet is nice, you know.
Yeah, it's quite funny. I do like funny stuff in Dota too. You know, we need more funny stuff in the game.
This final pick could be pretty funny from Tech Free Gaming, John. We'll see very soon what they're intending. Hopefully not too
Be
funny
funny
though.
if
This is
random.
game 3.
It'd be very funny if they
Radiant
randomed.
team pick.
That or not. You can take the axe coming
I mean,
out,
why
so
not?
we do get the axe on the offlane. I do like myself axe. There's no big saves. If you don't call terribly, he can sunder when you're trying to dunk. And there is a Slark with his shard. So it's not like you're going to be able to completely pin down heroes. At the same time, you can call them
10
while they
seconds
are
remaining.
in the shard. So
5
you're not
seconds
fully
remaining.
saved as well. So that there is a back and forth there. I do like this for DB. I think you do have a really tanky lineup. My issue now is if Boom just runs Terrorblade 1, which is not the best lane for Axe, and then you pick something like, again, the Timbersaw here, you rip Axe, DK, and to an extent Morphling to apart. I think this could be a really nice game for Timbersaw for jabs if you'd want it.
Another Timbersaw. I mean, you brought it up earlier for FBZ. He didn't want it. But does Jabs want it? I agree with you, but I agree with you both games that Timbersaw was a good pick both times around. This time it seems especially good for Boom Esports if Jabs does want to play offlane Timber. I mean, apart from maybe the Silence of Dark Willow, but apart from that, you're pretty good.
Much. They're taking their time. I guess other options here. Enigma's been banned out. Brewmaster's been banned out. Mars is still there. Could be one more way to go if you're looking at
Drow
off
range.
lanes.
You may now
Drow
select
instead, so
your
they'll just run
heroes.
TB off lane. Run Drow safe. Still a hellish lane for DB, to be fair. But I don't think this is as soul crushing as having to deal with a Timbersaw that runs away with the game. Right, like this is a little bit more manageable. It's a little bit greedier from Boom. Mind you, the synergy of Drow plus Terrorblade is pretty nice. Range Agi heroes, pseudo range that can benefit off of the marksmanship aura can be quite nice. And you do have some pierce through the, at least the base armor of the axe. Yeah, not going to be too much of an issue. So, in terms of draft, very solid from Boom. I think maybe a little bit more passive, considering that Tech Free does have a draft that shouldn't collapse in on itself that quick. This is a
10
lot more
seconds
playable
remaining.
for them in comparison to that Pause 1 Doom. They can still make
5
this lane hellish for
seconds
Jacroy, and they certainly can make the lane hellish for DB. Like, Axe into Drow is not a good time, for sure. That is one thing for DB here. Like, he might have to just call for early stacks to be built up and hope that he can clear it out in time, because I'm not expecting this Axe to have a good start in lane. It can be a very strong Axe game overall, but the laning phase is just hellish.
No, it's going to be very interesting. I do like that final pick here. I mean, Jackie's certainly going to have a good laning stage, to say the least. Now, I definitely question Drow going into the later stages, but I suppose against the Morphling, the Drow still has a very good time. So yeah, I mean, I like this draft from Boom. I also kind of like the draft from Tech Free Gaming. So, you know, it's going to be one of those games you kind of just, the better team wins at the end of the day, I think. And I still have my doubts as well, John, with this Pos 4 Slark. I'm just going to say.
Yeah.
Still don't like it. Still don't like it.
Yeah, it takes a very specific playstyle, for sure. And, you know, Tim's is a fantastic 4. But I feel like the Slark, again, as a 4 especially, is a lot more sacrificial than what Tims tend to do, which is play a little bit greedier. You know, if he had a Bat Rider, he'd be farming up into Blink, he'd be eating some jungle space, he'd maybe work 4 staff in, right? Like, he would build to scale. Slark isn't like that. Slark is, I'll find a ward, I'll find some attention towards myself, I'll take the vision game away, I'll be
Prepare
pesky,
for
I'll
battle.
juke them out with Dark Pack and Pounce, which will stall for time, but again, for Tims, that means he's not getting that build-up, which means it's going to be pivotal you find Tormentor, it's going to be pivotal you maybe try to work in, if not the Tormentor, then work in the farm, as they are already, Varish again, calling for PUBG right after. Good to see the spirits are still high here for both sides.
Absolutely. So they should be, John. I mean, it's game 3 after all. Plenty of PUBG time later on for these two teams. Not that I'm sure one of these teams won't be willing to play, but you know, it's all right. One of these teams is going to enjoy some PUBG after this. Wrap around. Tech Free Gaming. They're going to hang out in that Radiant jungle. Boom will take the dire
30
triangle.
seconds to battle.
So it looks like we could see a pretty early fight to break out. So Jacroy does get noticed, but so does our Slark. Tim's actually currently right underneath an Observer Ward, but they're not going to jump the Slark, of course. They'll casually wait for perhaps an easier target that doesn't have a pounce to abuse.
The battle begins.
And here they come. Tim's is right behind. They're going to go for the reflection. This could be very dangerous here for Tech Free Gaming. And they're just in the middle of nowhere right now for DB. Brambles is going to be very nice, but they've still got a Blood Grenade that does connect DB. Still running away though, as now Tim's lands a pounce, gets the axe. Can he finish the kill? Stick charges out. They're still fighting this one out. Has Tim's gone too far? Oh no!
What?
Stick charges very far. They threw everything at this axe.
He did.
He
He
just-
threw a couple of blood grenades as well. It's just too tanky. Coming
the
in.
worst
And
part
that's-
is, if he wasn't against the Bat Rider, he would have never bought the stick in the first place, John.
Oh,
He wouldn't
yeah.
have survived.
Nah. Would definitely be gone, but does know what lane he's going to have to deal with, and does prep for it accordingly. Very reminiscent of game 1, isn't it? This time it's DB dropping low, but Varish does get to soak up that early brain drain. Gonna be feeling good. Tim's just gonna have to play a little bit greedy, trying to pull the waves, which you should expect from the Slark. This is the only thing you can contribute in the lane. And try to stall the game, or stall the lane out. Jacori's just gonna have to pull it into the camp as well to have something tank through. There you go. Final punishment out for DB, as didn't really get to reset, but probably doesn't mind the death too much. Although that is free farm for Jackie, which is a concern. This lane for Axe is not going to feel good, first blood or not.
Certainly is a very nice start here for Jackie. And that was kind of the thing, like, yeah, you survived, so what? You're still gonna have to suffer here. Here we go. It's not, there's not too much you can do in this lane, you know, in this bottom lane for DB. Like, you've just got to try and get the levels up, but even as the XP does come up for you as an axe, like, you're up against the Drow. Once they have level 2 frost arrows, it's just so hard to get away. And on top of that, you got Zhao just spamming sticky napalm. Like, it's not going to be fun.
No.
Not going to be fun at all here, Jonathan.
Certainly not. This is going to be a free ride for Jack. I would want to see the lull start to build some stacks up, just because they have to kind of just preempt that. Already the early ward being dropped though from Boom on the triangle early on in that smoke, so they will be aware of the stacks if it is built up here by the lull. And DB's just going to have to try to chill out a little bit. Free start for Jackie, although Jikoi is finding slightly more up top, considering the creep pull shenanigans. Is free farming on the morph as well. As that, again, a lane that you can't directly contend with. And reflection can be nice, but Tim's by himself just doesn't contribute much as a Slark outside of his durability. He's trying to hunt some couriers, though, at least.
Dire's courier has
He
been
is, and
killed.
Tim's going to find a courier or two
Radiant's
for his
courier
trouble.
has
Tim's will
been
lose his own
killed.
courier in the meantime, though. Looking down back in that mid lane. So far going pretty well for Mamang Daya, but I suppose you kind of anticipate that, because Dragon Knight doesn't really lose lanes, even now. Always going to have the CS advantage as the DK from what it feels like, and at least Armel, he's playing his signature puck, Johnny. He's not struggling at all. He's still going to get his own farm and XP just fine.
And he is. This creep wave disparity is somewhat annoying, but again, he has water rune control for himself. Trading 1 for 1, not the biggest deal as long as he gets that initial top up, and as long as he gets the EXP he's looking for, he's set. There is a good number of denies on Diet to try to slow down that 6 timing though. At least lining up quite nicely. So you get the gate movement here with Garish bot.
Certainly do. Jackie. That's a big pickoff. Jackie does go down. Still, they're going to be able to at least find the trade on the axe, I think, because Tims will be able to finally pick off the axe. Now, though, you do lose Zhao, and it seems like Tims obviously cannot continue. So still a very good rotation from Tech Free Gaming. And a very big kill finding Jackie, where Jackie really shouldn't be dying.
Getting some good punishment off. And be able to just walk back into the gate for Varish as well after a successful rotation. One of the nice things you can do when you do have the Morphling and you know the lane is passive, Jacroy can solo. Again, there's no threat from Tims early on. So you know that is a lane that you can just leave just for a moment. Slark's not going to be looking for opportunities. He's always focusing on just getting EXP, trying to get the creep pulse out. And that allows a lot of leeway for Vrish to try to work the lane. So an early start for Tech Free 2-3. Less than 1k lead coming out for themselves as well. The lane setups are looking decent. But Boom are still ahead in terms of net worth. At least on Jackie and Jabs. They are getting that build-up they'd want here. DB is far enough behind that he's kind of tied with the lull on farm, which is not ideal for your axe early, but this is what you'd expect from the axe lane. It's good for the game, it's terrible for the lane. Just need that catch up, and so far, the resources were somewhat built up. There are a couple of ancient stacks on hand. That is something to play with. It's just that, again, the ward coverage
Dire's
should
courier has
inform
been
Boom
killed.
as well that it's something that they can snipe. Another courier snipe from Tims. Nice onto the full power treads of Jacroy. Just being that nuisance that the Slork support can be. Having some good impact. Like, these courier kills, they do stack up. Even though it doesn't feel like he's doing much, cutting off these resources is pretty nice, and you don't mind that little bit of gold coming in every single time.
I mean, it just kind of reminds you of that the Monkey King with the Simian Stride when it first came out. You know, just the whole job was just killing couriers and just being as annoying as possible, and it kind of worked. It was really infuriating, and yeah, Tims is making some magic happen. That's for sure. Mid lane. Rotations to come in to try and defend against this push from Mamang Daya. It's not the biggest push in the world, but he gets a bit of damage off. Eventually he is going to back off. He's got 10 sticky napalm stacks on him. That'll be enough of that.
Does Mancha at least force the rotations there, so freeing up some space bot for the farm, giving some room for DB to just cut the creep wave without a threat of being punished by that Bat Rider is big enough in and of itself. You catch out Jacori though.
Dire's top
It's a big
tower
one.
is under attack.
Jackie moving in.
Radiant's
Let's
bottom
find a
tower
nice
is
kill with the
under
multi-shot. So he might have just blindly found that one in the tree line just while the Agimorph was happening here from our Morphling. And that's certainly not very good news here if you are tech-free gaming. Now that top tier 1 tower slowly but surely will be going down here thanks to Jackie and Jabs. They are trying to get a bit of damage off down bottom, but it is going to be a much slower process. And ultimately, I think there'll be plenty of time to try and defend if Boom really want to, but chances are they're just going to stick by the top lane and just allow the free farm for the Drow. No real reason to rush anything.
Tower is under attack.
No, none at all. I think they're very happy about how their court-to-court matchup ends up anyhow. Maybe not so with, say, Axe into Drow later on in the game, but for sure the Drow into Morphling's going to feel good. Morphling doesn't tend to like to build plus armor, of course, so every single time the marksmanship is a constant threat. That is something that you have to contend with. They've even got room to rotate into Dia right now in mid. No clue that it's happening here.
Blue bump. Sunder is actually committed. Jabs finding a nice little Sunder, removing half the HP of Mamang Dai, and he just dies.
Dire's middle tower is under
TP in. He goes all the way with it. That's confusing. DB maybe just forgetting to
Yeah.
cancel. Whoopsie daisies.
Dire's structures
Yeah,
are fortified.
that is a strange one. Big kills coming out from Boom. Freebies really
Dire's middle
not
tower
much to
is
speak
under
of there. They've got the room to shove in onto mid. And with your off lane dead, you don't really have options here in Tech Free. Dia is back up. They could try Dragon Forms ready, but you don't have something like a Blink to jump in. And you don't have level 6 on your supports either. It's still a little bit early to expect any of that teamfight utility to come in. So you're going to miss out on a shot. You will just go back to farming. Jacori changing it up from game number 2, taking that bot farm instead. So trying to avoid the gank line up top, at least. So making some adjustments, but the stacks are being stolen here by Zhao. Getting a lot of value from that early ward already a while ago.
Oh, absolutely. Zhao having a great old time. And even just TP's away. They can't get within range for the call to cancel. Gets away with murder. All 3 cores right now at the top of the net worth graph are on the side of Boom Esports. So again, 3 lanes have been won outright here by Boom. It's a fantastic start. Now, Tech Free Gaming currently off to a slower start than they would have liked. It seems like they'll continue moving into that mid tier 1 tower here with the Dragon Knight. Try to continue that chip damage away. TPs are incoming though. Armel, he'll be around along with Zhao, and it looks like they might even just try for a quick kill with a lasso onto the silencer. More TPs incoming, or rather rotations. They'll kill Zhao for Varish. Meanwhile, Jackie getting caught in a bramble will try to run away. Is fine for now. It's actually Mamang Daya that's in trouble. He'll continue trying to escape, but it's not looking too good. He's down. Tims will drop, but what does it matter? They'll take Delol on top. And this is getting more and more concerning as time goes on. Tech Free Gaming, they find 2 supports, but it's at a heavy, heavy cost.
It is. Again, it's down to being able to clear those stacks on Zhao. Having that level 6, having the lasso up. In comparison, you're still 5.5 here for Varish. You're still a ways off as well for the Lol, although he does get the EXP off the back of those kills.
Has fallen.
But you're lacking that global silence to break all of this up. These wider team fights are not comfy for the side of Tech Free. And you lose your mid-tier 1. Your triangle control, which is already tenuous at best, is even harder to maintain. You are buying space out for G-Core to farm. That is a decent trade for it overall, but it's going to take time for the Morphling investment to really pay off. He does have the Vlads to hit the jungle safe, but the Manta stall, the Dragonlance, going to take a lot more time to stall here. And you're nowhere near your own spikes. Like DB still needs the Blade Mail, and then needs to blink afterwards. Same thing goes for Dia, going for the Blink Rush. We'll need something like a Mage Slayer this game as well to sustain through, as the magic damage is a little bit overwhelming coming in here from the side of Boom. And that just takes time. And time is a hard resource to find when you're 3k behind here. With Boom having this advantage at 11 minutes in, and how big Jackie's mentioned get himself. He's rushing Ags on Drow. He's just straight up going for the Ags. And that's going to just ruin the Morphling, ruin DK.
Oh, it absolutely makes sense here against the Morph. And yeah, like you said, the DK even not going to have a very good time. Hell, even the Axe not going to enjoy that very much. It's definitely going to be a very valuable Ags pickup here for Jackie. And at this rate, he's not going to take too long to have it either. It's going to be up in a few minutes with the way things are going right now for Boom Esports, because Jackie's just, apart from that one death he had earlier, in the laning stage, it's been pretty smooth sailing here for the Drow. Jacroy's not doing too badly either, but he is just about a K behind Jackie already. And it's not like Morphling really speeds up that much in the farm game. In fact, he could get caught very soon if he's not too cautious with his positioning, but I suppose he does have the lull there, and in fact, Jackie's the one that could get hunted. Terrorize going to land with the brambles to set up. Jackie now being hunted here by our Dark Willow. Look at the TP play out. Is going to make it.
Oh.
Just barely, and now, well, sadly, you're probably going to end up losing your life as the loss. Meanwhile, Jab's even finding DB.
Yeah. It's that dreaded top area where all these heroes from Tech Free constantly die. They get picked off as well. And it just boils down to you not having a great start. We were talking about Boom's weaknesses in laning starts. Game 1 showed up. Game 2 and Game 3 certainly not. Their lanes are coming out a lot stronger. It's Tech Free. That feels like they haven't been able to draft strong lanes. Top lane was pretty alright, to be fair to Jikroy. But the bot lane for DB didn't go well. The mid lane for Daya is fine. You'd expect that from the DK, but there's no launching point for the DK to connect with because your off lane's weak, because you got the stalled out 6. We'll try for a smoke out now with Daya on hand. With the 2 supports with that Blink Dagger ready on our DK. Need to find a good jump in though. Jikroy's already starting by himself.
He's okay for now. I mean, Armel, I don't believe really saw him. Meanwhile, Zhao somehow narrowly avoiding his own death. Meanwhile, Armel, he'll juke towards the right side. And yeah, he's fine. He just jaunts away. Coil committed.
Middle tower is under attack.
Just being a nuisance. TP away. And I don't believe there's any cancel. And there won't be. It's very demoralizing for Tech Free gaming. Like, this is just... You're trying your best to find a kill or find an objective, and everything's being denied. And you know while you're doing this, Jabs and Jackie are just completely free farming somewhere on the map.
They are.
Very demoralizing indeed.
That it is. Just no openings. At least the Blade Melt's up in DB. That's a start of something. But needs the Blink and BKB, so it's more time to play the waiting game. And Jabs already not even bothering with the aura, can just go as a secondary core. Yasha up, Manta just lacking the recipe now. 30 gold away, will be up in short order. The Ags for Jackie flying in now, so Hyperthermia is available. Ruining your game here on the side of Tech Free on these tanky Taurus. And I don't see the opportunities for Tech Free until this Blink on Axe is up. You have to wait. You do have teamfight spells, you have Global Silence up. It just doesn't feel like you'll be able to find it. And boom. They've been really good from these winning positions. They've not been dropping any openings. They've been very disciplined so far. They've been playing very clean Dota. It's down to Tech Free to try to break that open, but it's feeling impossible. I mean, I know we're only 15 minutes in, but this is a 6k lead. This is no opportunities being found. Smoke out from Boom now. Lines drawn towards the top. Again, where DB is lying in wait. Could break the smoke here, though, from Tech Free.
Gonna break the smoke on Kims, but it's gonna be them jumping as the lull going down very quickly to Harmel. Well, they at this stage, I mean, Boom could start even thinking about Roshan with the way this game's gone. And they won't yet. They'll keep hunting. They're looking for DB up top. And DB has not noticed their coming. They do run the wrong way, though. And with that, he's out.
And Bale's out. At least, again, you only really lose then your Dark Willow for that smoke, which probably the best case scenario. I do love these wards Tims has dropped, though. Really nice sneaky wards, watching some entrance points in that top jungle. Allows them to maybe take a fight, allows them to get aggressive onto these tier 2s with so much information on hand. And for Tech Free, it's still a matter of waiting. Jacori still working onto his Manta. Blink for DB. Still about 900 gold away. They just need more time. And boom. Again, they're making each second you buy here painful. They're shoving in all the waves, they're constantly threatening, they're scaling up even on their supports. Johnny Welch should have himself a golden put in 700, 800 gold now. And that time it's going to be painful.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So, gonna catch the lol once again.
Just what I
Nice
was
and easy
looking
here for
for.
Zhao. Might even find DB. I believe Zhao has spotted him. Flame Break's gonna land. No lasso to play with though, so this time DB gonna be perfectly
Dire's top
okay.
tower is
Meanwhile,
under
Jab's
attack.
looking to start pressuring the top tier 2 tower with these illusions, and yeah, he'll get away with it if there's no defense to come. Looks like the lol is gonna, rather DB's gonna show up, but that's probably gonna mean his own death. So you choose the defense or you choose your life. He's still alive for now as they are bringing in some heroes to try and help out. Maybe they can even kill Armel. Though not yet. Armel trying to jaunt away, will make it towards the north, but surely is gonna die and eventually. Okay, he's not dead yet, John. He's oh no. No way! Oh my god!
Come on.
Oh, that's just so depressing. Oh god.
Yep. That it is. The side of Tech where you just can't find anything. They just can't.
Is under
I
attack.
feel so bad. I feel so bad.
Yeah, it's very one-sided at the moment. 9k lead for Boom Esports is significant at 18 minutes in. At the least, once you have Blink on Axe, perhaps DB can have some impact here. Perhaps. I don't know what else you really can do except wait, sit and wait. Mamandai is hanging on to 2.3k gold in the bank without
Dire's
queuing anything
bottom
up. Could
tower
rush
is under
a
attack.
BKB. Bypass the Mage Slayer altogether. Could be the way to go, just to ensure that you can actually play the game. We'll see if that's the call or if something like the Mage Slayer gets queued in anyhow. But again, this
Dire's
vision game
bottom
from the
tower
side of Boom
has
suppressive. They're just constantly shoving in. Jackie gets a free tower again. Down bot. Already has a Dragon Lance up. DB, we don't want to be here.
Yeah, jump in, DB. At least he's got some help incoming, as Tim's now going to have to find his own way out of this one, it looks like. Jackie going to try and help out with a gust, and in fact, that's going to be enough. The chase will not continue. However, Dream Coil, Armel, he's found 2 targets. There goes Varish, and there goes Mamandai.
He just stands still.
I mean, what else is he going to do? He knows he's not getting away.
Yeah,
He knows.
he knows. And for Tech Free Gaming, I mean, there's some hope. DB's Blink that I've harped on about for the last 9 minutes is up. There you
Dire's
go.
middle tower is under attack.
It's up.
This is classic Axe gameplay, John. Either you get the quick blink or you're done. This is what happens when you don't. Your whole team falls apart. You never have space
Dire's
to
middle
farm it.
tower is under attack.
Everyone's crying to you, like, where's my off lane? Why is he farming? Let's see what DB
Yeah.
can do, John. Well, maybe he can do something here. I mean, the blink is a big power spike, obviously, with the blade mail, John. You know?
And it is. They need to execute on Tech Free, but double blinks should get that job done. Mamandai is as well committing for the early BKB. So already 2 parts in with the Mithril Hammer as well. The gold on hand. Just lacking the gold for the recipe now. A bit of a smoke out from the trio here in Tech Free. The Lol, Varish, and DB gonna look for a nice call. If they can find it somehow.
Oh, onto the Tormentor they go. Armel is still juking nicely. Dream Coil's going to land onto 3 targets. They're still going to try for the chase, but Armel's proven to be impossible to catch. Now in comes Jabs. It's a 4v2 scenario here, John. Here comes a third now. Jab's going to jump in. Lasso to drag back Mamandai, who's forced to fight back now, but there's no escape. Oh, boy. I mean, it is 13k net worth advantage at 20 minutes in, to be fair, John. Can't blame them too much. They're going to find the axe. They do find a nice call though onto Armel. Maybe they... No, they can't kill him, John.
Oh.
They can't kill him. The brambles will kill him. They've got it.
Oh, what was that? Jabs?
Oh. Jabs. Bit of a misclick. That's
Ah.
alright. I mean, they gave a bit of gold away, but I don't think it matters too much here, John. Mule's out from Tim's. Going to catch another. Doesn't really have the lockdown though, so it is going to be the lol. Let's take it easy now, Delol. We saw what happened last time when you did
Okay.
this. Alright, Delol doesn't want to
oh.
survive, John. Delol doesn't want to survive. At least Zhao I mean, you know, any kill's a good kill right now. You know, you can make the argument he set up a nice kill.
Yeah, you can, and I think that's the argument to make here for Tech Free. Look, it's a 1.8k gold swing their way. It's a good amount of gold. You'd rather have your cores alive for that for sure, but you take what you can get, and that is a sign of life for Tech Free Gaming at the very least. That they do have some power left in them. I'm trying to convince myself a little bit more here, Mikey, but I'm not. Mainly because for this draft and Tech Free to work, for you to get the big calls, Boom has to start playing utter terrible. They have to play like complete garbage for the next like 5 minutes or next 2 fights at minimum, and they're not doing that. I don't think Boom are slipping up anytime soon. They slipped up a little bit in the last fight, but even that's not enough for you to feel completely confident here for Tech Free. See if they can force more mistakes out somehow. That is your best bet with a smoke out here for DB and Varish. Global Sound's going to be coming off cooldown, so you are ready with that, but the angle doesn't quite present itself. Instead, Boom now with Armel and Zhao could look to make that play. Lasso is at the ready. No one showing up, so defensive play coming out from Tech Free is kind of panning out. And you've got Manta Dragonlance on Jacroy going for the Butterfly next. And that's the point where perhaps this Morphling can really lay the damage in, so long as the Drow is held at bay. Can certainly work out in your favor. But a lot of things have to go right here for Tech Free. And for Boom, again, all they have to do is not slip up. Not give free opportunities out. They'll play it safe. They'll go for Roshan with that same idea. Not going to take too long to get the secondary life going for Jackie. And I appreciate Jackie going back for Shadowblade Silver Edge in this kind of game as well. Having that break against the Axe, against the DK, can just destroy that game for the side of Tech Free.
Absolutely. Roshan now going to go to Jackie. They found DB as well. Armel, just an absolute menace on this pocket. You know what? I mean, between him and Tims, and I'm going to give Tims his props, John, because he's had a very good game on this POS 4 Slark, which I was saying is a garbage POS 4 hero, but, you know, he's done a great job here, John. Between these two, it just feels like nowhere on the map is safe. Even Zhao, just like, it's like a trio of just these soldiers marching across the map, fighting everyone.
God.
Top lane,
What is that reflex?
Among Daya in danger, gets a BKB TP away. The rest of his team, though, seems to want to continue the fight. Or at least their silencer does. They'll lose Varish, and they're going to lose the LOL. I suppose they gave up their lives to save Among Daya.
Yeah, they die for his sins. I have to say, again, really quick reflexes on Tims. That was a Blink Dragon Tail stun. Granted, it is in dragon form, so there is a projectile. Still managed to instantly heal Saw.
Jabs. This could be an... Oh, never mind. Armel's there, John. I was going to say it could go well. Then I saw the puck. And then the Sunder, of course, onto Jabs. Chase on from Jacroy, but he just has no damage, even with the meta popped. Like, he's going to need at least the Butterfly to feel like he's doing any form of damage, and even then, you've got a Silver Edge being worked on by Jackie. He'll have the breakup soon. And so you're going to have the answers anyway, it seems like.
You will. For Tech Free, it has to come down to really good fights in tight areas, right? Like places where you can maximize that blink call, where you can try to catch out this backline perhaps, because frankly the saves from Tims and the lassos from Zhao is just so oppressive for Tech Free to play into. They're kind of very reliant on Varish to get this global silence off. You just have too many answers from the side of Boom Esports. They have so many ways of dispelling. They have ways of just dodging out. There are 2 U-ults in this game. So, I don't know. Global silence alone is also not enough.
Among Daya. Caught. BKB popped again. He's going to try and just escape, and well, thankfully for him, he can TP out. You didn't really have the Drow around to get the follow-up right-click damage that you were looking for. So he's going to be okay this time, but it's going to be without a BKB now for the Dragon Knight. And that should allow, of course, Boom Esports to just take at least one tier 2 tower for themselves. Jackie will just do it on his own. In fact, this is the final outer tower standing right now for Tech Free Gaming. So next up is High Ground, which again feels like it could be relatively soon because there's an 18k net worth advantage, and there's really no reason for Boom not to. They're going to find DB again. He does
Ooh.
juke out though. They miss everything. But the chase continues. They know where he is. They're going to land the multi-shot and the TP cancel as well on top. Poor old DB. Just can't catch a break this game.
No. Not a single dunk so far as well. A very sad game for Axe. We did say the laning phase would be rough. I'd expect a little bit more impact with Blade Mail, but the timing is just way too slow. For the side of Tech Free, 24-8 for Boom, playing a spectacularly clean game. Like you mentioned, high ground could come out relatively soon as well. Aegis, only a minute and a half. Not too sure if you're fully concerned here for Boom, as Tech Free just doesn't look like they have a game. Like they need BKBs, and the DB needs a BKB. You have that BKB on Daya already down to 7 seconds. Just forced TP
Dire's
twice
middle
over
tower
with that.
is under attack.
Decroy is only lacking about 1,000 gold for the full butterfly, but again, you're playing Morph into... Oh,
Oh boy. You say Morph, John. He's going to waveform out at least. In fact, Tim's might go down. In fact, he does. Tim's does get the pounce away. He's okay on the Morphling, but it did cost you a global silence to ensure he remained safe. Lasso is down. You've still got the Dream Call here for Armel to play with. And ultimately, of course, you've still got these TB illusions to just throw in casually.
Is under attack.
Not really much they can do to slow this defense down if they're not willing to jump in.
Dire's structures are fortified.
no. I mean, you get the Fortify out as well while the creep wave isn't there, so the creeps are just going to march right back
Dire's
into the high
middle
ground.
tower has fallen.
Eat through the back door protection, no problem here. They'll play it safe on Boom. Again, showing a lot of respect. Not wanting to give openings away. Just play a safe game. Rinse and repeat. Aegis is about to expire here on Jackie. Has the gold to buy out the full Soul Edge and will. So you do have that break for the Axe, for the DK, and for the Morphling on hand. Which, like you mentioned, will nullify everything you farmed up here on Tech Free. And for Tech Free... trying to think of solutions for them, how to play into this. Feels like your best bet might actually be contesting Roshan, which sounds insane. But if you can get a big blink call with Blade Mail, with a global silence to cover afterwards, that could be your angle in. Feels like you have to look for an all... Oh my god, why would you do that? Uh-oh. Boy.
Yeah, Jacroy. I mean, he's alive, John, which is the positive. The negative is it could be a pretty short time before he's just dead. Strength morphing is going to help a little bit. He'll try for the waveform TP away. Can he make it? He can. He's okay.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But my goodness, I mean, things are spooky right now for tech-free gaming. It's just... You know, like, your Morphling's not really got much to play with right now.
No. Certainly not. Now, he waveformed into the
Dire's
creep
top tower
wave.
is under attack.
Not expecting the side of Boom to just be in that side of the map. At least not fully punished as well. But again, for the side of Boom, the entire map is theirs. Oh, goodness.
Yeah, DB, not having a good game. He's been trying to get that BKB recipe for so long, it feels like, and just every time they catch him. 4-man smoke as well from Tech-Free Gaming without the axe now. Maybe they could hope to find Jackie in the triangle. I mean, he is there alone right now, but instead they are looking towards Jabs in the mid lane. Jabs, though, not the easiest of targets. They're going to see him, but Jabs will see them also. They'll jump in now with the Dragon Tail stun. Jabs copying a fair bit of damage, looking for a Sunder. Gets a Mantra off. Sunder still not out. Global Silence going to keep him from committing. But now maybe they just force a fight because they know Global Silence is down. Coil is out. Armel, he's caught at least Mamang Daya. They'll take down the Lol. Mamang Daya going to try and just casually fly out of there, but it's not looking too good for him because he is just being chased by Tims and Armel. A nice lasso as well, catching a bonus. 3 for 1. They found Jabs, but they cost 3 targets. And it's that was without DV as well. Like they forced that fight without the axe even up.
Yep. I think they're just getting a little bit antsy on the side of Tech Free, feeling like they need to make a play happen, of course, and there is pressure to get that done, but they have to get it done as a team. Mind you, that is space for DB, so this BKB will eventually be up. This is an axe with no dunks just yet. Again, it makes me sad to look at. You know, I feel for DB. It's not fun to play axe without being able to dunk. That's half of the reason you want to play this here for fun.
Yeah.
Tormentor goes the way of Boom, and they get the free shard up for Armel as well. So he's got even more poking and prodding to do with that phase shift now. Bonus damage as well on hand. So just more concerns for the side of Tech Free. I don't know if this BKB is going to be enough, man. Like, there's damage on Jacroy. Crystallis is up. Daedalus afterwards. There is play, but you have to execute so well. Like, Boom just have so many saves, so many ways of dancing around, so many ways of taking off the global silence. They're hunting with that smoke once more. Tech Free. They've got to find an entry somehow. Again, maybe you risk it into a Roshan if they go for it on Boom.
Boomer hunting though, John. One-man smoke. Mamangaya already caught. Zhao gonna drag him back into his team. And, I mean, it's just, there's no time. There's no, they can't even channel the damn Terrorize quick enough. Dream call out now. Armel's got 2 more targets. There'll be a call from our hacks at the very least onto Jabs, but Jabs is not dying anytime soon. He'll get a Sunder off onto Zhao just to ensure he can keep going. And with that, Barish is down. Our Morphling just gets deleted in the middle of all this. And with that, one last piece of the puzzle, Jonathan. And there you go. Delol step. I'm not gonna... I don't want to be that guy, John.
It's cooked.
I don't want to say it. You know what I'm saying.
It's cooked, Mikey.
It's cooked. It's overcooked. It's burnt.
Cooked.
It's destroyed, John. We're looking at Ash now.
That we are.
GG.
There you go. I mean,
Well, Boom Esports.
yeah, very big props. They cleaned up their act. Game 1 looked, again, pretty rough. Game 2, Game 3 looked dominant coming out from them. And Tech Free Gaming, after a strong start in Game 1, just falter in Game 2. Maybe misread a draft with the Doom shift onto Pause 1. This time around, they go with a draft that is pretty, I wouldn't say bad, but certainly not ideal. Maybe not seeing the Drought could come in there when you pick the Morphling. Matchup is certainly not very favorable for Morphling, even if Jikori managed to scale faster. You have the Pierce through the natural armor quite nicely there for the side of Boom. And your laning phase from Boom has been pretty strong. Like, they have been showing some good laning prowess in these last 2 games. They managed to make it work out. Unfortunate for Tech Free. They will have to continue the journey, of course, in the lower bracket. But for Boom Esports, making it all the way to the upper bracket finals is big news. One step closer to the EWC. One more series until they hit the grand finals into those deciding matches, as we are looking at those brackets again. Quite a day here in the Southeast Asian road to the Esports World Cup. A lot of 2-0s outside of everything that, outside of the 2 series we've casted, Mike. The Boom series have gone 3 games, but it has been a little bit more clear-cut across. Execration drawing into 3 games as well up against Ivory is pretty interesting. So you do have, for the upper bracket finals, or the semifinals overall, Boom Esports up against Execration, which should be a treat. Of course, we've got a double elimination, so there's the lower bracket on hand as well. Kukui is up against Yangon Galacticos, and Castawake up against IAP Interactive Philippines, with the winner of either of both of those series going up against Ivory and Tech Free Gaming, respectively. So, lots of good matches left. Very good news coming up there for Boom Esports, of course, as we do have our match schedule for tomorrow as well. We've got Kukuis up against Yangon Galacticos, with the winners of the previous series up against each other, of course, from those lower brackets in the placeholder in match 2. And the final match of that day tomorrow, Mikey, is that upper bracket final of Boom up against Execration.
Absolutely. It's certainly going to be a very exciting day up tomorrow, Jonathan. Can't wait to get that underway. But that is it for today. A lot of games here, best of 3s all around. And again, props to Boom Esports, the first in that upper bracket final here for the SEA qualifiers. So big props to them. Apart from that, though, Jonathan, I do wonder what all these other teams are thinking. Of course, we've got to see some lower bracket runs tomorrow. For now, though, that is it for today. We'll see you all again tomorrow on the same stream, same time, for some more SEA Close qualifiers. We'll see you there.
Will ya, Jax?
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
I always said things would catch up. Three, two, one, go.